Wang Xiying was puzzled and was about to ask her father when a host in front of her began to introduce the event. Distinguished guests, friends, hello everyone. I'm your host, Xiaoming. Before we begin, let me give you a heads up. Well, not really an advertisement that the expenses for tonight's event and the top quality wines we're serving are exclusively sponsored by Future Entertainment Culture. Future Entertainment Culture is a wholly owned subsidiary of Future Financial. Mr. Luo Yang, the owner of Future Financial, spent 9.9 billion euros to purchase Chateau Lucéals, the world's largest wine estate, in Bordeaux. The wines you're drinking tonight are all sponsored by Mr. Luo. Each bottle is a limited edition, worth 68,800 euros. The host, Xiaoming, immediately stunned the celebrities, big and small, present. One bottle is worth 68,800 euros, which is how much in RMB? At least 500,000 yuan per bottle. Then look at the food counter, a row of wine bottles, at least 50. Considering that the entire budget for tonight's event came from Future Entertainment's exclusive sponsorship, look at the scene, the setup, the catering. Investing over 100 million yuan in a single gathering this unknown company is impressive. But I've never heard of Future Entertainment Culture, and I've never heard of Future Finance either. Judging from the name, they must be in finance, right? How can an unknown financial company go to such lengths? The host, Xiaoming, then announced, next, please welcome the Future Entertainment Group from Future Finance's subsidiary, Future Era, to bring us a high-energy song and dance performance. Please enjoy. Next up was a 6-member group performing their debut song and dance routine. It must be said, these 6 girls are incredibly good-looking and have excellent singing and dancing skills. Their energetic performance really got the atmosphere going. As soon as the energetic song and dance music ended, the host, Xiaoming, began speaking again. Thank you to Future Era for the wonderful and entertaining songs. Next, let's welcome Mr. Xiang Hiang from Future Entertainment to say a few words. Xiang Hiang took the stage and launched into a long, unreserved speech. The celebrities in the audience had heard of Xiang Hiang as an industry insider, but they had never heard of Future Finance and were unsure of his background. However, the sponsorship and wine for tonight were certainly extravagant. Besides, spending 9.9 billion euros to buy the Lusser-Lusberg winery was no ordinary feat. However, Xiang Hiang didn't introduce Future Finance's strength or capital structure. He simply talked at length about the current state of the domestic and international entertainment market. Qing Ruoning finally managed to escape, only to be blocked by Wang Ximing. Ruoning, it's really not easy to talk to you these days. Wang Ximing chuckled and handed her a glass of red wine, then said, Ruoning, would you be interested in collaborating with me? Qing Ruoning smiled wryly, Mr. Wang, are you mocking me? How could I possibly have the ability or resources to collaborate with a big shot like you? I just act in some TV dramas to earn a little money, that's enough for me, enough to eat and drink. Wang Ximing smiled and said, Ruoning, that's just modesty. As the saying goes, excessive modesty is arrogance, and you're being arrogant. Qing Ruoning smiled but didn't argue with him. She accepted the red wine he offered and took a small sip. This was Luo Yang's wine, she had to savor it properly. Indeed, it was a treasure from a world-class winery. The taste was quite different from ordinary red wine. Delicious. Qing Ruoning then noticed the 6 girls who had finished singing and dancing walking straight to the right corner. Her eyes involuntarily followed them. Suddenly, she froze, because she saw a familiar figure. Afraid she was mistaken, Qing Ruoning looked more closely and confirmed it was him. She saw Luo Yang, of course, and also Wu Suofei, the Queen of Pop, was there. She bit her lip. This Queen of Pop was persistently pestering her boss, Luo Yang. She had to go and confront her. Seeing that Qing Ruoning didn't admit she had the financial strength to invest, Wang Ximing couldn't openly say that the information had been leaked from within the bank. He simply smiled and tried to continue discussing the benefits of cooperation. But before he could speak, Qing Ruoning suddenly walked to the right. Wang Ximing was taken aback. Was Qing Ruoning completely ignoring him? That couldn't be, could it? Looking at Qing Ruoning again, he saw a few people in the direction she walked. He recognized Wu Suofei, the pop diva, along with 6 girls from the dance group who had just performed, and a young man. Wang Ximing didn't recognize the man, but he sensed something was off. All the women seemed to be surrounding and talking to the young man as if he were a star, even Wu Suofei. Although Wu Suofei was just a singer and had never ventured into acting, she was a top-tier figure in the music industry, with unparalleled influence, and many big-budget films sought her out for vocals. Wu Suofei was known for her aloof and arrogant personality, something Wang Ximing was familiar with, which is why he found it strange. Because Wu Suofei's current demeanor was completely unlike her diva-like airs, and she lacked the aloofness and arrogance she was rumored to possess. Moreover, Qing Ruoning, a reclusive heiress he had only recently learned about, had actually ignored him, a top figure in the entertainment industry, to speak with that young man. The perceptive Wang Ximing immediately realized that this young man was definitely not as ordinary as he appeared. Could he be the son of some powerful family in Beijing? No, Wang Ximing had lived in Beijing for a long time, and he knew and had connections with most of the wealthy young men in the industry. This man was definitely a complete stranger. Secondly, he didn't seem like the son of any wealthy family, because he knew and had contact with most of the rich people in the country, but he had never seen this young man before. Dad! Just as he was pondering this, his daughter, Wang Xiying, came over and whispered, "Who is that guy? He has no image to maintain, looks like a penniless freeloader. Why are all these people going over to talk to him?" Actually, it wasn't just anyone she was referring to, but only the 6 girls from the girl group, Pop Diva Hu Suifiai, and Qing Ruaning. Wang Ximing shook his head and said, "I don't know him. I'll ask around." Wang Ximing, naturally, had a lot of influence. When he asked around, everyone gave him face, but all answered very respectfully, "We don't know this person." Wang Ximing was puzzled. If they didn't know him, who was he? His gaze swept over there, and he saw 6 beautiful girls unabashedly surrounding him, appearing very intimate. While Hu Tianho and Qing Ruaning also smiled at the young man, their behavior was much more reserved. Wang Ximing instantly concluded that Hu Tianho and Qing Ruaning only knew the young man, while the 6 girls had a much closer relationship with him. The 6 girls were artists from Future Entertainment Culture, a wholly owned subsidiary of Future Financial. Thinking of this, Wang Ximing simply took out his phone and searched for Future Financial on Baidu. Wang Ximing searched online, and the results came up. Clicking on them, Wang Ximing was immediately struck by the sheer size of this previously unknown Future Finance company. Moreover, the encyclopedia entry was updated almost weekly. Future Finance is Luo Yang's wholly owned financial investment company, boasting over 300 billion yuan in cash deposits. Furthermore, Future Finance has invested heavily in other industries, such as a 323 billion yuan investment in a new commercial district integrating a winery and shopping mall in Jiangnan, and an international-level research center in Shanghai with an annual investment of 200 billion yuan. In addition, Luo Yang himself owns the world-renowned Lusser-Lusberg winery in Bordeaux, valued at 99 million euros, and a villa in Prussia worth hundreds of millions of euros. Furthermore, Luo Yang owns the world's largest super-luxury yacht, valued at $3.8 billion, an Airbus A380 private jet, and an Airbus A330. In addition, according to conservative estimates, Luo Yang also owns assets exceeding $100 billion in offshore companies. Below is Luo Yang's personal introduction. Luo Yang, 25 years old, unmarried, from Chuancheng, Jiangnan province, from an ordinary rural family. Then came several photos of Luo Yang. Wang Ximing was so shocked by the photos that he almost jumped up. Damn it, wasn't that the young man over there eating and drinking? Instantly, Wang Ximing understood why everyone was surrounding him like a star. He was the absolute protagonist. Also, Qing Ruaning had become incredibly wealthy overnight, with 5.9 billion yuan in savings. He had always wondered who would give Qing Ruaning 5.9 billion yuan in a single day. Now it seemed certain it must be this young man, Luo Yang. Damn, casually throwing away billions of yuan, how rich must he be? How powerful must he be? Wang Ximing felt a surge of excitement. His current predicament was an insurmountable obstacle for him, and even for the big shots in the industry. But for someone as wealthy as Luo Yang, a super-rich man with hundreds of billions of yuan in pure cash assets, it was nothing. Wang Ximing's predicament can be alleviated by 2 billion yuan in the short term, and 6 billion yuan could help him break free in the medium to long term. Currently, all the bigwigs in the industry are on edge, trying every means to save themselves and raise funds, which is why he is so eager to find Qing Ruaning. However, Qing Ruaning's personality is too conservative. She has the typical living off her landlord mentality. It's extremely difficult for her to come up with billions to invest in Huaishan. However, Wang Ximing is no longer interested in Qing Ruaning. After thinking for a moment, he looked up and saw his beautiful daughter, Wang Xiying. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Ximing, and he pulled his daughter towards Luo Yang. Seeing her father's agitated expression, so unlike his usual calm and composed demeanor, Wang Xiying couldn't help but ask him curiously, "Dad, what's wrong? What's wrong?" Wang Ximing turned to her and whispered, "My dear daughter, Dad's introducing you to a super rich man. It's just a matter of whether you can win him over. If you can make him fall in love with you, then Dad's company, your future happiness, everything will be perfect." Wang Xiying was stunned. What was wrong with her father? Had he gone mad? Her father had never lost his composure like this before. Even when facing big shots like the Moss, he was always at ease. Moreover, her father's doting on her was boundless, especially his strict control over her marriage. Wealthy playboys were beneath him, social standing was only one factor, but his primary concern was his daughter's happiness. Since her father so highly regarded the man, he must be a remarkable person. Wang Xiying was also a little excited. What kind of person could make her father so excited? Wang Ximing pulled Wang Xiying over and greeted Luo Yang, who was still eating and drinking, with a smile. "This must be President Luo? Hee, you're quite the young and promising man. I'm Wang Ximing, chairman of Huaxian Entertainment. It's a pleasure to meet President Luo. Hu Suofei, standing nearby, politely offered Wang Ximing a seat. Please sit, Chairman Wang. Wang Ximing smiled and said to Hu Suofei, you know President Luo too? Hu Suofei smiled slightly. Yes, I do. President Luo isn't just any President Luo, he's a real moneymaker. Wang Ximing asked her with a smile, is there a story behind this? Hu Suofei shook her head and smiled wryly. President Luo is a top-notch expert in stock and futures investment. A few months ago, he helped us with a deal in Jiangnan. I was hesitant and timid, so I gritted my teeth and invested 10 million. And you know what happened? I regretted it so much. In just one night, that 10 million turned into 100 million. Wang Ximing was stunned. Wow, that's impressive. 10 million turned into 100 million in one night, a tenfold increase. What kind of method could be so amazing? Hu Suofei pointed at Qing Ruaning across from her and said to Wang Ximing, Chairman Wang, you don't know, do you? Qing was incredibly bold that night. She invested the most, 30 million all by herself, and ended up with 300 million. Wang Ximing was stunned for a moment, then it suddenly dawned on him, so that's how Qing Ruaning got her 5.9 billion in the bank. He immediately understood that Qing Ruaning's money wasn't fake, it was real, and from a legal source earned by Luo Yang managing her investments. Although Wang Ximing didn't trade stocks much, his Huaxian Entertainment was a listed company, and he was extremely knowledgeable about stocks and futures. Profiting from insider information was indeed easy, but it was illegal. If caught by the China Securities Regulatory Commission, he would be penniless. Someone like Luo Yang, with assets worth hundreds of billions, could never have amassed his fortune through insider information. That kind of wealth is unreliable and unsustainable. The fact that he continues to do this after making such a fortune shows he has real skill. Wang Ximing admires those who can make money from the stock market or futures markets. He himself couldn't do it, such people are geniuses, and there are only a handful internationally, like Warren Buffett. They make their money legally from the stock and futures markets. Even though they've ruined many people, you can't prosecute them, capital is ruthless. Does this young Luo Yang have such amazing skills? One doesn't hit a smiling face. Seeing the chairman of Huaxian Entertainment being so polite, Luo Yang smiled and nodded in response. Hello, Chairman Wang. Suofei exaggerated a bit, but at least she didn't lose money for them. Wang Ximing couldn't help but smile wryly. Earning hundreds of millions, even billions, for them in a single day, such talent. He wished he were his son-in-law. For a fleeting moment, Wang Ximing imagined himself dominating China's entertainment industry. Money. Capital. What he lacked was capital, not resources. With his connections and relationships in the entertainment industry, there was almost nothing he couldn't handle. If he had enough capital, he could imagine the entire entertainment industry becoming his capital, his ATM. Wang Ximing even wanted to tell Luo Yang directly, I want you to be my son-in-law, but unfortunately, he couldn't say those words. When Wang Ximing first saw Luo Yang, she thought her father had mistaken her for someone else. But hearing him speak to this freeloader, she couldn't help but say, Dad, he's not some kind of general manager, he's just a freeloader. Wang Ximing interrupted her abruptly, smiling at Luo Yang. General Manager Luo, you flatter me. By seniority, I should call you General Manager Luo, but by age, I should call you Little Luo. I'm getting old, General Manager Luo. Let me introduce you, this is my daughter, Wang Xiying, she's 23 years old this year. I spoil her rotten. She's from the same generation as General Manager Luo, no generation gap. Xiying, this is General Manager Luo Yang. Don't let his age fool you, he's a truly talented person. At 25, he already had assets worth trillions. You can't deny he's getting old. Wang Xiying was taken aback, both surprised and incredulous. This seemingly roguish young man had assets worth trillions? Could it be that her father was scammed? Wang Ximing glanced at the display of red wine on the counter in the dining area and couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Luo, you're really generous. Bringing out these rare vintage wines, they must be worth tens of millions. To be honest, Wang Ximing felt sorry for Luo Yang. These people were wasting wine worth 500,000 or 600,000 a bottle. Luo Yang, however, didn't seem to care, saying, wine is made to be drunk, isn't it? What's the point of having it there if you don't drink it? Besides, I don't drink, I'm not interested in wine. Wang Ximing was stunned. This guy, what to say? He spent 9.9 billion euros to buy a winery, yet he doesn't understand or drink wine. But thinking about his money, Wang Ximing sighed again. Comparison is odious, he's rich and can do whatever he wants. Wang Ximing glanced at the many girls around him and hesitated before saying, President Luo, could we talk privately? With so many girls, a superstar like Hu Suofei, a rising star like Qing Ruaning, and their future girl group, it felt like being surrounded by flowers. Luo Yang smiled and nodded. Sure, then, He then said to Hu Suofei, Cheng Ruaning, and the others, "You all can step aside for a bit. I need to talk to Chairman Wang." Hu Suofei, Cheng Ruaning, and the others naturally wouldn't linger. They all stood up and went to a slightly farther spot. Zhang Xian and the other 6 girls also left for the ocean. Luo Yang then said to Wang Ximing, "President Wang, please speak freely." Wang Ximing patted his daughter's shoulder and instructed, "Seeing, go and talk to your friend for a while. I need to talk to President Luo." "Okay," Wang Ximing obediently agreed this time, then turned and walked to the side. Looking at the smiling Luo Yang, Wang Ximing shrugged and said with a wry smile, "Mr. Luo, let me be frank. Due to various factors this year, my television and music businesses are doing relatively well, but Huaxian's main business is film. With cinemas closed, my film projects are losing money like water, averaging tens of millions in losses every day. Many companies can't hold on anymore. To be honest, I've sold several properties, but it's just a drop in the bucket. We can't keep going. I don't know." At this point, Wang Ximing looked at Luo Yang earnestly and asked, "Mr. Luo, would you be interested in investing in Huaxian?" Luo Yang smiled and said, "Chairman Wang, to be honest, I know nothing about entertainment culture. Investing money is no problem, I'm not short of funds. However, I have a few requirements." Upon hearing this, Wang Ximing became excited and, suppressing his excitement, quickly asked, "President Luo, please speak." Luo Yang thought for a moment before saying, "Chairman Wang, I'd like to ask first, what are your plans? What are your ideals?" Wang Ximing hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "I think plans and ideals fall into 2 categories. On a smaller scale, it's about making money for myself, on a larger scale, it's about increasing the country's soft power. If we're talking about ideals, of course I want to make Chinese entertainment culture surpass Hollywood and become a world-class cultural exporter. Of course, that's too idealistic." Luo Yang smiled and nodded, saying, "Chairman Wang, how much money do you need to get out of this predicament? And if you're pursuing your ideals, how much money do you need?" After a moment's hesitation, Wang Ximing replied, "If it's just to bail out my company, it'll be 2 billion in the short term. In the long term, say within 2 years, it'll be around 5 to 8 billion. Ideally, haha, that's truly idealistic." Luo Yang thought for a moment, then glanced at Wang Ximing and said, "Chairman Wang, your company is listed in Hong Kong, right? How many shares are currently in circulation?" Wang Ximing was a little curious. Why was he asking this? But Wang Ximing was quite frank with Luo Yang, this couldn't be faked, so he just said it directly. "Mr. Luo, Huaxian Entertainment's circulating shares account for 41% of the total shares, and I personally own 39%. The current share price is about HK $1.4, and the market capitalization is about HK $4 billion. Huaxian's current total market capitalization is around HK $10 billion, whereas before the disaster it was worth HK $36 billion. Wang Ximing's face showed a hint of heartache as he spoke. His net worth of over HK $10 billion had now shrunk to around HK $3.9 billion. Luo Yang nodded and said sincerely to Wang Ximing, "Chairman Wang, I have a suggestion for you. I'll first take out 15 to 30 billion yuan. The exact amount isn't fixed. You can buy back all the circulating shares and shares from other shareholders and delist Huaxian. If I invest, Huaxian won't need financing in the future. I can invest whatever amount is needed. The shares will be split 30/70ths, I'll get 70%, you get 30%. You'll have control of the company, I won't interfere. Then I'll invest another 30 to 50 billion yuan in you. You can fully realize your ideals. If the company needs more money, I can continue to invest, but I won't reduce your shareholding. What do you think? Delisting?" Wang Ximing was taken aback, but conversely, given the current economic climate, Huaxian's market value had plummeted by almost 3/4, making it a good time to buy at the bottom. However, Luo Yang's offer of 15 to 30 billion yuan for delisting and privatization wasn't buying at the bottom, it was buying at a premium. Of course, he could quietly acquire the shares now. 15 billion yuan would almost buy 100%, not to mention his 39% stake in that. Then Luo Yang would invest another 30 to 50 billion yuan. Wang Ximing's mind went completely blank. Just how rich was this guy? Luo Yang smiled and said, "I really don't care about the profit return. I've earned enough. I hope you can make the company a benchmark for our country's cultural and entertainment industry, exporting Chinese culture to the world. That's also one of my ideals." Wang Ximing did the math in his head. Luo Yang's total investment was around 60 to 80 billion yuan. Let's say 60 billion. With his 30% stake, that's worth 18 billion yuan. It's not a loss, but if he were to act idealistically, the company wouldn't be profitable in the early stages, so there would be no dividends. How would he support his family? Just as he was thinking this, Luo Yang seemed to have guessed his thoughts and said to him, "Also, Chairman Wang, I can offer you an additional annual salary of 200 million yuan. Well, Without even a second thought, Wang Ximing extended his hand and firmly shook hands with Luo Yang. President Luo, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Luo Yang smiled and replied, a pleasure to cooperate. Wang Ximing chuckled and then corrected himself, actually, I misspoke. I should call you Chairman Luo. I should call you President Wang now, haha. These past 6 months have been incredibly tough for Wang Ximing. His company's performance had declined, the cinemas were closed and unprofitable, he'd reduced his annual salary to 1 yuan, pledged almost all of his shares to the bank, sold several properties, and spent all his money filling bottomless pits. And then he had to pretend to be happy in front of his family. Sigh, being a man is really hard. He worked hard all year for a mere 1 yuan salary. Everyone else got paid except him, everyone else was happy except him. Now it's finally over, finally he's free. An annual salary of 200 million yuan, that's not low, at least in China, it's considered one of the highest salaries. From now on, as long as he runs the company well and it becomes profitable, he'll receive 30% of the profits. Moreover, with Luo Yang, this financial giant, backing the company, money is no object. Luo Yang just made it clear to him that the company won't need further financing, he'll provide the funds if needed, and any additional investment won't reduce his shareholding. Where else can you find such a good deal? It's a win-win situation, money to be made, a high salary, and no personal investment required. If the sky falls, someone powerful will bail him out. He'd be a fool not to take it or agree to it. Wang Ximing, of course, wasn't stupid. Excited, he immediately said to Luo Yang, President Luo, oh, I should call you Chairman Luo now. I'll have my secretary draft the contract documents right away. When can we officially sign it? Luo Yang smiled and said, anytime is fine. You arrange it. I'll talk to Xiang Yang later, he'll be fully responsible for representing us. Once the contract is signed, Xiang Yang will be the company's vice president. Wang Ximing readily agreed, no problem, I'll arrange it right away. Wang Ximing was genuinely happy. Luo Yang said he wouldn't interfere with his management of Huaxian Company, but he should understand that while he could be bold and decisive in development without worries, he needed to entrust financial and personnel matters to someone Luo Yang trusted, such as Xiang Yang. As long as the company's prospects were good, and as long as he could act without any worries, why would he need to engage in any underhanded dealings? To be honest, Wang Ximing hadn't expected Luo Yang to be so easy to talk to, investing 7 or 800 billion yuan so readily, without the slightest hesitation remarkable. Excitedly, Wang Ximing fetched 2 more glasses of red wine, handing one to Luo Yang and keeping the other for himself, saying with a beaming smile, Chairman Luo, come on, congratulations on finding a capable and reliable boss. I'll toast you. Luo Yang smiled and pushed away the glass, I really can't drink. It's not that I'm refusing, but 1 sip and I'll pass out. You don't want me to embarrass myself here, do you? Wang Ximing exclaimed oh, before realizing his mistake, repeatedly saying, I forgot. I got so excited I forgot. Wang Ximing quickly fetched Luo Yang a soft drink, downed it himself in 1 gulp, and then said, boss, you can have the soft drink, feel free. I'll drink mine. After downing the wine, Wang Ximing reminisced, hey boss, this wine is truly exceptional. 5 or 600,000 a bottle, just leaving it here to drink freely is such a waste. What a pity. Luo Yang chuckled and said, if Mr. Wang likes it, I'll have my assistant arrange for 2 cases to be sent to you. After you finish them, just contact my assistant, Liani, and she'll send you more. A little wine for family is nothing. If you have time later, go to the Luzbird winery yourself to choose. Wang Ximing couldn't help but laugh out loud. This boss was truly extravagant, not caring about money at all. Of course, Wang Ximing didn't know that Luo Yang genuinely didn't care about money. For him, money was just a string of numbers. If he, like Luo Qinya and the others, had witnessed firsthand how Luo Yang made money, he wouldn't be surprised by Luo Yang's extravagant spending. No matter how extravagantly he spent, he couldn't keep up with the speed at which Luo Yang earned money. This red wine tastes really good. Wang Ximing, a frequent drinker, could best distinguish the differences between high-end red wines. What a waste. Seeing everyone else drinking so recklessly, Wang Ximing couldn't resist having 2 more glasses before calling his assistant and legal counsel to immediately work overtime to draft the contract. This contract had to be finished tonight. He wouldn't feel at ease until he saw Luo Yang's signature. He'd been under immense pressure for the past 6 months, and this sudden, easy release was unbelievable. It felt like a dream. On the phone, Wang Ximing carefully explained Luo Yang's conditions and situation to his assistant and legal counsel, instructing them to immediately assemble a team to draft the contract and deliver it here as soon as it was finished. His assistant and legal counsel were both delighted and surprised by the terms. Could there really be such a wealthy and capricious tycoon? Although this capricious tycoon had invested such a large sum, they remained optimistic about the future. After all, the impact of the pandemic was limited, the national economy was developing well, and as long as there was sufficient capital, the domestic entertainment culture would be healthy in the long run. Ultimately, what everyone lacked was capital. Who could have imagined a super-rich person falling from the sky? With the deal settled, Wang Ximing was in high spirits and beckoned his daughter over. Meanwhile, Xiang Yang arrived, beaming. He greeted Wang Ximing first. "Hello, Chairman Wang." Then he said to Luo Yang, "Boss, let me introduce you to some friends." Luo Yang nodded and said, "Yang, you and Chairman Wang should be familiar with each other, right? Let me introduce you. I just finalized a cooperation agreement with Chairman Wang. I plan to invest money to delist Huaxian Entertainment, and then invest another 50 billion yuan in development. I plan to appoint you as the vice president of the new company. You can discuss and arrange the specifics with Chairman Wang. We'll work together to make the company bigger and stronger." Xiang Yang was stunned. It's already settled? He was certainly familiar with Wang Ximing, but Wang Ximing's status in the business world was too high. He planned to introduce Luo Yang to people of a lower caliber, intending to start from a lower level and gradually take over the market. However, since Luo Yang has reached an agreement with Wang Ximing, that's a good thing. Things have been settled in one step. Luo Yang's words were clear. The new company, with such a large investment, was undoubtedly a top player in the entertainment industry, a behemoth. His position as vice president made him the second in command, which was worthwhile. In terms of ability and connections, he couldn't compare to Wang Ximing, so Wang Ximing would naturally take the lead, with him as vice president. Xiang Yang wasn't envious. He was grateful for the platform and opportunity Luo Yang had given him and was confident he could make a significant impact in the new company. Therefore, he readily extended his hand to Wang Ximing, saying, "President Wang, I look forward to working with you." Wang Ximing sincerely replied, "President Xiang, I hope we won't engage in internal strife and will focus our energy on the company's development. I hope we won't let Chairman Luo down." At this moment, Wang Xiying arrived, accompanied by her female companion. Upon seeing Luo Yang, her companion frowned and asked, "Why is he still here?" Upon hearing his daughter's companion's words, Wang Ximing frowned and snapped at his daughter, "Xiying, why did you bring just anyone? What kind of people are these?" Wang Xiying was taken aback. Before she could speak, her companion blushed and hurriedly said to Wang Ximing, "Uncle Wang, it's me, Wanying. Don't you remember me?" Wang Ximing said calmly, "Don't come to my house to play with Xiying anymore. I hope Xiying won't be influenced by ill-mannered girls." The companion was also stunned, her face turning extremely pale, but she didn't dare to get angry at Wang Ximing. Wang Xiying wasn't stupid, she was quite clever. From her father's words, she knew her companion had been impetuous and offended someone. The only person she had offended was the young man eating and drinking in front of her. Wang Xiying felt a little flustered. She had indeed offended someone, but her father didn't know. But the young man in front of her didn't seem to care, not even glancing at her. Wang Ximing, however, didn't notice that after ignoring his daughter's female companion, he pulled his daughter aside and smiled at Luo Yang again. "Chairman Luo, this is my daughter, Xiying. I've spoiled her rotten since she was little." Although he said this, his face clearly showed pride and doting. "Xiying, this is Mr. Luo Yang, now the largest shareholder of Huaxian, his name is." When it came to what his daughter should call him, Wang Ximing suddenly choked. He really wanted to introduce his daughter to Luo Yang, so he couldn't just say anything carelessly. Given their status, Luo Yang should at least be on the same level as him, or even higher. If he did that, his daughter would have to call Luo Yang uncle, which would be a bit awkward. But having his daughter call him brother would be too obvious. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Ximing finally said, "Call him boss." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiying felt a chill run down her spine. This young man was indeed extraordinary. He had remained unassuming, yet he had instantly become the largest shareholder of their family's Huaxian Entertainment. Wang Xiying knew very well that even now, her family's shares were worth 4 or 5 billion. If this Luo Yang had truly become the largest shareholder of Huaxian, it meant his net worth was at least 4 or 5 billion. Without hesitation, Wang Xiying quickly and obediently called out, "Boss." Luo Yang chuckled, glancing at Wang Xiying before saying to Wang Ximing, "Old Wang, Mr. Wang, shouldn't we give this little niece a red envelope?" Wang Ximing also chuckled, adding, "Chairman Luo, I'm going to urge you on the contract. You young people don't have a generation gap, I'll just take a break. I'll come back to bother you when the contract is finalized." Luo Yang nodded, and after he left, he smiled at Wang Xiying, saying, "Would you like a seat? I'll dine and drink a little longer before we talk." Wang Xiying blushed, but being clever, she quickly extended her delicate hand to Luo Yang, saying, "What about the red envelope? I've already called her little niece, aren't you going to give her a red envelope?" Luo Yang tilted his head, thought for a moment, and then smiled, saying, "That's true, you've called her niece, and she's become a shareholder of Huaxian, so this red envelope is definitely appropriate." However, he didn't have any money on him, and sending 200 yuan viaduct WeChat red envelope was definitely inappropriate. Seeing Xiang Yang nearby, he immediately asked, "Old Xiang, did you bring any checks?" Xiang Yang nodded, beckoned over a woman in her 30s wearing glasses, and while taking the briefcase from her, introduced her to Luo Yang. "Boss, this is my newly hired assistant, Lu Chao." "Wow, that's a powerful name." Luo Yang inwardly praised him. Old Xiang was good at hiring assistants. This Lu Chao's appearance was definitely subpar, not ugly, just not young, but her work ability must be very strong, otherwise Old Xiang wouldn't have looked down on her. Lu Chao nodded and greeted Luo Yang respectfully and politely, "Hello, boss." Xiang Yang only said one word, "Checks." Lu Chao immediately opened the briefcase, took out a checkbook, a pen, and thoughtfully provided a transparent card for writing on. Luo Yang gave her a 95 out of 100 for her service skills. After receiving the check, Luo Yang quickly filled in the amount, signed his name, tore it off, and handed it to Wang Xiying with a grin. "Little niece, here, buy some candy." Wang Xiying took it, bowed respectfully, and said, "Thank you, uncle." She called him uncle very loudly, causing those around to chuckle. Wang Xiying was 23, and Luo Yang was 25, almost the same age. One dared to call him that, and the other dared to respond. Wang Xiying glanced at the check, then suddenly froze. She had been speaking to Luo Yang in a joking tone, but the amount on the check startled her. Was this a joke? Wang Xiying looked up at Luo Yang. He still had that roguish expression. "Is this really money for buying me candy?" Wang Xiying asked, waving the check at him. Luo Yang chuckled, "You can buy some cat and bunny things if you want." Wang Xiying asked him again, "Are you sure you didn't fill in the wrong number? This amount, it's probably going to buy up all the candy in the supermarkets in Beijing." Because the amount on the check was 50 million yuan. That's why Wang Xiying asked again and again, almost as a reminder to Luo Yang. This amount is something that most people in the world wouldn't have in their entire lives. And Luo Yang actually gave it out like a small red envelope. Luo Yang said non-committally, "It's just 50 million. If you think it's too little, tear it up, and I'll fill in 100 million for you." A 50 million yuan red envelope is certainly not small, even for Luo Yang himself. It's one of the biggest he's ever given out. Of course, he wasn't trying to show off to Wang Xiying. This red envelope was actually aimed at Wang Ximing. In Luo Yang's future plans, the entertainment sector would be of significant importance, because it would increase his soft power. The growth of the entertainment sector inevitably depends on Wang Ximing. Wang Ximing hasn't had an easy time in the past 6 months. A 100 million annual salary is, after all, just an annual salary. 50 million would make things a little easier for him. Luo Yang still has high hopes for his abilities. When Wang Xiying saw Luo Yang casually admit it was 50 million, she was even more surprised, realizing she wasn't mistaken. She lost all interest in joking. After thinking for a moment, Wang Xiying carefully placed the check in front of Luo Yang, shaking her head and saying, "This is too much of a red envelope, I can't accept it." Luo Yang was a little surprised and asked her curiously, "Really don't want it?" This girl had initially looked down on him for freeloading, and he had thought she was a snob, but it turned out she still had principles. Luo Yang hesitated for a moment, then gently pushed the check towards Wang Xiying again. "Take it. Since it's a red envelope for my niece, there's no reason to take it back." At this moment, Wang Ximing and his assistant rushed over, carrying a stack of documents. From several meters away, Wang Ximing said with a smile, "Chairman Luo, the contract is ready. It's a draft, please take a look." Normally, large investments and share transfers like this are carefully reviewed and revised by legal counsel, taking at least 10 days to 2 weeks to finalize. But Wang Ximing was impatient, worried about potential changes. As long as the contract didn't contain any traps, the terms he discussed with Luo Yang were quite clear, just a few key points. Once those were agreed upon, there was no need to delve into the minutiae. Luo Yang took the contract documents and carefully reviewed them. They were indeed fine. There were two main conditions: first, the acquisition of all shares and delisting; second, investment and development. The only problem was that no specific figures were specified. Luo Yang thought for a moment before saying to him, "Mr. Wang, how about this? No one can be sure what kind of funds are needed to acquire Huaxian shares and delist it. I can write down the investment amount first, 50 billion initially, and I'll guarantee to provide more funds as needed later, no limit. As for the acquisition amount, you should acquire it first, and then we'll discuss the actual amount needed. I'll invest whatever it takes." Wang Ximing was overjoyed. Luo Yang was backing him up. With Luo Yang's unlimited guarantee, things would be much easier, and he felt more confident. Wang Ximing's assistant quickly brought out a pen and ink pad, and Wang Ximing cheerfully handed the pen to Luo Yang. Luo Yang didn't hesitate, signing directly and then pressing his fingerprint. Next, Wang Ximing signed and pressed his fingerprint. Pressing his fingerprint on the paper, Wang Ximing almost cried. It had been so difficult. Now, the pressure had eased, and his motivation surged. A weight lifted from his shoulders. Wang Ximing couldn't help but shake Luo Yang's hand vigorously to express his gratitude. This past year had been incredibly tough for him. Life outside was hard, and at home, he had to force a smile for his family. He hadn't reduced his spending on his wife and daughter's birthdays compared to previous years, swallowing his pride and enduring hardship. He couldn't bear the hardship for his family. Turning his head, Wang Ximing saw his daughter holding a piece of paper. In a better mood, he asked her gently, "Xiying, what's that?" Wang Xiying shoved the check into his hand, saying, "Dad, Uncle Luo said it's a red envelope for his niece. The amount is too large, I can't accept it." Wang Ximing was startled when he saw the check for 50 million. He said to Luo Yang, "Chairman Luo, this is probably too much." Luo Yang smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, there's no reason to take back a red envelope that's already been given." Looking at Luo Yang's calm expression, Wang Ximing suddenly felt a great sense of peace. He stuffed the check into his daughter's hand and said, "Since it's a red envelope from Chairman Luo, you should take it. We're not strangers now. Keep it safe, it'll be part of your dowry." Luo Yang laughed heartily. "A dowry? That won't do. My little niece is getting married, Uncle will have to give her a big red envelope. This small one is too embarrassing. If a small red envelope is 50 million, how much would a big one be?" Wang Ximing also laughed, glancing at his daughter. He saw her face was red. This girl, calling him uncle and niece already, how could they possibly get any closer in the future? However, he didn't have time to think about that at the moment, and invited Luo Yang again. "Chairman Luo, it's not peaceful here, let's find a quiet place to have dinner." Luo Yang shook his head and said, "Forget it, you don't have time either. Hurry up and take advantage of this opportunity to buy up some shares. Once the news gets out, it'll cost a lot more money." "I don't care about the money, but why spend it unnecessarily?" Wang Ximing nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. Okay, I'll go back immediately to organize people to urgently buy back shares, and then arrange for people to buy back circulating shares on the stock market." Luo Yang nodded and instructed him, "Okay, send me a company account number. I'll have my assistant arrange to transfer 20 billion immediately. I'll send you my assistant's number later. If the account doesn't have enough money, you can contact her directly to make the payment. Also, you can use Lao Xiang and his people together." Xiang Yang also stood up and said proactively, "President Wang, then I'll just go with you and get this done as soon as possible. Dragging it out will only cost more money." "Okay." Wang Ximing didn't hesitate, patted him on the shoulder, and the two left together. Wang Xiying was still a little confused. Just how rich was he, transferring 20 billion so casually? The 50 million yuan check in his hand already proved that Luo Yang was definitely extremely wealthy. You couldn't find a billionaire with several billion yuan to casually give away 50 million yuan as a small gift. Luo Yang stretched and said to Hu Suofei and Qing Ruaning, "Go chat with your friends. What are you doing here?" "I'm going back in a bit. It's too noisy here, I'd rather go back to the hotel and get some sleep." Hu Suofei smiled, glanced at Qing Ruaning, and Qing Ruaning, avoiding suspicion, stood up and left with a smile. Hu Suofei and Qing Ruaning walked in opposite directions. Luo Yang smiled wryly. These two had no prior conflict, but because of him, a rift had formed between them. "Oh well, I can't be bothered anymore. It's pointless anyway. Little niece, I'm going back to the hotel. You continue having fun," Luo Yang said, standing up and waving to Wang Xiying. Wang Xiying was annoyed by his constant calling her little niece. She had initially said it on purpose, but now she pouted and followed him, saying, "I'll see you off. Stop calling me little niece. Are you that much older than me?" Luo Yang laughed and went out, with Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaking following about 7 or 8 meters away. While waiting for the elevator, 7 or 8 people suddenly appeared. A slightly plump woman pointed a white, chubby finger at the elevator entrance and said, "Clear everyone out." 7 or 8 men rushed to the elevator entrance and shoved Luo Yang and Wang Xiying, shouting, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Luo Yang raised his hand to block the shoving of Wang Xiying, frowning and asking, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The 7 or 8 men each took a spot, and then brought over a woman who was completely covered except for her eyes. The woman was short and silent, but her eyes were arrogant. One of the men yelled at Luo Yang, "You little punk, are you deaf? Get out of the way. This is a celebrity, a big celebrity. You trying to ride on her coattails for attention? Get lost." Luo Yang couldn't help but find it both amusing and infuriating. This actor had 8 bodyguards and an assistant? He thought it was some prince or princess arriving from another country. Wang Xiying wasn't as patient as Luo Yang. She immediately yelled, "Who are you calling names? Just a lousy actress, what's so great about her? This place, this elevator, belongs to your family. Who are you trying to kick out?" Wang Xiying's outburst enraged the chubby assistant and the bodyguards, who rushed over to tackle Luo Yang and Wang Xiying. However, before they could even reach Luo Yang, they all tumbled to the ground with thuds, groaning as they fell. The other bodyguards were stunned. They were used to bossing around ordinary people with impunity. They'd never encountered resistance before. The masked female celebrity was also stunned. Only the somewhat burly female assistant was enraged. Hands on her hips, she yelled at Zhang Jiaqing, who was blocking Luo Yang and Wang Xiying, "Are you blind? Can't you see this is our Yi? Hitting someone, you're asking for trouble." The assistant was probably used to privileges, while the masked female celebrity hadn't expected this outcome. She was also used to being surrounded by a large entourage. She valued a lot of people, and her so-called bodyguards were numerous. Normally, she'd have 10 or 8 bodyguards clearing the way. How impressive. Actually, there's a so-called unwritten rule in the entertainment industry, especially among half-baked stars. Top stars don't care as much and don't need such ostentatious displays to maintain their image. The number of fans greeting and seeing off celebrities at the airport, the number of bodyguards and assistants, and the number of support staff arranged by collaborating companies, these are the hallmarks of a celebrity's status. However, these celebrities' bodyguards are mostly ordinary people. It's just a matter of numbers for prestige. In terms of actual fighting ability, 100 of them wouldn't equal one Zhang Jiaqing. Zhang Jiaqing didn't even speak to his burly female assistant, ignoring her incessant chatter. If anyone tried to touch Luo Yang, he wouldn't be polite, he couldn't care less about the rest. Wang Xiying, however, was enraged. She emerged from behind Zhang Jiaqing and berated the female assistant. "What the hell? This road, this elevator, isn't yours. This is a public place, everyone is equal. What right do you have to kick people out? Just because you're big stars? Pa, try kicking me out." The female assistant also got angry, pulled out her phone, dialed, and loudly said, "President Qin, we were harassed by some punks at the banquet, they even assaulted our people. Yi is also stuck here. You need to come quickly, and, yes, they must be severely punished." While the assistant was speaking, the masked female celebrity remained arrogantly silent, seemingly confident in her status, unwilling to speak to these punks, as if speaking would lower her status. Of course, she didn't think there was anything wrong with her bodyguards clearing the way. She was a big star, after all. Of course, she should be different from ordinary people, and ordinary people should give way to her. Several bodyguards helped up their companions who had been thrown by Zhang Jiaqing. Luckily, Zhang Jiaqing knew these people were just ordinary folks and didn't use excessive force. He had knocked down 5 people in one go, and the remaining 3 didn't dare to retaliate, admitting defeat. If even 5 companions couldn't handle the other side, what use would the 3 of them be? Song Guangming thought for a moment and decided that there was no point in arguing with this group. He hadn't lost anything anyway, so he reached for the elevator button. The burly female assistant blocked his way, angrily saying, "You think you can just run away after hitting someone? Stop right there." Luo Yang spoke up at this moment. "Guangming, just wait and see how they play this game." Hearing Luo Yang speak, Song Guangming didn't say anything more and stepped back to his side. Luo Yang hadn't wanted to provoke these people, but the female celebrity's obvious diva-like behavior, the female assistant's arrogance, and the 8 bodyguards' ferocity suddenly made him angry. If he didn't have people like Zhang Jiaqing and Song Guangming around, or if he were just an ordinary person, wouldn't he have been bullied and humiliated for nothing? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. They'd ruined the social atmosphere, making young people follow their example, unwilling to do anything but wanting overnight fame and fortune. An actor earns tens or even hundreds of millions from a single film, surrounded by dozens of people, more ostentatious than foreign dignitaries. Think about it, a scientist who makes a significant contribution might get a reward of 1 or 2 million at most, maybe 5 million at most. But even that's not as high as these celebrities, and the more idol-like the star, the more outrageous they are, completely unrelated to the so-called artists. The burly female assistant saw that Luo Yang and his group weren't leaving, which suited her perfectly. She couldn't bear not punishing them. She helped the masked female star to stand against the wall, whispering something to her. The female celebrity didn't even glance at Luo Yang, displaying a completely disdainful attitude. Throughout the entire ordeal, she didn't utter a word like "never mind," essentially condoning her assistant's actions. Wang Xiying wanted to take out her phone to make a call, but Luo Yang pressed her hand back and shook his head. Wang Xiying then held back, thinking that Luo Yang must have his reasons for not letting her call for help. She wasn't like the female celebrity in front of her, she had truly witnessed capable bodyguards. The female celebrity was merely a figurehead, not a real billionaire, and certainly didn't need to hire those highly skilled, high-end bodyguards. But her father was a billionaire, and her family circle consisted of real billionaires, so she had seen it all. The big man in front of Luo Yang was definitely a master among men. Wang Xiying couldn't help but wonder, this Luo Yang was so young, yet his father casually invested hundreds of billions, and he gave her a small red envelope containing 50 million. Just who was he? She genuinely didn't recognize the name. Curious, Wang Xiying hid behind Luo Yang and secretly searched for Luo Yang on her phone. A flood of results appeared: pianist Luo Yang, lecturer Luo Yang, billionaire Luo Yang. Without thinking, Wang Xiying clicked on the search bar for billionaire Luo Yang. What she saw shocked her. 300 billion yuan in savings, a commercial plaza with investments of 323 billion yuan, a Shanghai research center with annual investments of 200 billion yuan, a 9.9 billion euro Bordeaux Luxembourg winery, a world-class luxury yacht worth 3.8 billion US dollars, Airbus A380 and Airbus A330 private jets, countless properties across the world, and rumored offshore accounts with at least 100 billion US dollars in personal funds. Wang Xiying couldn't help but tremble. Holy crap! This young man who seemed to be living a life of leisure actually possessed such terrifying assets. All this adds up to over $1 trillion. $1 trillion! My God! No wonder her father was beaming with joy. Actually, she knew her father had been struggling this past year, and so did her mother. Wang Xiying suddenly blushed, remembering how she had looked down on Luo Yang for freeloading. Fortunately, Luo Yang didn't seem to mind, and even became her father's business partner, saving his business. In a way, Luo Yang is their family's benefactor. According to his Baidu profile, he's only 25 years old, while she's already 23. Luo Yang is only 2 years older than her. My goodness, 25 years old and already possessing $1 trillion fortune. What could she possibly have at 25? Thinking about what she'd be like at 25, Wang Xiying couldn't help but blush. Given her current situation, she'd definitely still be living off her father at 25. Then look at the man in front of her. He was just as young, yet he possessed $1 trillion in assets, and he was a self-made millionaire. That trillion yuan was all earned by himself, not inherited. Wang Xiying couldn't help but wonder, how exactly did he earn that trillion yuan? Actually, Wang Xiying didn't know that besides the hundreds of billions he'd invested, Luo Yang openly held over 400 billion yuan in cash in his domestic company accounts, and his 2 overseas accounts alone held nearly 400 billion US dollars. In RMB terms, Luo Yang's total wealth actually exceeded 3 trillion yuan. Perhaps it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's already the world's richest man, because Luo Yang's money was still increasing rapidly at a rate exceeding tens of billions of US dollars per day. No other billionaire in the world could match his rate of growth. Such a super rich man, and I actually thought he was just a freeloader. Wang Xiying's face flushed. She secretly glanced at Luo Yang, who was looking thoughtfully at the burly female assistant and the masked female celebrity. The burly female assistant glared at Luo Yang and shouted, "What are you looking at? Don't even think about trying to ride on Yi Yi's coattails, you little punk. You must have accumulated a lot of good karma to be so close to Yi Yi. You'll regret this." Seeing that she was being too arrogant, Wang Xiying couldn't help but retort sarcastically, "Rip on your coattails? Don't you think too highly of yourselves? What's so great about that? She's just a surgically enhanced face. Want me to show you some videos and photos from before her debut?" The burly female assistant immediately became enraged and yelled, "What did you say? Say it again and see. I'll sue you for defamation and make you regret it." The masked female celebrity seemed to be provoked by this as well, and cursed at Wang Xiying, "You're crazy." Wang Xiying wasn't afraid of her at all. Hands on her hips, she retorted defiantly, "You're the one who's crazy. You're two-faced. What are you pretending for? Do you think I don't know your true colors? What part of you is real? Your hair is fake, your eyebrows are fake, your nose is fake, your mouth is fake, your teeth are fake, your shoulders are fake, your chest is fake, your shoes must have been insoled several inches, and your height is fake too. Come on, tell me, what part of you is real? Don't be fooled by your presentable appearance now. If I showed everyone your pre-debut photos and videos, they'd be vomiting their dinner." Luo Yang was truly impressed by Wang Xiying. He hadn't expected her mouth to be sharper than a knife. The masked female celebrity seemed furious at Wang Xiying's retort, trembling with anger. Her burly female assistant beside her, seemingly used to bullying others, raised her hand without thinking, ready to slap Wang Xiying across the face. Zhang Jiaqing casually picked her up and tossed her aside. Thud, she fell flat on her face again, looking rather haphazard. Zhang Jiaqing said coldly, "I never hit women. Don't mess with me, you silly woman." His tone implied that no matter how much you went too far, he wouldn't hesitate to beat any woman. The burly female assistant had taken a hard fall and it took her a while to get up. She glared at Zhang Jiaqing, wanting to pounce on him again, but she was wary of him. She couldn't afford to mess with this big man, and she couldn't beat him. The masked female celebrity, seeing that they were all being taken advantage of a situation she had never encountered before, panicked and quickly picked up her phone to make a call herself. As soon as the call connected, she said anxiously, "Brother Hui, are you almost there?" Jiao Jiao was also beaten. "If you're any later, I'm not sure if I'll even see you again." When the masked female celebrity put down her phone, only her eyes were visible, fixed on Zhang Jiaqing and Wang Xiying, her eyes practically spitting fire. Wang Xiying quietly tugged at Luo Yang's sleeve, and when he turned around, she whispered in his ear, "I recognize this woman, her name is Su Yi. She's an artist with Huishan Entertainment, but she was just poached and signed not long ago. She's under Qin Kuahui, practically a top-tier star. I've heard she's quite arrogant, but I didn't expect her to be this arrogant. Should we call my dad over?" No need, Luo Yang smiled and said softly, your dad's busy right now. Why bother him? Do you really need him to handle something so simple? Seeing how easily he made it sound, Wang Xiying didn't say anything more. Qin Kuovui was a vice president at Huaixin Entertainment. Su Yi was a popular artist he had painstakingly recruited, and he always treated her with utmost care and indulgence, which fostered her arrogant and conceited attitude. About 10 minutes later, Qin Kuovui arrived, accompanied by 4 or 5 people. In case of a physical altercation, he wanted to ensure his side wouldn't suffer any losses before deciding on a course of action. Qin Kuovui, being involved in the entertainment industry, naturally had connections to both the legitimate and criminal worlds. Dealing with a few ordinary people was a piece of cake for him. He had already discussed the situation with his men on the way there. As soon as Qin Kuovui arrived, Su Yi, her eyes red, said, Brother Hui, we've been bullied terribly. They've hit us, verbally abused us, and framed us. What are we going to do? Qin Kuovui glared, turning to yell at Luo Yang, but when he glanced at Wang Xiying beside Luo Yang, he paused, instinctively asking, Xiying, what are you doing here? Wang Xiying snorted, what am I doing here? Ask her. Ask Su Yi. I just went downstairs peacefully, and they came and started pushing, shoving, and yelling at me. This place is theirs. If you want to go down, just go down. Why do you have to kick others out? What kind of attitude is that? With that plastic surgery face of hers, I wouldn't even bother looking at her red envelopes. And she accused me of trying to ride on her coattails. What a piece of trash. Qin Kuovui was a little confused. He turned to stare at Su Yi and asked, how did you get into a conflict with her? Seeing that Qin Kuovui seemed to be protecting the girl, Su Yi immediately became displeased and said coldly, Brother Hui, are you going to protect her? Are you having an affair with her? Let me tell you, if you're going to help her, I'm going to find Chairman Wang. Qin Kuovui's head immediately started throbbing. Damn it, you've made a fool of yourself. I wanted to help you, but you've blocked all my options. At this moment, the burly female assistant chimed in, adding insult to injury, President Qin, if you're helping that woman, if you're helping their group, then don't blame our Yi for being impolite. A few days ago, 2 CEOs offered our Yi high prices to buy their contracts. Don't blame us for jumping in. Qin Kuovui really wanted to kick the burly female assistant in the butt and send her flying down the building. Can't you shut up? He thought. What a terrible teammate. Qin Kuovui concluded about his burly female assistant, you have to be selective about who you're arrogant with. You can be arrogant with ordinary people, and bully them if they want. But can you really be arrogant towards someone more powerful than you? Su Yi is being praised so much she's lost her bearings. When capital is supporting you, you're a person. When capital wants to trample you, you're less than a dog. Qin Kuovui has sharp eyes. Although he didn't recognize Luo Yang, seeing Wang Xiying clinging tightly to his arm, he guessed that this person might be her boyfriend. Although he didn't know his boss Wang Ximing's attitude, Wang Xiying was his precious daughter, and he had to give her face. So he immediately frowned at Su Yi and her burly female assistant and said, What are you doing, making such a fuss? You're going to jump? Where are you going to jump? You jump and I'll see. Qin Kuovui's words stunned Su Yi and her assistant. Was this the same Qin Kuovui who had fawned over and protected them? As he spoke, Qin Kuovui secretly winked at Su Yi, his lips twitching towards Wang Xiying. The burly female assistant, confused and seeing his bias towards Wang Xiying, became angry again. President Qin, this is ridiculous. We don't care if she's your mistress or your concubine. You need to distinguish between public and private matters. Our Yi can't let this go unpunished today. Either she apologizes, or we jump. Qin Kuovui, also enraged by the assistant's behavior, glared and cursed, Are you blind? Do you think you're invincible? Jump? Fine, jump now. Our contract has a price tag. Hand over the 150 million penalty, and you can jump. Wang Xiying was also furious with her words and retorted to the female assistant without any politeness, You're the one who's a slut. Even if you're a slut, nobody will want you. Fine, I'll put it this way, you jump, just pay the penalty for breach of contract, or I'll blacklist you. I don't care about anyone else, but as long as you're at Huaixin, I'll make sure you never get a chance. The female assistant was also a seasoned debater, and immediately retorted, Oh, anyone can brag, blacklist me? Who do you think you are? Try blacklisting someone and see. The masked actress, Su Yi, had a bad feeling because Qin Kuovui's expression and behavior towards the girl seemed strange. Qin Kuovui couldn't help but chuckle coldly at his female assistant's antics. They say heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot. She's nobody, just the daughter of Chairman Wang of Huaixin Entertainment. She's nobody. Su Yi and the burly female assistant were stunned. Even the most naive assistant knew that the boss of Huaixin Entertainment was Wang Ximing. This woman was his daughter? Look at how she had insulted her earlier, even resorting to inappropriate insults. How was she going to salvage the situation? Su Yi realized she'd messed up and quickly pointed at Luo Yang, saying, "Brother Hui, it's all a misunderstanding. We weren't targeting Miss Wang at all. It was this man from the beginning. His men assaulted my bodyguard and assistant. It was him. We were targeting him, not Miss Wang." Luo Yang laughed. "You're always picking on the weak, aren't you? Miss Wang, you can't afford to offend her, so you're targeting me, aren't you?" Su Yi said with a dark face, "It's you. Did you think you could cause this mess? If I wanted you gone, I could have just given you a break. I'm a celebrity, so many people make money by secretly taking photos and videos of me. Do you think I don't take precautions? You're just being nosy, always stirring up trouble." Luo Yang said with a smile, "Are you really going to make me take the blame? I'll give you a chance, just apologize and that'll be it." Su Yi immediately became angry. "Apologize to you? Do you really think you're a human being? Then this matter isn't over yet. Brother Hui, you handle this. It's his fault for offending Miss Wang." Qin Kuofui glanced at Wang Xiying and tentatively asked, "Xiying, what do you say?" His intention was to see Wang Xiying's attitude. If Wang Xiying insisted on protecting this man, then he would have to give her face. If Wang Xiying's attitude towards this man was just average, then it would be easier, and he would take the blame. Before Wang Xiying could speak, Luo Yang pulled her behind him and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, right? How about this? Why don't we all go to Mr. Wang's house to talk? It depends on Mr. Wang's opinion. If he wants me to apologize or compensate for the losses, then no problem. I'll also take Miss Wang home while I'm at it." "Okay." Qin Kuofui immediately agreed, and Su Yi naturally agreed as well. She was a popular artist poached by Huaxian Entertainment, an idol, their heavily promoted idol. She couldn't believe she was less important to Huaxian's boss than someone like her. Downstairs in the parking garage, Su Yi and her group arrived in 3 cars, she and her female assistant in a Mercedes-Benz van modified for nannies, and 8 bodyguards in 2 Mercedes-Benz S400s. Qin Kuofui drove a BMW X5. Zhang Jiaking pulled out a black Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Wang Xiying unceremoniously got in. She had actually driven herself, but after drinking some red wine, she decided to leave it there and drive it back tomorrow. Qin Kuofui was surprised to see Luo Yang riding in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This car costs nearly 10 million yuan, most people can't afford it. Just who is this young man? Qin Kuofui muttered to himself, then decided to call Wang Ximing. As soon as the call connected, he said, "Boss, I need to report something to you. Our newly signed artist, Su Yi, just called me. She said she got into an argument with someone while taking the elevator after leaving the banquet hall. When I got there, I found out that one of the people she was arguing with was Xiying." "Xiying?" Wang Ximing exclaimed in surprise, then asked, "Who else was with Xiying?" Qin Kuofui quickly replied, "There was another man, who looked very young, around 24 or 25 years old. There were also 2 men around 30 years old, who seemed to be her bodyguards. They were driving a black Rolls-Royce." Su Yi didn't want to offend Xiying, so she shifted the blame onto that young man. "That young man said he wanted to see you, boss, and that you could decide everything. He could make him apologize and compensate for the losses." Upon hearing this, Wang Ximing immediately guessed it was Luo Yang, and said in the same tone, "Okay, I understand. Now tell me what exactly happened." Qin Kuofui said with a wry smile, "This matter, if I'm wrong, it's definitely Su Yi's side. She brought 8 bodyguards, and when she went downstairs to clear the area, she must have pushed and yelled at people, so." Wang Ximing hummed in agreement and said in a deep voice, "I understand. We'll talk about it when we get home." Although Wang Ximing had fallen on hard times over the past year, he was still a top figure in the Chinese entertainment industry. His house was in the most exclusive villa district in Beijing. Even an ordinary apartment in Beijing costs tens of millions, let alone the most luxurious villas, which start at hundreds of millions. Despite Su Yi's usual arrogant demeanor as a top idol, she became quite cautious after arriving at Wang Ximing's residence. His burly female assistant, who used to speak without thinking, no longer displayed her arrogance. Despite her previous boastful words, if Su Yi really offended Huaxian Entertainment, even if she wanted to quit, which company would be willing to pay hefty breach of contract fees? Don't be fooled by their flattery and fawning. When it comes to actually handing over real money, they'll all run faster than rabbits. Qin Kuofui's car was in the lead, followed by Su Yi's group, and the last car was Luo Yang's. Surprisingly, Wang Ximing wasn't waiting inside. Instead, he stood at the garden gate to greet them. Qin Kuofui quickly greeted him after getting out of the car. "Boss." Wang Ximing only nodded without replying. After Su Yi and her group got out of the car, she rushed over to greet Wang Ximing. "Hello, Chairman Wang, what's going on today?" But Wang Ximing ignored her completely, running straight to the Rolls-Royce. Only after Luo Yang got out did he take Luo Yang's hand and say with a smile, "I told you to come to my house for a drink and a chat. You were worried about keeping me waiting, but you've come because of some trouble. Come on, don't worry about her, come in and let's talk." Wang Xiying pouted behind him. Dad. Wang Ximing laughed, took his daughter's hand, and then, holding Wang Xiying's hand in one hand and Luo Yang's in the other, they walked side by side into the villa's hall. When passing Su Yi and her group, he didn't even glance at them, let alone greet them. This put Su Yi in an awkward position. Going in wasn't an option, nor was staying out. The 8 bodyguards, of course, weren't allowed in and remained in the courtyard. Qin Kuahui, however, followed without ceremony into the living room. He grew increasingly wary and curious. Who was this young man? Judging from Wang Ximing's actions, he seemed more like a son-in-law, but with a different feel. Su Yi thought for a moment, then went involuntarily. Since she was there for this matter, she needed to clarify things. The burly female assistant naturally followed her in. Su Yi thought that the man was very likely Wang Ximing's son-in-law, Wang Xiying's boyfriend. If he was someone Wang Ximing approved of, she couldn't afford to offend him, because someone of Wang Xiying's status and background was certainly not an ordinary person. Therefore, Su Yi suddenly felt a pang of regret. Why was her luck so bad? She had to run into someone with connections and influence right away. At this moment, all she hoped was that this person's background and connections weren't too powerful, and that Wang Ximing would give her face because of her status. After sitting down in the living room, Wang Ximing instructed the servants to serve tea, without even greeting Su Yi, leaving her and her assistant standing there dumbfounded. After serving tea, Wang Ximing smiled and said to Luo Yang, "Chairman Luo, money makes things easy. I seized the opportunity to negotiate, and because our information hadn't leaked at all, I slightly increased the price, and almost all the shareholders agreed. The signings were completed just a while ago, and I'm currently arranging for the finance department to transfer the funds to them one by one. We spent 7.1 billion on the non-tradable shares, and about 90% of the tradable shares on the market were recovered, costing 4.8 billion. The remaining 500 million will be handled at most, which won't affect the overall situation. In total, it will cost at most 12.5 billion. Congratulations, Chairman Luo." Luo Yang smiled and said, "Then congratulations to President Wang as well. You're efficient and capable, you've saved me at least tens of billions. Let's say the total is 15 billion. The remaining 2.5 billion is compensation for your shares, but your 30% shareholding won't decrease. If you want the horse to run well, you can't not feed it." He, President Wang, my analogy isn't quite right. Wang Ximing was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Perfect. Having a boss like you is truly my blessing." Luo Yang's investment had completely resolved his worries, ensuring Huaixin's future leading position would be unchallenged, as no other company currently possessed such strong financial resources for development and market support. What Wang Ximing hadn't expected was Luo Yang's thoughtfulness. Giving him another 2.5 billion yuan truly put his mind at ease. A 200 million yuan annual salary, a 50 million yuan bonus for seeing, and now this 2.5 billion yuan in benefits. He could finally hold his head high. Other companies were still struggling for survival, scrambling to raise money to tide them over. But even borrowing that money was a death sentence. Capital wasn't a philanthropist. If they gave you money, they'd definitely take a cut. Luo Yang's investment, however, had none of those concerns. It was a gratuitous investment. He didn't need the money, as long as he made the company successful, stable, large, and strong. Qin Kuahui was completely dumbfounded. So this was the real big boss. He spent 15 billion to delist Huaixin. How impressive. Su Yi and her assistant were also stunned. They had been hoping Wang Ximing would give her face because she was an idol star. After all, the company and the artist were in a life-or-death relationship. Who would have thought this person was the big boss who had bought out Huaixin entirely? My God, what kind of luck did she have? She actually managed to completely humiliate the big boss, leaving him utterly speechless. The burly female assistant was also dumbfounded. Wasn't this acting? Was this really such a fantastical story? Luo Yang rubbed his stomach and turned to Wang Xiying, saying, little niece, do you have anything to eat? I just got up and went straight to the banquet today. I'm starving. I only ate a little before you accused me of freeloading, so I didn't dare eat anymore." Wang Xiying blushed and immediately stood up, saying, "Okay, I'll go find you something to eat." After taking a few steps, she turned back and glared at Luo Yang, saying, "Don't call me little niece anymore." Luo Yang was taken aback, then smiled at Wang Ximing, saying, "Didn't you call me uncle all of a sudden? What's this all about?" Wang Ximing smiled wryly, don't worry about it, I've spoiled this girl." Su Yi finally understood. This man was a real big boss, a big shot even Wang Ximing had to fawn over. What was she even doing competing with? Poor thing. Without further hesitation, Su Yi walked up to Luo Yang, bowed respectfully, and said sincerely, "Boss, please forgive my rudeness and impoliteness." "I'm sorry." Luo Yang didn't answer her, but instead said to Wang Ximing, "The entertainment industry these days, the atmosphere is terrible." Wang Ximing, now feeling more confident, nodded and said, "If the atmosphere is bad, then let's clean it up. I also can't stand the bad atmosphere." Before, we always fawned over him and gave in to him, now we won't. Let's clean up the atmosphere. Luo Yang didn't interrupt much, just listened to Wang Ximing. After a while, Wang Xiying brought him some snacks, which he ate by himself. Su Yiyi felt a little helpless. Qin Kuahui, whom she was relying on, couldn't even get a word in edgewise. He just sat there listening, practically invisible. After Wang Ximing finished speaking, he asked Luo Yang, Chairman Luo, I've seen that group that Lao Xiang is running under your company. They're really talented. Do you have any other signed artists? Just that one. Lao Xiang handles everything. I haven't asked. Wang Ximing felt more reassured by Luo Yang's answer. This boss really wouldn't interfere recklessly. Endless internal strife in a company is the most serious drain. That won't happen now. Before, the shareholders disagreed on reports and profits, and the wrangling never ended. Now it's better. The company only has two shareholders, Luo Yang and himself. If Luo Yang doesn't interfere, he's basically the one making the decisions, and everyone can work together towards a common goal. Wang Ximing thought for a moment and then asked, how should this be handled? Luo Yang lazily replied, Mr. Wang, don't ask me. This is your problem. If you ask me, does that mean I should take over Huishan? If I were in charge, it'd be chaos every day. Wang Ximing immediately understood. Luo Yang clearly wouldn't interfere in Huishan's affairs, but his words still carried a hidden meaning. His use of the phrase chaos indicated he wouldn't let Su Yiyi off easily. Wang Ximing no longer hesitated and waved to Su Yiyi, saying, go back, take a year off. Su Yiyi's face paled. Wang Ximing's words meant he was going to put her in the cold for a year. For idol artists like them, a year was enough to completely ruin their careers. The turnover rate for idol artists is too fast. 3 months without trending topics almost means their career is over. To freeze her out for a year, wasn't that killing her? Su Yiyi is 26 years old this year. She finally managed to get noticed, and spent countless amounts of money and effort to make her face so beautiful, following a perfect image strategy. Despite being popular for the past year or two, she hasn't saved much money. What will she do if her career falters? Tears instantly welled up in Su Yiyi's eyes. She cried to Wang Ximing, Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, please don't punish me like this. I'll do anything you want, please let me go. Wang Ximing turned to Qin Kuahui and said, take her away. Don't spoil Chairman Luo's mood. Qin Kuahui immediately stood up and pulled Su Yiyi out, giving her a meaningful look as he did so. The burly female assistant no longer dared to be arrogant. She had cowered since entering the villa. Su Yiyi was her source of arrogance. Now that Su Yiyi was gone, what ability did she have to be arrogant? With Su Yiyi gone, her assistant's fate was sealed as well. Seeing Qin Kuahui pull Su Yiyi out, she had no choice but to slink away as well. Luo Yang didn't even glance at her. This woman was especially hateful. Only then did Wang Xiying tell her father the whole story about Su Yiyi. Wang Ximing's brows furrowed as he listened, and he said angrily, looks like I didn't punish her enough. She should be sidelined for 3 years. Luo Yang chuckled, freezing her out for a year is pointless, a year or 3 makes little difference. Wang Ximing nodded, true, but the company paid her a signing bonus of 30 million for a 7-year contract. Freezing her out means a loss of 30 million. We should have known she was this kind of person and not signed her. Luo Yang said calmly, business is about wins and losses. There's no such thing as a guaranteed profit. 30 million for a lesson is good. In the future, I think Huishan should prioritize signing artists with good character and no scandals. We shouldn't accept any artists with blemishes. Wang Ximing nodded. Actually, the higher UPS had hinted at this, wanting to restrict the release of works by artists with blemishes. This time, they were the first to stick their necks out, but without Luo Yang's investment, Wang Ximing wouldn't have been able to deal with Su Yiyi. The company was in turmoil. Who would dare to undermine its own foundation? But Luo Yang's substantial funds completely solved the problem. With money no longer a concern, there was no fear of disciplinary action. While listening to Luo Yang's words, Wang Xiying was unconsciously scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, when she came across a video of a popular idol being escorted by a dozen bodyguards, who nearly knocked over a disaster relief soldier. Wang Xiying immediately showed the video to Luo Yang and her father. Luo Yang was immediately enraged upon seeing it, pointing at his phone and asking Wang Ximing, he's not an artist under Huishan Entertainment, is he? Wang Ximing shook his head, saying, no, but his company's resources aren't as good as Huishan's. We've been in contact recently, and he wants to join us. Luo Yang flatly refused, no way. We don't want artists who only talk about conditions, extravagance, and diva-like behavior. Mr. Wang, I look forward to seeing how these people act when you've unified the entertainment industry. Okay. Wang Ximing readily agreed with a smile. With Luo Yang's capital, he was already planning his next acquisition. Now was the most difficult and painful time for entertainment companies, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to buy them at rock-bottom prices. It's easy to imagine that within 6 months at most, Huaxin will become an absolute giant in the Chinese entertainment industry, controlling at least 70% of the industry's resources. This is already terrifying. Previously, even the biggest giants could only hold around 10% of the market share, divided among 5 or 6 large companies. Luo Yang took out his phone and checked the time again. It was almost 8:40, he needed to go back to the hotel to get to work. However, after thinking for a moment, he asked Wang Ximing, "Mr. Wang, do you have a laptop? Could I borrow one?" Wang Xiying quickly rushed to her room and grabbed an Apple laptop. The silver laptop had a cartoon princess sticker on the cover, very girly and princess-like. "Use mine," Wang Xiying said with a smile, handing the laptop to Luo Yang. Luo Yang nodded, took the software, opened it, and downloaded the Tiger Brokers app. He then smiled at Wang Ximing and said, "Mr. Wang, I was originally going back to the hotel to work, but after thinking about it, since I've already acquired Huaxin, we're practically family now. I might as well help you make some money, after all, we're all making money off capitalists." Wang Ximing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "This, Mr. Luo, what do you mean?" Luo Yang chuckled, "My main business is playing the stock and futures market, that's where my money comes from. Everything else is just a hobby. How much cash do you have in your account right now?" Wang Ximing replied with a wry smile, "Chairman Luo, to be honest, I'm in a tough spot. Even if you asked me to come up with 10 million, I couldn't. The company account has over 3 billion, which is all the money left over from the share acquisitions you arranged." Wang Xian waved her hand, saying, "Dad, I have 50 million here too, just a little bonus." Wang Xiwa glared at his daughter, "Don't be ridiculous." Luo Yang smiled and said, "Don't scold her. Of the 3 billion you have, 2.5 billion was originally my settlement allowance for you, so you could focus on your business. Perfect timing, transfer 3 billion into this stock account. Include your niece's 50 million, so her little money can also earn interest." Luo Yang then picked up his phone and called Yao Wenbin, asking him to contact Tiger Brokers and get a 5x leverage limit for this account. Wang Xiwa didn't hesitate and immediately instructed his assistant to transfer the money. He had no doubt about Luo Yang, he had invested all the money himself, and there was no reason for him to cheat him. He had also heard that Luo Yang made his money through risky financial investments like stocks and futures. To build such a large empire, he must have a very special talent, ordinary people couldn't earn that kind of money. Wang Xiwa didn't gamble on stocks, but that didn't mean he was unfamiliar with them. His own Huaxin Entertainment was a listed company, he knew all the tricks of the trade. Knowing this, he didn't participate. With their abilities, the only way to make money this way was through insider trading, but the risk of making money through insider information was too high. They might earn it but not have the fortune to enjoy it. Since Luo Yang was going to help him with this, he could also see what his skills were. At this moment, Wang Xiying's mother returned from shopping. Wang Ximing earnestly introduced his wife to Luo Yang. "Chairman Luo, this is my wife, Chen Lily, my wife of many years, who has shared joys and sorrows with me all this time." Luo Yang greeted Chen Lily politely with a smile, "Hello, sister-in-law." Wang Xiying was somewhat displeased, "How dare you call me sister-in-law? My mom is 20 or 30 years older than you, old enough to be your mother. Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Luo Yang immediately gave a wry smile, and Chen Lily glared at her daughter, scolding, "You have no manners. You think your mother is old already? Just a few days ago you were telling people your mother is an ageless goddess, and that she and you are sisters. Now you're old?" Wang Xiying smiled awkwardly and said, "Mom, I didn't mean that. I meant he." She pointed at Luo Yang and said, "I meant him. A 25-year-old calling you sister-in-law, isn't that taking advantage of me? How much does he want to be an elder?" Wang Xiwa smiled, stroking his chin. He didn't scold his daughter, but said to Luo Yang, "Chairman Luo, I'm really sorry, my daughter is so spoiled she has no temper at all." Then he introduced Luo Yang to Chen Lily, "Wife, this is Chairman Luo Yang. He spent over 10 billion to delist Huaxin, and then invested several hundred billion more in my development. He's a benefactor to the Wang family, and also my best partner in the future." Chen Lily was taken aback. She knew her husband had had a difficult year, but she hadn't expected it to be resolved so easily, especially since the investor was such an incredibly young man. Was he a con man? Wang Xiwa could tell what his wife was thinking just by looking at her expression. He couldn't blame her, anyone would have thought the same. First, the investment was too large, and second, Luo Yang was too young. Anyone's first impression would be that he was a con man. But the money was already in the account, and the delisting was complete. A con man wouldn't invest several hundred billion to scam people first. "Go, prepare some food," Wang Xiwa instructed Chen Lily, then pointed to the pastries and snacks on the table, saying, "This is for the guests, your daughter." Wang Xiying blushed, bit her lip, and said, "Dad, don't underestimate me. I'll learn to cook from Mom tomorrow." Wang Xiwa pursed his lips, saying nothing more. Luo Yang had already downloaded the software and opened the account. Yao Wenbin had already contacted them to activate the leverage limit. Wang Xiao's assistant transferred the company's 3 billion yuan, and the leverage limit in the account showed $2 billion. Because it wasn't an offshore company account, they couldn't trade overseas stock index futures, they could only trade US stocks and international futures. But that was enough. Luo Yang opened a WeChat audio call, connecting with Luo Qinya and Kong Shuwei, then turned on speakerphone. He operated Wang Xiao's account while simultaneously directing Kong Shuwei and Luo Qinya. After observing for a while, he noticed that only crude oil had large volume and significant fluctuations in international futures, so he immediately bought some international crude oil. $2 billion worth of international crude oil futures isn't a huge sum, nor is it a small one. The short position was entered at $43.12. The $2 billion investment only involved 46,000 contracts, with each contract representing 1,000 barrels. Although Wang Xiao didn't trade this, he couldn't afford the risk. He understood the situation. Seeing Luo Yang decisively enter $2 billion worth of crude oil futures and shorting it, he couldn't help but feel a chill. One wrong move and he could be bankrupt. Fortunately, immediately after Luo Yang entered the market, the price of crude oil futures plummeted, breaking below $43 in less than 10 seconds. Wang Xiao was very nervous, his eyes glued to the computer screen. The downward trend line continued to droop, and the numbers steadily decreased. It quickly broke below $42 and continued to fall. A dozen minutes later, it broke below $41. In about 25 minutes, the price of crude oil had fallen to $40.50. After observing for a while, Luo Yang placed a sell order at $40.22. Wang Xiao was so nervous his hands were sweating profusely, fearing the oil price wouldn't fall below $40.22. This was a short position, it could only fall, not rise. However, the oil price didn't worry Wang Xiao. It kept falling until it reached $40.20 before stopping. Luo Yang's $40.22 sell order was fully executed. The entry price was $43.12, and the selling price was $40.22. He made a net profit of $2.90 per barrel. With 1,000 barrels per lot, the profit was $2,900 per lot. With 46,000 lots, the net profit was $133,400,000. Wang Xiao's mouth was dry. In just half an hour, he had made $130 million. Before Wang Xiao could react, Luo Yang used his entire leveraged position to buy crude oil at $40.21, but instead of shorting, he went long. This move completely stunned Wang Xiao. But what happened next left him even more dumbfounded. As soon as Luo Yang entered the market, the price of crude oil futures suddenly spiked, jumping up and continuing to rise. Holy crap! Is the price of crude oil Luo Yang's pet dog? Can he just do whatever he wants? The price of crude oil plummeted in the previous half hour, and then surged just as sharply. After a half-hour drop, it returned to its original price level within 20 minutes, and it's still rising. Luo Yang didn't move. He only placed a sell order at $44.18 when the price reached $44.15. Just then, the price of crude oil stabilized at $44.20. The sell order was fully executed, netting a profit of $3.97 per barrel. The profit from 46,000 lots was $182,620,000. Wang Xiao was speechless. In just 50 minutes, Luo Yang had earned $310 million. That's net profit. Even at its best, Huaishan didn't make 5 billion RMB in profit in a year. Good heavens, Luo Yang casually earned 2.2 billion RMB. Wang Xiao suddenly understood why Luo Yang was so rich, and why he had repeatedly said that apart from stocks being his main source of income, all other investments were just hobbies and ideals. Wang Xiying knew absolutely nothing about stocks, but she sat next to Luo Yang, watching intently despite not understanding. Of everyone present, only her father remained visibly tense. The central air conditioning in the living room was set to a constant 22 degrees Celsius, neither too hot nor too cold. However, her father's sweat never dried. Wang Xiying wondered if Luo Yang's trading hadn't made any money, but Luo Yang's expression remained relaxed throughout. Wang Xiying kept refilling his water and bringing him fruit. Luo Yang didn't notice any of this. He drank the water and ate the fruit. His attention was completely focused on the stock market. He managed 2 overseas accounts and 2 domestic accounts, one his own and one belonging to Wang Ximing. He delegated the operations of his own and the overseas company's accounts to Kong Shuwei and Luo Qinya, only managing Wang Ximing's account himself. He found it quite easy, mostly giving instructions rather than doing the actual trading. Trading continued until 4 a.m. when it ended. After directing the last transaction, Luo Yang received a report from Kong Shuwei a few minutes later. Because Luo Yang had the audio on speakerphone, Wang Ximing and his family of 3, who were present, heard it clearly. Boss, the domestic accounts profit tonight is $1.12 billion, the Swiss bank accounts profit is $26.6 billion, the total balance is $372.2 billion, and the Cayman Islands offshore company accounts profit is also $26.6 billion, the total balance is $410.8 billion. Luo Yang grunted and instructed, understood. Continue as usual. Employees will receive a $1 million bonus, management will receive a $2 million bonus. Thank you for your hard work, get some rest. Okay, thank you, boss, Kong Shui quickly replied. Just as Luo Yang was about to press the hang-up button, Luo Qinya suddenly spoke up, boss, when are you coming back? Ziyuyan misses you so much. Luo Yang blushed and quickly said, I know, you're such a disrespectful employee. I'll be back tomorrow, bye. After ending the call, Luo Yang pointed to Wang Ximing's account and said, Mr. Wang, you've made. Wang Ximing, however, seemed lost in thought, while his wife, Chen Lili, was also stunned. Really? Over 50 billion in one night, in US dollars. Was this some kind of game? Only Wang Xiying, straightforward and unpretentious, asked, one account is $26.6 billion, Luo, your two accounts are $53.2 billion. Did you really make that much money? Luo Yang smiled and said, why are you so concerned about my money? You should worry about your own. Besides the initial $3 billion, your father's account made a profit of $2.22 billion tonight. After deducting fees, there's a net profit of $2.2 billion, which is 15.62 billion RMB. Adding that to the initial $3 billion, the total is 18.62 billion, which I've already withdrawn. A $3 billion principal yielded a profit of $15.6 billion, more than 5 times the initial investment in net profit. Luo Yang smiled and said to Wang Xiying, little niece, your 50 million has now become 300 million. Wang Ximing's mouth hung open. Holy crap, in one night, the 2.5 billion that Luo Yang had given him to ensure his financial security had instantly grown to 18.6 billion. He bit his finger to see if it hurt. Damn, it hurt. At his peak, Wang Ximing's company shares reached a staggering 21 billion yuan, but those were shares, not cash, and he couldn't possibly sell them all for cash. Now, however, he possesses 18.6 billion yuan in cash, not shares. Moreover, he still retains a 30% stake in the company. Holy crap, this must be a dream. But his assistant shattered his illusion. Mr. Wang, your personal account has received 18.6 billion yuan. Is it, Chairman Luo transferring money again? She was puzzled. If Luo Yang were transferring money, it would be to the company account, not Wang Ximing's personal account. Wang Ximing laughed and waved his hand, then pulled his wife aside and kissed her on the cheek, saying with a grin, honey, we have 18.6 billion in cash deposits now, not stocks. We still own 30% of the company. Chen Lili was both surprised and grateful. At this point, she had no more doubts. 18.6 billion in cash had arrived. Could there really be such a swindler? Wang Ximing had absolute trust and loyalty to Luo Yang. No wonder Luo Yang was so wealthy, earning over 10 billion US dollars in a single workday. What did he need? No wonder he said other projects were for ideals, but making money from this one project was enough. With his ability and speed of making money, he could easily invest hundreds of billions in a single night's profits. The investment in the entertainment industry was less than 1/5 of his profits in one night. Wang Xiying, who had just been stunned by Luo Yang's astonishing profits, was now immediately excited by her little money growing to 300 million. Dad! Wang Xiying called out with a smile. Wang Ximing chuckled, I'll give you $1 million a month for pocket money. Don't touch that 300 million, give it to your mother to keep safe. It'll be her dowry when you get married. Wang Xiying pouted, I knew you'd change your minds. What do I need a dowry for? Uncle Luo said he'll give me a big red envelope, definitely more than your 300 million. Luo Yang laughed heartily, saying, that's right, little niece. When you get married, I'll work for you for a day, and I guarantee it'll be more than your dad's. Wang Ximing and his wife immediately beamed with joy. Luo Yang's words basically guaranteed them they wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Wang Xiying smiled without saying anything, thinking to herself, if I turn uncle into husband, you'll be working for me every day. Of course, she wouldn't say this aloud, and she noticed that Luo Yang's gaze was very direct, without a trace of ambiguity when he looked at her. She figured he wouldn't be easy to win him over, but Wang Xiying had suddenly become interested in Luo Yang. At this level, it wasn't about money anymore, but about his personal charm. Simply put, Luo Yang possessed a charm that others lacked. Chen Lili quickly said, I'll arrange for something to eat, I've been working all night. Luo Yang waved his hand and said, no, I don't need anything. I just sleep after work. Do you have guest rooms? Just give me one so I can sleep. Yes, we have guest rooms, Wang Ximing readily agreed, then waved for his wife to make the arrangements. Luo Yang pointed to the outer room and said, my two brothers are in good spirits. I bet you guys can't sleep either. Make them some food, and then find them a room to rest. I'll go back to the hotel tomorrow, I'm too tired to move. Chen Lily immediately went to the guest room on the second floor of the villa and changed a whole set of new bedding, in the room next to her daughters. Luo Yang was truly exhausted. He went to the bedroom, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep immediately. Meanwhile, Wang Ximing's family couldn't sleep. They were excited. They had an extra 18.6 billion yuan in their private account that they could freely withdraw. Moreover, he knew even more clearly that the value of his 30% stake in Huaixin Entertainment was immeasurable. With Luo Yang's abilities, Huaixin Entertainment's valuation exceeding 100 billion yuan was definitely not a problem, it would only be higher. Therefore, his 30% stake was worth far more than his current 18.6 billion yuan in cash. Luo Yang woke up naturally, no one disturbed him. After opening his eyes, he closed them again and lay there for a few minutes before stretching and sitting up. "You're awake." Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Luo Yang was startled and looked over to see Wang Xiying. Luo Yang asked her, both amused and annoyed, "What are you doing here?" Wang Xiying waved her phone and said, "What are you worried about? My mom asked me to check if you were awake. If you were, you got up to eat. I've only been here for about 10 minutes, and since you weren't awake yet, I sat for a while, looking at my WeChat moments." Luo Yang said relieved that he had been too tired last night and had slept in his clothes. That Wang Xiying was so careless. Wang Xiying stood up and said as she walked out, "I'll go out first. Come out for dinner when you're done." After Luo Yang finished washing up and went out, the dining room was already filled with a sumptuous feast. However, it wasn't prepared by Chen Lily, nor by the family's maids, but by a hotel chef. Wang Ximing had specially hired a 5-star chef to prepare this meal. It was grand and lavish. Seeing the setup and the scene, Luo Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. "Mr. Wang, you're being too particular. While I enjoy eating and drinking, this is going a bit too far." Wang Ximing waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Enjoy what you deserve. Before, I was just putting on a show, but now I'm truly wealthy. Following a big spender like you, with plenty of money, why not enjoy it? Eat." Xiying, invite Chairman Luo's 2 uncles to join us. Song Guangming and Zhang Jiaqing didn't stand on ceremony either. They knew Luo Yang never bothered with formalities like hierarchy. He treated them like brothers and family in terms of food, lodging, and other necessities. Neither Song Guangming nor Zhang Jiaqing drank alcohol, nor did Luo Yang. Only Wang Ximing drank, opening his treasured red wine. He took a sip of his wine and smiled wryly at Luo Yang. "It's a real shame you don't drink. I love it, especially fine red wine. When I'm tired and weary, having a glass of this alone in my study is so refreshing. Dad, I'll have a drink with you." Wang Xiying excitedly poured herself a glass and raised it to clink glasses with her father. Wang Ximing sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Luckily, there are no outsiders here. Can't you be a little more ladylike? How will you ever get married?" Wang Xiying snorted, "Dad, I'm only 23. You always interfered before, not letting me date so early, afraid I'd get married. Now you're afraid I won't get married. Is your daughter uglier or worse than others?" Wang Ximing could only smile wryly. His only daughter was spoiled rotten. But who else would he spoil if not his daughter? It must be said that Wang Ximing was very particular about food and drink. The 5-star chef's dishes were indeed exceptionally skillful. After a couple of drinks, Wang Ximing, his face flushed, chuckled and said to Luo Yang, "Now that the delisting and acquisition have been successfully completed, I think we can release a press release today, announcing Huaixin's new moves and future financials, investment and development prospects. Let's throw a bombshell into the entertainment industry." Luo Yang smiled and nodded. "I think that's a good idea. Let Huaixin set a benchmark for this industry, creating a model for them to see." After taking a sip of his drink, Luo Yang added, "Mr. Wang, go all out. If it's a matter of money, that's not a problem for us at all. I'll back you up. No matter how much you invest later, I won't limit the amount. Just remember, I'm your support." Wang Ximing laughed heartily. At this point, he didn't take Luo Yang's words lightly. Luo Yang thought for a moment and then said, "Mr. Wang, I have another idea. I can share it with you first, and see if you have any ideas." Wang Ximing immediately nodded and said, "Okay, go ahead." Luo Yang hummed in agreement and said, "Look, if we build Huaixin into an industry benchmark, we'll definitely be a leader. But currently, Huaixin is only at the source, just a content producer. After the movie is released, it relies on sales, which currently fall into 2 main categories: offline cinemas and online video websites. I have an idea. Both of these are money-burning projects, but we have plenty of money. We're the biggest content provider, so why don't we build our own distribution channels?" Wang Ximing was taken aback, then excitedly replied, "Yes, I did think about it before, but to run a cinema chain, a top-tier, competitive chain, based on the number of cities nationwide, would need at least 5,000 cinemas. Assuming each cinema has at least 6 to 12 screens, that's roughly 40,000 screens. The average investment per cinema would be 50 million yuan, so 5,000 cinemas would require an investment of 250 billion yuan, and that's the bare minimum. If we want the best equipment and the latest top-tier chain standards, it would need at least 350 billion yuan. Besides, online video websites are currently huge money burners, burning through at least 20 billion yuan a year. Luo Yang smiled and lightly tapped the table. Mr. Wang, if we capture over 70% of the content market and then have our own cinema chain, how can other chains compete with us? Besides, no matter how large the investment, have you forgotten our biggest advantage? We have money. Wang Ximing suddenly understood. Yes, hundreds of billions might be fatal for other companies, but what is that to Luo Yang? Last night he netted $53.2 billion, which translates to over 370 billion. A top-tier cinema investment is just what he earns in a single day. What can't he invest in? Wang Ximing excitedly exclaimed, "That's right, Chairman Luo. Let's do it this way. I'll immediately organize a team to discuss the cinema issue and launch a full-scale cinema project." Also, the online video platform market is currently divided among 3 major sites. I can tentatively approach them to see if we can acquire shares or invest in other ways. Buying it outright, that's quite difficult. Luo Yang stroked his chin and said, "We won't acquire shares. We're willing to pay a premium, but it must be full ownership. If we can buy it, we will, if not, we'll do it ourselves. We're not afraid to start from scratch. We have the capital to burn. Huaxian's previous copyrighted content is the foundation. Furthermore, Huaxian's copyrighted content won't be sold in the future. Other websites won't get new content and will only be able to compete with us based on old copyrighted content." Wang Ximing nodded slowly. Although Luo Yang didn't understand the entertainment industry, he grasped its key points, and he genuinely admired Luo Yang's vision and boldness. From the very beginning of his investment in Huaxian Cinema, he had never considered investing in cinemas and trying to control both content and sales. Sales required too much investment, he couldn't manage it. Moreover, the revenue share from sales was higher than that from content distribution. Generally, cinemas receive 51% of the box office revenue, while content providers receive 49%. Wang Ximing was wholeheartedly supportive and excited about Luo Yang's investment in top-tier cinemas, even more excited than when he invested in Huaxian himself. Over a single meal, they finalized an agreement for a top-tier cinema chain and video streaming platform with investments in the hundreds of billions. After dinner, Luo Yang, not wanting to waste time with Wang Ximing on the headache of planning, said he wanted to go back to the hotel. Wang Xiying smiled and saw him to the villa gate. Luo Yang waved for her to go back, but Wang Xiying leaned against the car window and said, "Anyway, I have nothing to do at home. I'll go to the hotel with you." Luo Yang was startled and quickly said, "Adults have their own things to do. Uncle is very busy. Why don't you go shopping with your best friend? What fun is there for an old man like me?" Wang Xiying couldn't help but laugh. Just as she was about to retort, her phone rang. Looking down, she saw it was indeed her best friend calling. While she was on the phone, Luo Yang waved to Zhang Jiaking, signaling him to drive off quickly. Zhang Jiaking stepped on the gas and sped off. The seemingly bulky Rolls-Royce Phantom had surprisingly powerful acceleration, shooting off like an arrow with the slightest touch of the accelerator. As Zhang Jiaking drove to the gate and turned the corner to accelerate, someone suddenly darted in front of the car and blocked his way. Caught off guard, Zhang Jiaking slammed on the gas, causing the car to brake abruptly, nearly throwing Luo Yang into the back of the front seat. Zhang Jiaking broke out in a cold sweat. He wasn't worried about hitting anyone, but he was afraid of injuring Luo Yang. Looking up, he saw that the person waving to stop the car was none other than the actress Su Yi. Zhang Jiaking stuck his head out of the car window and yelled at her, "Are you tired of living?" Seeing the car stop, Su Yi quickly ran to the back window and knocked. After Luo Yang rolled down the window, she presented her delicate and charming face to him with a pitiful expression, and said softly, "Mr. Luo, can I come in your car and chat for a bit?" Luo Yang said indifferently, "What's there to chat about? I'm a little sleepy and want to go back to the hotel to rest. Please let me through." Su Yi bit her lip and said pitifully, "Mr. Luo, it's no fun going back to the hotel all alone. How about I come to the hotel and chat with you?" Luo Yang glanced at her affectedly beautiful expressions and gestures, then thought for a moment before saying, "Sorry, my standards are a bit high. You don't quite meet mine." Su Yi was taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, "I don't even meet your standards? There aren't many people in the entertainment industry prettier than me, are there? I know, I've seen some rumors online about your relationship with Qing Ruaning. I'm certainly not worse than Qing Ruaning, am I?" Luo Yang looked at her face meaningfully and said, "Really? I have to admit your confidence is exceptionally strong. Qing Ruaning's face, at least I think it's real. What part of you is real? I've also seen some videos of you participating in auditions before your debut online. Your face back then, I'm sorry, I almost threw up." Su Yi froze, then her face flushed crimson, as red as a pig's liver. This guy really knows how to rub salt in the wound. She's playing the fairy-like character now, and she doesn't want to think about her past self at all. The internet is flooded with rumors about her, but she never responds. Her fans try their best to clear her name, assuming it's just a rumor since she doesn't respond. But Luo Yang has ripped open that scar, and it hurts, and it bleeds profusely. Luo Yang rolled up the car window, waved, and Zhang Jiaking drove off without hesitation. In the back, Su Yi stood frozen, a mixture of shame, anxiety, and fear coursing through her veins. If the company decided to blacklist her, it would be a huge problem. She had signed a 7-year contract and received tens of millions in signing fees. If she breached the contract, she would have to pay over 100 million in penalties, which, frankly, she couldn't afford right now. The contract restricted her from participating in or accepting any endorsements or commercial performances on her own. She couldn't earn a single penny, everything had to be arranged by the company. She had wanted to salvage the situation for this big boss, Luo, but he was completely unmoved by her. Her shameless pleading only earned her a mocking rebuke. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Yi got into her own car. At this point, the 8 bodyguards and the burly female assistant were all sent back. What was the point of maintaining a facade if she was already blacklisted? After sitting in the car for a while, Su Yi took out her phone again and called Mr. Yang, the general manager of Beijing Entertainment. She had a pleasant chat with Mr. Yang at an event a while ago, and he had expressed his strong desire for her to join Beijing Entertainment. Beijing Entertainment was a Hong Kong-based company, and 10 years ago it was indeed a top player in the entertainment industry. However, in recent years, Hong Kong entertainment has declined significantly and is not as successful as its mainland counterpart. Beijing Entertainment's status and strength are also inferior to the major mainland companies. Therefore, Su Yi ultimately signed with Huaixin Entertainment, the top mainland company, intending to soar to the top and become Huaixin's leading lady. But who would have thought that a grand elevator event would ruin everything? It's all that hateful Luo Yang's fault. Why did he have to show up there at that time? The call connected, and the cheerful voice of Mr. Yang from Beijing Entertainment came through the phone. "Oh, it's the beautiful Yi calling me." Still in a daze, Su Yi quickly snapped back to reality and said to Mr. Yang with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance, "Mr. Yang, I want to join your Beijing Entertainment." "Sure." Mr. Yang agreed without hesitation, but then asked her, "Didn't I hear you signed a 7-year contract with Huaixin?" Su Yi bit her lip and said resolutely, "Yes, I did, but Huaixin has a new owner. I don't like their new boss. Someone who doesn't understand the entertainment industry acquired Huaixin. I'm not optimistic about Huaixin's future, so I'm thinking of leaving." "Huaixin's boss has changed?" President Yang was startled and immediately asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Su Yi said bitterly, "I saw and heard it with my own eyes last night. The person who acquired Huaixin is a young man named Luo Yang, very young, at most 24 or 25 years old. He invested 1 or 200 billion to get Wang's Heiming to delist Huaixin, and then he plans to invest another 5 or 600 billion in Huaixin's development." President Yang gasped, "Oh." He was a seasoned investor and knew perfectly well that delisting a listed company was a sign of deep pockets. Listing was for raising capital, delisting meant they didn't need the money and didn't want to raise funds from the stock market to find investors. And then they could still come up with another 5 or 600 billion for the company's development? Good heavens, who has such audacity to operate in the entertainment industry? President Yang, are you there? Are you listening? Seeing no sound on the other end of the line, Su Yi asked. Yes, I'm here," President Yang quickly replied. Su Yi continued, "Mr. Yang, I've thought about going to Beijing. You just need to pay Huaixin the breach of contract fee. Since I'm here, I'll show you my sincerity. Forget about the signing fee." Well, Ms. Su, let me tell you from my experience in the entertainment industry, don't act impulsively. Think it over carefully. I have some urgent business to attend to, so I'll hang up now." Before Su Yi could speak, Mr. Yang hung up the phone. Men's words are lies. I'll never trust a man again. Su Yi was so angry she almost smashed her phone. President Yang had been so eloquent, promising to sign her as if it were his heart. But when she actually mentioned switching jobs, he became evasive and broke his promise. Now that her escape route of being sold off was gone, what was she going to do? Actually, Su Yi couldn't really blame President Yang for being heartless. He was a capitalist, driven by profit. If it benefited him, he would definitely sign. But right now, the entertainment industry was going through a very difficult time. Everyone was struggling financially, and suddenly a big shot like him entered the scene. Even strangers had to dodge his orders. It was foreseeable that Hua Tian, already the top figure in the Chinese entertainment industry, would dominate it. Old Yang wasn't stupid enough to go against them. Besides, if Su Yi were a free agent, he might as well give her a signing bonus of tens of millions. But now she's switched companies, and Su Yi just signed a 7-year contract. The breach of contract penalty is several hundred million. Even if he wasn't afraid of offending Hua Tian, he didn't want to, and couldn't, afford that penalty. And then there's her fault for not working with her boss, Wang Ximing, since signing the contract, always relying on Qin Kuahui, who was promoting her as her backer. But now that things have gone wrong, Qin Kuahui is useless. If she had gotten closer to her boss, Wang Ximing, from the beginning, she might have already met his daughter, Wang Xiying. If she had known her, this whole mess wouldn't have happened. She's not stupid. She only puts on airs and acts sophisticated for fans and ordinary people. To the rich and powerful, like Wang Ximing, she's nothing. Now, she really doesn't know what to do, but she'd rather die than go back to being an ordinary person. When Luo Yang returned to the hotel, Cheng Ruaning was already there. Upon seeing him, she immediately brought him slippers to change into, then said, "I waited for you all night yesterday, but you didn't come back. I didn't call because I was afraid you might have something important to worry about." That's one good thing about Cheng Ruaning, she's considerate and never adds to his troubles or stress. Cheng Ruaning poured him another glass of water and brought it over. She sat down, propped her chin on her hand, and asked, "Don't you have an entertainment company? My contract is about to expire, and I'm not planning to renew it. Why don't I join your company? I won't lose money, and you won't force me into anything like that." Luo Yang laughed and said, "Sure, but I've invested in Huaxian Entertainment and got it delisted. How about this? I'll talk to Wang Ximing and have him buy out your remaining contract. Come to Huaxian and let's see who dares to talk nonsense about you then." Cheng Ruaning smiled and said, "I'd like to see the boss do that. The new boss of Huaxian is a wolf in sheep's clothing." Luo Yang laughed again, then thought for a moment and told her about Su Yi. Cheng Ruaning let out an then said with some surprise, "You actually ran into this." Luo Yang's expression darkened at the mention of Su Yi. He said, "It's all her own fault. I really hate that woman. She always thinks she's so beautiful. Just thinking about what she used to look like makes me want to vomit. I don't hate women who are unattractive, I especially hate her pretentious behavior. She gets plastic surgery to look beautiful and then thinks she's truly beautiful. What a charlatan." Cheng Ruaning said oh, and chuckled, touching her chin. "I heard the internet celebrity chin is all the rage now. Mine's a bit round, should I get it made pointed?" Luo Yang glanced at her, a half smile on his face, and said, "Go ahead and get it done. I won't recognize you after you come back." Cheng Ruaning knew what he meant. He didn't mean she should get plastic surgery to make him unrecognizable, but rather that he wouldn't recognize her after the surgery. Of course, Cheng Ruaning was just joking. She knew Luo Yang hated surgically enhanced faces. How could she possibly get surgery? But she pouted and said, "Fine, I won't." Seeing her coquettish expression, Luo Yang's heart stirred. He smiled and said, "Let me tell you a story. There was a couple. The husband asked his wife what time it was. The wife said 10 o'clock. The husband said, 'Surely.' The wife said, 'Let's do it at 11. The husband got angry and said, "I asked you if it's exactly 10 o'clock. The wife also got angry and said, "I said 11 o'clock. You can't go a day without doing it, can you?" The husband said helplessly, "I just asked if it's exactly 10 o'clock. The wife got impatient, "Surely, do it now, okay?" Cheng Ruaning couldn't help but laugh. Her eyes sparkled. She raised her hand to look at her watch and said, "Right now, exactly 10 o'clock. Luo Yang rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile, "Sure, I'll do it. Who's afraid of who?" After having lunch at the hotel restaurant that afternoon, Luo Yang checked his phone and saw that major media outlets were publishing news announcements about Huaxian Entertainment on their front pages. Huaxian Entertainment has introduced strategic investment from Future Financial. Future Financial will invest 18 billion yuan to delist Huaxian Entertainment and invest 60 billion yuan in a development fund. After the strategic investment, Wang Ximing will hold 30% of Huaxian's shares, and Future Financial will hold 70%. According to records, Future Finance is personally owned by the newly minted, mysterious young tycoon Luo Yang. In other words, Luo Yang is the true owner of Huaxian Entertainment. Furthermore, Wang Ximing stated at the press conference that Huaxian will invest 350 billion yuan to rapidly establish a first-class cinema chain nationwide. At that time, Huaxian Cinemas will become the largest and most advanced cinema chain in the country. Huaxian is already a top company in the Chinese entertainment industry, and with Future Finance's powerful financial offensive, the Chinese entertainment industry will become Huaxian's domain. Cheng Ruaning was unaware of this. After reading the news, she exclaimed to Luo Yang in surprise, "You've quietly accomplished such a huge feat. The entire Chinese entertainment industry will be yours from now on. No wonder you weren't worried about the unspoken rules. I thought you only invested in Huaxian, you've even taken over the cinema chain." Luo Yang chuckled and said, "I don't want to control the entertainment industry, I just want to be a rule changer. Those arrogant, self-important types, I'll make sure they starve." Cheng Ruaning smiled and said, "Luckily, I have billions in savings. I'm not worried about you starving me." Luo Yang snorted and asked her again, "What time is it?" Qing Ruaning glanced at her watch and said, 5 o'clock sharp. Luo Yang turned to look at her, saw her smiling face, and snorted again, fine, 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 right now. Qing Ruaning couldn't help but smile. Luo Yang pressed the elevator button, his phone rang, and he answered it without hesitation, then put it to his ear. Hello, who is this? It's me, Hu Yuan Yang, Mr. Luo. The voice on the other end was that of a slightly older man, and he sounded very excited. Mr. Luo, we've made a breakthrough in one area: battery technology. We've also made a breakthrough in carbon-based chip technology. We hope you can come to Shanghai in person to inspect and verify it. It's Professor Hu. Luo Yang only remembered after a moment. He'd invested 200 billion yuan in a research center in Shanghai, and Luo Qinya was usually his contact person there, so he'd almost forgotten about it. Great, great. Hearing that the research center had achieved results, Luo Yang was also very happy. It wasn't so much that Professor Hu's research would bring him much profit, but rather that domestic technology companies were currently suffering from suppression and sanctions from the West. Luo Yang's initial investment was to help solve this predicament. As for money, did he lack it? He immediately arranged a flight back to Jiangnan, then organized a team to go to Shanghai. A major research achievement must be celebrated grandly. Luo Yang had carefully considered this since the Su Yi incident. Most ordinary people weren't focused on scientific research, they were focused on celebrities and internet personalities with extremely high incomes and fame, harboring a get-rich-quick mentality. Luo Yang wanted to curb this unhealthy mentality by heavily rewarding researchers, using a system that encouraged celebrities to earn excessively high incomes. Luo Yang remembers playing with his friends when he was a child. Back then, none of them wanted to be villains, they all wanted to be police officers, scientists, and the like. But now, if you randomly ask a child what they want to be when they grow up, the vast majority will answer, I want to be a star, I want to be an internet celebrity. Many teenagers' first dream job is to become an internet celebrity or live streamer, harboring a dream of getting rich overnight, because becoming an internet celebrity doesn't require a diploma, skills, or even hard work. Vast tracts of land in the countryside are lying fallow because of a generational gap. The older generation is no longer able to work the land, they've passed away, and the remaining generations don't want to farm. This is a morbid dream, and Luo Yang had been pondering this since boarding the plane. He wondered how he could break this cycle. However, he knew he couldn't do it alone, but Luo Yang didn't care. He just wanted to do it. He didn't care about the extent of his efforts, because doing it might yield some results, but not doing it would certainly result in nothing. Back in Jiangnan, things felt different. Of the dozen or so cars that picked him up, Luo Yang got into a long wheelbase van, the interior of which was set up like a small conference room. Zhang Ziyuan, smiling broadly, sat next to him without saying anything, but Song Ziking couldn't help but complain, Boss, you've been gone for good, have you forgotten all about us? Luo Yang chuckled, changing the subject, on business, didn't you see the news? I acquired Huaixin Entertainment, and I'm planning to invest in the largest, top-tier cinema chain in the country. I'm also planning to create a video website. Online cinemas are important, but they're expensive. Song Ziking pouted, you're not short of money, boss. I have something to tell you. Luo Yang waved his hand, saying generously, need time off for a blind date? Granted. The company will reimburse all your expenses. Song Ziking immediately snapped at him, boss, can't you be more reliable? You think everyone's like you, attracting so many women. Luo Yang, annoyed, glared at her and said, Song Ziking, are you itching for a beating again? Qinya, transfer her to the hotel's housekeeping department as a waitress. Too talkative, huh? Let her talk to the guests to her heart's content. Song Ziking immediately cowered, pouting, I was wrong, I admit my mistake, okay? You punish people all the time. Luo Yang snorted, let others say, is this how you admit your mistake? And you're so self-righteous about it? Zhang Ziyuan immediately smoothed things over, alright, Ziking has something important to tell you. Song Ziking then remembered what she wanted to say, pouting aggrievedly, Grandma told me to say it, attracting attention was also something Grandma said about you. The Empress Dowager. Luo Yang immediately cowered too. He couldn't win against his mother, so he quickly put on a smile and said, You should have said so earlier, what did my mother say? Song Ziking secretly chuckled. Good, now she knows your weakness, serves you right for scolding me all the time. Grandma said she wanted to let you know as soon as she brought you back. She's already consulted a fortune teller about the auspicious date, and she said she'll arrange your wedding with Ziyuan during the National Day holiday. She's having Sister Annie handle the arrangements, and you can either notify your friends yourself, or Sister Qinya can distribute the invitations. A wedding during the National Day holiday? Luo Yang was speechless. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he just hadn't expected it. Didn't his mother say there weren't any auspicious dates this year? Why the sudden change of heart? Zhang Ziyuan, sitting next to him, suddenly blushed, hugging his arm and burying her face in it. After a moment of stunned silence, Luo Yang looked at the mysterious expressions on Song Ziking and Luo Qinya's faces and asked, "What's going on? Be honest." Song Ziking and Luo Qinya exchanged a glance, then shook their heads in unison, saying, "We don't know, it's Grandma's arrangement." They couldn't possibly not know, their expressions clearly showed they did. But they both insisted on their word, and Luo Yang was powerless to do anything about it, his teeth itching with frustration. He'd been somewhat out of control with his two henchmen. Back at their home in Haitian Hanjing, his father was tending to the plants in the yard, looking rather forlorn. "Dad, why do you seem unhappy?" Luo Weiguo sighed, looking at him. "Something's not right. I don't know anyone. I can't really connect with most people." Luo Yang nodded. "Okay, I know, Dad. You miss Uncle. Tell my brother to go back and bring him and Auntie over." Luo Weiguo jumped up immediately. Okay. I'll go find your brother." Seeing him say okay 3 times in a row, Luo Yang knew he'd hit the nail on the head. Ever since his cousin Luo Lin's incident, his uncle had been heartbroken. Although Luo Lin was indeed a disappointment, he had a change of heart on his deathbed, so he died a worthy death. But his uncle and his wife were still grieving the loss of their son in their old age, a parent outliving their child. How could they not be heartbroken? The thought of that incident still made Luo Yang's heart bleed. His father had spent his entire life honestly living in the countryside, with few friends except for his 2 old brothers, who were both blood brothers and friends. They would chat and gossip together every day after work. Whenever Luo Yang went back, his father felt uneasy. When he got home, Li Annie wasn't there, she had gone out to do some shopping. Zhao Jinyu exclaimed, "Oh my son is a rare guest. What brings you here? You could have just called if you needed anything, why did you come all the way here in person?" Luo Yang immediately hugged her and kissed her on the cheek, saying, "Mom, look at what you're saying. Nowhere is as good as home. My mom's here." Zhao Jinyu broke free, both amused and annoyed, and scolded him, "Aren't you ashamed? Having a mother isn't important. You have a wife, Ziyuyan. You tell him yourself." Zhang Ziyuyan's face flushed red again. Seeing everyone in the living room staring at her, she quickly pulled Luo Yang upstairs. Seeing her shy yet subtly excited expression, Luo Yang couldn't help but ask, "Ziyuyan, it's just that the wedding date is set. I already know that. Why did you have to tell me again secretly?" "No." Zhang Ziyuyan shook her head vigorously, her face flushed, and suddenly held out her hands, holding something, and said to him, "Guess what it is?" Luo Yang wondered what she was hiding in her hands. It couldn't be big, otherwise it wouldn't be able to be hidden with her hands clasped together. After thinking for a while, he stared at her and asked, "Is it the taxi key I bought you when I was pursuing you?" "No." Zhang Ziyuyan shook her head again, her smile even sweeter. Luo Yang guessed several more times, something like jewelry he bought for her, but Zhang Ziyuyan shook her head without exception. "I can't guess anymore, what is it?" Unable to guess any further, Luo Yang pulled Zhang Ziyuyan down to sit on the sofa and asked her again. Zhang Ziyuyan excitedly opened her hands, revealing a small stick in her palm. "This is..." Luo Yang was stunned. "Wasn't this a pregnancy test?" Zhang Ziyuyan held the pregnancy test up straight, showing him the side with 2 red lines. Are you pregnant?" Luo Yang asked, somewhat bewildered. Zhang Ziyuyan nodded, then whispered, "I went to the hospital with my mother-in-law, and the doctor said, yes." Luo Yang suddenly understood. No wonder his mother suddenly wanted to choose an auspicious date for his wedding. It was a shotgun wedding. Luo Yang was still very happy. He kissed Zhang Ziyuyan on the cheek and said with a smile, "I've finally completed another task. After the baby is born, my mom won't be so strict with me anymore. At 26, I've accomplished the second most important thing in my life." Zhang Ziyuyan couldn't help but ask him, "What was the first most important thing?" Luo Yang laughed and said, "Pursuing you." Zhang Ziyuyan burst out laughing and said, "I thought you were going to say that the first most important thing was making money." Luo Yang smiled and said, "Making money is important, but you're more important. No matter how much money I make, without you, my life would be wasted." Since that was the reason, he started thinking about how to plan it. Ignoring Zhang Ziyuyan's shyness, he pulled her downstairs to the living room. At this moment, Li Annie returned. Luo Yang called her and Luo Qinya over and instructed them, "Qinya, Annie, you two will be in charge of arranging my wedding. We're not going to any other hotel, just our own. President Huo will be in charge of the hotel. We'll stop accepting guests a week before the wedding and start hosting our friends and family who are attending." Li Annie nodded and said, "According to tradition, you also need to hire a general organizer, otherwise, with everyone doing their own thing, it'll be a complete mess. Also, who will be the wedding MC and performers? All of that needs to be arranged in advance." Luo Yang felt a headache coming on. When he was a child, weddings in the village seemed like fun and delicious food, and he didn't have to worry about anything. Now that it was his turn, he realized that getting married wasn't so easy. Luo Yang thought for a moment, then took out his phone and called Chen Jin. As soon as the call connected, he said, "Brother Jin, I have some good news to tell you first. I'm getting married during the National Day holiday." Chen Jin chuckled upon hearing this. Great. I've never had a chance to deal with you before, finally got my chance. Luo Yang was instantly overwhelmed. The memory of being chased by them back in his hometown, forced to flee into the fields and rivers, was still vivid. But thinking about it was useless. There was no escaping this ordeal. He simply chuckled and said to Chen Jin, "Fine, you mess with me, I'll get my revenge. Let's see how many more years you can keep this up. Alright, let me give you a heads up, you'll be in charge of hosting and performing at my wedding." Chen Jin didn't hesitate for a moment. "Okay, leave that to me. Just wait until the day you're hugging your wife and showering her with kisses. By the way, you still have about a month to get your stamina up." Luo Yang immediately said, "Brother Jin, let me give you a heads up, my wife is pregnant. If you guys try to mess with her, I'll give you a piece of my mind." Chen Jin was taken aback, then chuckled and said, "Not bad marksmanship. Okay, I won't bother Zioyan, but you'll have to find a replacement. How about Xian impersonates her? No one will recognize her anyway. They won't let you off the hook, and neither will I." Luo Yang's phone was on speakerphone, and Chen Jin's rambling made him lose face. A large group of people nearby were secretly laughing. Zhang Zioyan was alright. She took the idea of her sister impersonating her a joke and didn't take it to heart. At this moment, she was already dreaming about that wonderful day. Luo Yang was embarrassed and quickly changed the subject to get Luo Qinya and the others' attention. "Qinya, is your salary enough? Are your family members alright?" Luo Qinya and Kong Shui had stayed in Chuancheng to take care of their families. Luo Qinya nodded and replied, "Great. My salary is more than enough. My family has all come to Jianghan. Last month's salary was over 10 million, and this month." Luo Qinya glanced at Luo Yang and said with a smile, "It's the 19th today, right? Our bonuses alone have reached 27 million. That's more than we can spend." Song Ziking's salary and bonus were the same as hers. Liani's daily bonus wasn't as high, but at the end of the month, Luo Yang gave her an additional bonus of over 10 million, so no one talked about money. Working under Luo Yang, no one was dissatisfied with their income. They were always pleasantly surprised. If it were a state-owned enterprise leader earning millions or tens of millions a year, they would be under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Unlike Luo Qinya and her colleagues, whose monthly income was many times their annual income, earning at least several hundred million a year. This income would allow them to live comfortably in any city in China, or even globally. In fact, the current environment in China is definitely no worse than that of the world's developed countries. Zhang Zioyan had no interest in discussing these matters. Luo Yang had prepared a credit card for her and her parents, each with a monthly spending limit of 5 million yuan. Zhang Zioyan also had a separate cash card with 10 billion yuan in it for everyday expenses. However, Zhang Zioyan didn't really have anywhere to spend the money, and her spending habits were almost unchanged from before she met Luo Yang. She quietly tugged at Luo Yang's sleeve, and Luo Yang turned to glance at her. Zhang Zioyan said with a grin, "Come with me for a moment." "What's this secret?" Luo Yang asked curiously, standing up and following her. Zhang Zioyan led him upstairs to his mother's room. Luo Yang was even more curious. "Why did you bring me to mom and dad's room? What delicious food has my mom hidden?" Zhang Zioyan spat, "All you care about is food. Come here." After Luo Yang walked to her side, she reached out and opened the wardrobe door. Luo Yang was stunned by what he saw. The entire wardrobe was filled with baby clothes, from head to toe, everything imaginable. Luo Yang stammered, The baby isn't due for another 8 or 9 months, why is she buying so much so early?" Luo Yang was speechless. Does my mom even know if it's a boy or a girl? Why buy so much?" Zhang Zioyan chuckled. She said it doesn't matter. When they're 1 or 2 years old, they don't differentiate between boys' and girls' clothes, they're all the same. Luo Yang shook his head with a wry smile. Let her be. His mother was desperate for a grandson. He'd be 26 next year. It was time to solve this problem for her, otherwise she'd be constantly unhappy. Back in the living room, he discussed the preparations with Li Annie, Luo Qinya, and Song Ziking. Next, he notified Han Wenjun, Huo Xiaodong, Yao Wenbin, Wang Zhaiming, Xiang Hiang, and other senior executives from various projects. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yang also notified his 2 loyal old brothers, Driver Luo and Zhang Changyong. Upon hearing this, the 2 immediately gathered all the shareholders in their group. Their boss was getting married, of course, they wanted to show their support. Now, they needed to discuss how to give Luo Yang a gift that was both impressive and valuable, and also unique. Since Comrade Luo has no shortage of money, they don't need to compete on the amount of money, they're thinking about how to stand out. As for the Shanghai Research Center, Luo Yang didn't bother calling Professor Hu Yuanyang beforehand. He figured he'd inform them later during his inspection trip. Furthermore, Luo Yang thought for a moment and then instructed Luo Qinya, all relatives and friends are welcome to attend the wedding, but no monetary gifts are accepted. Also, please compile a list of all employees in all our group subsidiaries and branches, and give them all a 10,000 yuan red envelope on my wedding day, regardless of rank, as a token of celebration. Song Ziking couldn't help but laugh. Boss, your wedding is great. Not only do you not accept gifts and let everyone eat and stay for free, but you even give out 10,000 yuan red envelopes. I bet a lot of people are hoping you get married a few more times. Suddenly realizing she shouldn't have said that, she quickly stopped herself. Luo Yang glared at her fiercely. Feeling guilty, Song Ziking immediately apologized. Boss, that's not what I meant. I meant you and Ziyuyan should organize more of these kinds of events. It's lively and you get red envelopes. Seeing Song Ziking's guilty expression, Luo Yang snorted. Song Ziking, you'll be 27 next year, eating the food of a 28-year-old, right? I'll be 26 next year, and I'll be a father. Worry about yourself, don't come crying to the boss when you're an old spinster who can't get married. I, as your boss, have never forbidden you from dating. Song Ziking's face darkened at these words. He'd really hit a nerve. She glanced at Luo Qinya and couldn't help but retort, Boss, Sister Qinya is a year older than me. Don't you, as the boss, ever think about why all the women around you are about to become old spinsters? After saying that, both Song Ziking and Luo Qinya glanced at Liani. Liani is the oldest, already in her early 30s, but in terms of temperament, neither Luo Qinya nor Song Ziking can match Liani's elegance. Liani sighed and said, Don't look at me like that. My views and thoughts are different from yours, boss. Let me speak for them. With such an outstanding boss like you as their benchmark, they all see you as the standard. What ordinary man could possibly catch their eye? Song Ziking and Luo Qinya blushed instantly at Liani's words. Luo Yang was taken aback. Luckily, Ziyuyan and his mother weren't there. The conversation was about to end, so he quickly said, From now on, no joking about the boss. Do you think Boss Luo really wouldn't dare fire anyone? Hurry up and get on with your business. After scattering the women, Luo Yang stroked his chin, deep in thought. He was genuinely worried. Liani was experienced, so he wasn't too concerned, but Luo Qinya and Song Ziking were different. They were beautiful and in their prime. If he really let them become old maids, others wouldn't feel sorry for them, but he would be worried. After the wedding preparations are over, I'll consider organizing a matchmaking event within the company. There are too many older, beautiful women in the company, they all have high incomes and high standards, so I need to manage them. Otherwise, future finance will become a company full of single women. This trip to Beijing was a bit tiring. I only managed to gather everyone for a short meeting after a day of rest. Luo Yang is planning to take Huo Xiaodong, Han Wenjun, and Yao Wenbin to Shanghai. This time, he wants to set an example of valuing scientific research results. He even notified Wang Ximing and Xiang Hiang in Beijing, asking them to make time to join him in Shanghai. This time, Luo Yang has basically brought all the senior executives from his domestic companies to Shanghai. The Airbus A380 took off and landed at Shanghai International Airport an hour later. Professor Hu Yuanyang personally led a team to welcome them, with over 30 cars from the research center. Luo Yang's group was also impressive. All the senior executives from his companies, plus some middle managers, came nearly 100 people in total. As they emerged from the airport exit, the other people waiting to pick up passengers were immediately drawn to the large group and the impressive welcome, especially since Luo Yang's group included over 20 beautiful women, truly the kind of tall, slender, and ethereal beauties known for their wealth and beauty. Upon seeing Luo Yang, Hu Yuanyang gave him a big hug, beaming, Young Master Luo, you're really living the life of a hands-off boss. Luo Yang laughed heartily, Professor Hu, I believe in trusting those I don't trust. Trying to restrict you in every way would stifle a scientist's imagination. Look, that's why we've achieved results. Hu Yuanyang admired this quality in Luo Yang, which was why he was so devoted to him. He immediately introduced him to a man who looked to be in his 40s, Young Master Luo, this is General Manager Zhang Yang, in charge of the research center's external affairs. Don't let his name fool you, he's not at all flamboyant. He's a very down-to-earth person. He's my student, returned from studying abroad, and has a sharp mind, especially in business. Zhang Yang also warmly shook hands with Luo Yang. Hello, boss. He didn't dare call Luo Yang Young Master Luo like Professor Hu had. He already knew from his teacher, Professor Hu, how much wealth this Young Master Luo possessed at only 25 years old. Therefore, the saying you can't judge a book by its cover is true. After getting in the car, Professor Hu introduced the research center to Luo Yang. The research center has acquired several hundred acres of land in the inland suburbs west of Shanghai. The new research center is under construction. Currently, we've purchased several outlying buildings as a temporary base. We've signed cooperation agreements with 102 renowned universities nationwide, and each project team is led by a leading professor in their respective field. We've broken down each project into smaller subprojects, with each team tackling a smaller task, thus avoiding wasting human and material resources. Regarding research matters, Luo Yang simply nodded and listened without commenting. Professor who was the expert in this area. Hu Yuanyang spoke with deep emotion. This professor, over 60 years old, had truly poured his heart and soul into Luo Yang. A scholar would die for one who understands him. Young Professor Luo, the fact that this research result came out so quickly and so significantly is primarily thanks to your support. Without your strong support, this research achievement would not have been possible. Our most significant achievement to date is the breakthrough in graphene batteries. This is the result of our 12th group under the New Energy Project. We have developed a new type of graphene battery using graphene film as the cathode material. This battery can operate normally at temperatures ranging from -40 degrees Celsius to 120 degrees Celsius, and can stably charge and discharge 100,000 times. Moreover, the charging time is extremely short. For example, a battery pack of 5,000 can travel 400 kilometers after charging for 5 minutes, and reach 90% of the battery capacity after charging for 12 minutes. This capacity can provide a range of 1,200 kilometers. It can be said that if this battery is launched on the market, it will bring a new era to battery technology. This is currently completely confidential. How to handle it is up to you, Mr. Luo. Luo Yang thought for a moment before answering. I brought all the company's senior executives here this time to make them understand that the ultimate goal of finance in the future is not to make money. I have two purposes this time. First, to heavily reward those involved in scientific research and technology. Second, to announce to the outside world that our battery technology will never be monopolized by high prices, and all our batteries will be sold at fair prices worldwide. Third, if the country needs scientific research technology, we will provide it free of charge. Hu Yuanyang couldn't help but clench his fist in praise. Great! I knew Boss Luo wouldn't let me down. Zhang Yang, standing to the side, was immediately filled with respect for this young boss. Investing 20 billion yuan monthly, 200 billion yuan annually, and continuously, that's 2 trillion yuan over 10 years. How many people today possess such boldness? Moreover, and most importantly, after investing heavily in research, the results are now in. It's clear that even if they later mass produce and sell the new battery products, no one will think it's unreasonable. With such a large investment, making a profit is only natural, but Luo Yang doesn't seem to be focused on profit. This shows that Luo Yang has two fundamental strengths. First, he's not short of money. Second, he still possesses a patriotic heart. Professor Hu was also pleased to hear Luo Yang express his intention to generously reward the researchers. Regardless of the exact amount of this generous reward, such as the national reward of up to 5 million yuan for outstanding researchers, plus assistance with residency and housing subsidies, it would still be quite substantial. I don't know how heavy it will be for Luo Yang, but it doesn't matter. At least he is now truly supporting the research center with real money. The research center has more than 1,000 researchers and 102 university research groups, and the funding required is astronomical. But Luo Yang is supporting them with full money without hesitation or stinginess, and that is enough. Professor Hu showed Luo Yang another list, a list of research achievements. Group 12 belonged to Wenzhou University, with a total of 22 members. 7 other groups had also made breakthroughs. Although not as significant as the graphene battery breakthroughs in certain key areas were still a major advancement. Luo Yang looked at the list, nodding as he went, then instructed Zhang Yang, Mr. Zhang, please arrange to invite important media outlets for a press conference at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Zhang Yang quickly nodded in agreement. Okay. Upon arriving at the research center, Luo Yang found the security extremely tight, which was a good thing. Even Professor Hu and Zhang Yang, the two leaders, had to pass several verifications: identity verification, fingerprint verification, and facial recognition. These were all achievements applying their research technology, not yet commercially available, but they could be used personally first. After arriving, Professor Hu arranged for Luo Yang and his group of over 100 people to eat in the research center's cafeteria. The research center's cafeteria was also excellent, with a clean environment and well-balanced, nutritious meals. It seems Professor Hu possesses considerable management skills for large enterprises, demonstrating he's not merely a scientist. The research center currently employs nearly 3,000 people, with over 1,200 being the core researchers. Additionally, 327 research groups from 102 universities comprise nearly 7,000 people, making its research strength undeniably formidable. Of course, this strength is thanks to Luo Yang's substantial financial support. The 20 billion yuan monthly expenditure wasn't for nothing. Of course, aside from the current research funding and operational costs for all relevant personnel, the vast majority has been invested in the construction of the new research center in the Western District. After lunch, Professor Hu led Luo Yang and his group on a tour of the research center's structure, explaining each component in detail. It can be said that the research center's tens of thousands of researchers and all its research achievements belong to Luo Yang. The participation and contribution of other enterprises are minimal. However, Luo Yang still has no intention of using research achievements to hold those in need hostage worldwide. Others might do that, but he won't. That's the difference. At 2 p.m., the press conference commenced on schedule. Zhang Yang chose the Grand Hyatt Hotel for the press conference, attracting a large number of media outlets, including representatives from various official organizations. Professor Hu possessed considerable connections and resources, but he was powerless to handle a massive research project like the one with a monthly investment of 20 billion yuan. Fortunately, he encountered Luo Yang, a wealthy and influential figure. First, the host gave a brief introduction, then Zhang Yang presented the situation, followed by Professor Hu's presentation of the research project's achievements. Finally, Professor Hu introduced Luo Yang. Our research center belongs to Future Finance, which provides funding for our research. The copyright of all research results belongs to Future Finance's parent company. Now, please welcome Mr. Luo Yang, chairman of Future Finance, to the stage to speak. This was followed by a round of applause. The media and the public were relatively unfamiliar with Luo Yang, given his previously low-profile approach and the relatively unassuming nature of Future Finance. But once Luo Yang took the stage, he launched into a high-profile speech. Hello everyone, my surname is Luo, and my given name is Yang. You might not be familiar with me, perhaps because you're unfamiliar with Future Finance. Let me introduce it to you. Future Finance is a wholly owned financial investment company of mine, located in Jiangnan City, Nanjiang Province. Currently, Future Finance has several investments. First, real estate. The 323 billion yuan project in Jiangnan has already started construction. Second, I have acquired a stake in Huaixin Entertainment and plan to invest at least 300 billion yuan to build a world-class cinema chain. Third, the Shanghai Research Center, currently with a monthly investment of 20 billion yuan. Let me reiterate, the monthly investment in the research center will increase to 30 billion yuan in the future, and will be increased accordingly based on its progress. This investment is permanent. The audience, initially unfamiliar with Luo Yang, suddenly remembered him when he mentioned Huaixin Entertainment. Yesterday, Huaixin officially released its press release, and they suddenly realized, wow, so this financial tycoon who invested in Huaixin is Luo Yang. In the past, most people would have immediately assumed Luo Yang was exaggerating upon hearing his introduction. A young kid talking about investments of hundreds of billions? Did he think money was paper? However, the delisting of Huaixin, the 323 billion yuan investment in Jiangnan, and the 20 billion yuan monthly investment in this research center in Shanghai, these were all real, hard-earned funds, not just empty boasts. Therefore, at this point, almost no one doubted him. They were simply amazed how could someone so young possess such astonishing wealth? After introducing the overall situation of Future Finance, Luo Yang immediately returned to the topic of this scientific research achievement. As we all know, my country's investment in scientific research is gradually increasing, but the encouragement and rewards for scientific researchers are still not substantial enough. To give you an example, an idol star can earn at least 50 million yuan for a single drama, but how much is the reward for a scientist's invention? As far as I know, the highest reward is only 5 million yuan. This environment and social atmosphere have influenced the direction of learning and aspirations of young people. What I want to say to the media and everyone today is that I hope to break this environment and social atmosphere. Today I want to reward these researchers handsomely. First, there are bonuses. Among the 22 researchers on the battery project, the project leader will receive 200 million yuan in cash, a 120 square meter apartment, and assistance with residency and children's schooling. The remaining 21 researchers will each receive 100 million yuan in cash, a 120 square meter apartment, and assistance with residency and children's schooling. In addition, there are 79 researchers who made key breakthroughs in their projects. The 7 project leaders will each receive 40 million yuan in cash, a 120 square meter apartment, and assistance with residency and children's schooling. The remaining 79 researchers will each receive 20 million yuan in cash, a 120 square meter apartment, and assistance with residency and children's schooling. I solemnly promise that for all project members of this type of scientific research worker, as long as they achieve results and make contributions, the rewards I bestow will only increase and grow. Watching a movie or a TV series cannot strengthen a nation, but scientific and technological progress will. Science and technology are the future of the country. Thunderous applause erupted. Everyone was stunned by Luo Yang's extravagant reward, a total cash prize of 5.6 billion yuan, plus 108 apartments of 120 square meters each in Shanghai. Even outside the 5th or 6th Ring Road, apartments in Shanghai wouldn't be less than 50,000 yuan per square meter. A 120 square meter apartment would be worth at least 7 or 8 million yuan. 108 apartments. That's nearly 1 billion yuan. Luo Yang's single move amounted to 6 or 7 billion yuan. This reward was truly substantial. Similarly, how wealthy must Luo Yang be to do something like this? Even the employees of Future Financial Group were shocked. The boss had mentioned a substantial reward, but he hadn't given any hint beforehand. Who knew the reward would be this substantial? Professor Hu and Zhang Yang were also stunned. Such a substantial reward? But in the blink of an eye, Professor Hu's eyes reddened, and he couldn't help but shed tears. This young man had taught him another lesson. The press conference ended in a grand manner, and before anyone even appeared on stage, some incredibly fast reporters had already released their news. The future financial sector's massive award of hundreds of millions of yuan to scientific researchers will shatter existing treatment and working conditions for researchers. It can be said that Luo Yang's award is a major blow to the current scientific environment, and his remarks resonated with the vast majority of people, especially parents who criticize the prevailing societal values among today's youth. Luo Yang has become a benchmark. Being a scientist is both respected and wealthy. After the press conference, back at the research center, Professor Hu, Zhang Yang, and a group of award-winning researchers accompanied Luo Yang to discuss future work directions and situations, followed by a group photo. Then, Professor Hu and Zhang Yang led Luo Yang and his entourage on a tour of the new research center currently under construction in the Western District. That evening, news media, major television stations, and even international media outlets reprinted and commented on Luo Yang's generous award for scientific research, as well as the changes this research achievement will bring to the world. Luo Yang, however, ignored it all, doing as he pleased. His money was his own, he could spend it however he wanted, without needing to consult or consider others' opinions. The advantage of sole proprietorship lies here. Unlike joint stock companies, every project requires endless discussions and approvals. Crucially, Luo Yang's investments don't consider profit returns at all, his investments are long-term and sustainable. Secretly, Luo Yang was secretly pleased, as the funding for his research and other investments came from global capital. Before returning to the hotel after dinner, Luo Yang extended an invitation to Professor Hu, Zhang Yang, and other senior executives of the research center. Professor Hu, President Zhang, I'm getting married during the National Day holiday. I hope you can attend and celebrate. Professor Hu and Zhang Yang were both taken aback, then glanced at Zhang Ziyuan beside Luo Yang. Luo Yang pulled Zhang Ziyuan aside and introduced her generously. That's right, this is Zhang Ziyuan, the protagonist of the wedding. Zhang Ziyuan blushed immediately, but still politely greeted Professor Hu and Zhang Yang. Hello, Professor Hu. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Professor Hu paused for a moment, then grinned. Great. This is a joyous occasion. Our young boss Luo is about to become the big boss Luo. Luo Yang smiled wryly. This professor who always referred to him as younger, though at 60, he was several years older than his own father, so it was indeed appropriate for him to call himself younger. The next day, since it was Zhang Ziyuan's first time in Shanghai, Luo Yang didn't return to Jiangnan but accompanied her shopping. However, Zhang Ziyuan wasn't interested in shopping for clothes or jewelry. After half a day, she only bought a few street trinkets for less than 200 yuan and ate some local snacks, spending less than 100 yuan. Li Annie, Luo Qinya, and Song Ziking, however, dragged Zhang Ziyuan around and forced her to buy a huge pile of clothes, saying they'd be for her wedding. Zhang Ziyuan muttered, "Wedding? Aren't we wearing wedding dresses?" Li Annie, suppressing a laugh, said, "Wedding dresses are only worn for the wedding ceremony. You change into one afterward. Who wears that stuff all the time?" Zhang Ziyuan secretly glanced at Luo Yang and asked them, "Wedding, you won't treat us like you did back in our hometown of Chuancheng, will you?" Song Ziking burst out laughing. "Treat us? Of course you will. You absolutely will." Luo Yang, who was sitting nearby watching them try on clothes, overheard this. He frowned, initially wanting to reprimand Song Ziking, but immediately thought it best not to provoke her. They had more accomplices and were more powerful in numbers. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yang softened his expression and said to them, "You're practically on our side now. How can you team up with others to mess with your boss? How about this? I'll offer you a bribe first, a big red envelope each, and you'll help us deal with the others, okay?" The word big in big red envelope implied that Luo Yang was prepared to spend a fortune, but the three women immediately replied in unison, "No way, we're not short of money." Luo Yang was stunned. How could all three of them give the same answer without even thinking? It was as if they had planned it all along. Luo Yang thought for a moment and then rubbed his forehead, saying, "It's all my fault for raising your appetite so much. Now you're all so rich. If you're so rich, then what are you lacking?" Song Ziking glanced at Zhang Ziyuan, biting her lip, and said, "Envy, jealousy, and hatred." Luo Qinya even chimed in, "Envy, jealousy, and hatred." Li Annie, who was usually more composed and mature than them, also said, "Envy, jealousy, and hatred." However, Li Annie added, "Boss, we're just jealous. Can you cure it?" Luo Yang was speechless for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Buy it. I'll pay, okay." Song Ziking pouted and said, "No need, I have money in my account." Luo Yang wanted to slap her, and said angrily, "Your little assistant's gotten too cocky, hasn't she? Replace her." Unexpectedly, Luo Qinya immediately chimed in, "Whether the boss's assistant is replaced or not, and who they use, is all handled by my HR department. We don't change assistants here." Luo Qinya had already turned against him, and Luo Yang couldn't win the argument. He tried to win Liani over, but Zhang Ziyan also complained to him, "Why do you keep scaring Ziking? Isn't she serving you like a slave enough?" Luo Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even his wife was on their side, how could he possibly fight them? Forget it. He probably couldn't avoid this hurdle. Judging from Chen Jin's insidious words, it was clear that there were many more people trying to frame him than just these 3 women. He could bribe one, but not another. He might as well ignore them. These 4 women stunned the saleswomen in every store they visited. They were all incredibly beautiful. They bought clothes without batting an eye, no matter how expensive. Of the hundreds of people in the group, only these few women were shopping. The other executives preferred to stay in their hotel rooms and rest. They were already exhausted from work, they had no energy for shopping. He stayed an extra day in Shanghai before returning to Jiangan. On his way back, Wang Ximing and Xiang Hiang, who had come from Beijing, accompanied him. Wang Ximing wanted to give Luo Yang a briefing and also wanted to tour the Jiangan headquarters. Luo Yang was relieved to see that Wang Xiying hadn't come with him, so he didn't ask her anything. Asking her in front of Wang Ximing would be inappropriate. Wang Ximing already knew about his marriage to Zhang Ziyan, so there was no point in bringing it up again. However, Luo Yang didn't expect that when he returned to his home in Jiangan Haitian Hanjing, he would see several girls in the living room, including Wang Xiying, Zhang Xian, and Bai Kikai the girl group. They had all come to Jiangan from Beijing. From her interactions with Zhang Xian, Wang Xiying knew that Luo Yang's fiancée was her older sister, and that she looked exactly like her. Wang Xiying always admired Zhang Xian's beauty, but seeing Zhang Ziyan in person, she felt that she was even more beautiful. Actually, Zhang Ziyan and her sister looked alike, but their temperaments were different, which was why Wang Xiying had a different feeling about Zhang Ziyan. Upon seeing Zhang Ziyan, Wang Xiying took a small jewelry box from her bag and walked up to her, saying, "Are you Sister Ziyan? I'm Wang Xiying. This is a small gift for you, Sister Ziyan. I hope you like it." Then she turned to Wang Ximing and said, "Dad." It turned out she was Wang Ximing's daughter. Zhang Ziyan knew the relationship between Wang Ximing and Luo Yang, and knew that although Wang Xiying called it a small gift, its value was definitely not small. However, she still didn't refuse, smiling as she accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Xiying." Luo Yang invited everyone to sit down, then instructed Annie, "Mr. Wang likes red wine. Contact the Lukalusberg winery and ask them to send some of their rare collections to him." Wang Ximing couldn't help but laugh. This was a good idea, of course, he wouldn't refuse. The rare collections from those major European wineries were priceless. Even if Luo Yang had them sent to him, he wouldn't dare drink them. But this boss, Luo Yang, really didn't know how to appreciate things. He had donated so much at the dinner that day it really hurt. Liani put a lot of thought into the meal at Luo Yang's house, hiring several of the most renowned Chinese and Western chefs. The event was far grander than the banquet Wang Ximing had hosted for Luo Yang in Beijing. Of course, Luo Yang's villa was enormous, even with so many people, the house didn't feel small. After lunch, Luo Yang and his group accompanied Wang Ximing and others to visit the Zhaoyan Super Commercial District, a project developed by Future Financial in Jiangan. The tour was led by Han Wenjun, the project manager. Even Luo Yang was visiting for the first time. The construction site not only shocked Wang Ximing and his group, but Luo Yang himself was also surprised by the sheer scale of the project, especially the massive 3D rendering, several meters high, in front of the site's information board was truly breathtaking. Wang Ximing stared, speechless, at the circular base of the building, which was even larger than Apple's headquarters. Then, atop the circular base, stand 5 more buildings, including the 2 facing forward, the Future Financial Tower and the Zhaoyan Luxury 7-star Hotel landmark structures indeed. Wang Ximing, blushing with excitement, immediately said to Luo Yang, "Boss, our Huishan also wants." Luo Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I'll reserve 2 floors for you." Wang Ximing grinned from ear to ear. It's truly a blessing to have a powerful backer. If the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up, and there's almost nothing he needs to worry about. These ultra-high-end office buildings, each floor tens of thousands of square meters, how much rent would they cost per year? But now there's no rent. The boss built it himself and is the landlord. This kind of arrogance is something only people of the 2 Jack Mas could pull off. However, the boss is far wealthier than those 2. Before, the boss's wealth might have been greater than theirs, but his influence wasn't as great. Now, however, his influence is no less, perhaps even greater. In fact, Wang Ximing was unaware that state-owned enterprises held shares in the offshore company's account. Had he known, his opinion of Luo Yang would have changed. Furthermore, the advertising billboard states that the total construction time for this large commercial complex was 3 years, with the main construction period taking 1 year and 4 months, and the decoration and paving work taking 1 year and 8 months. Wang Ximing wasn't worried about the schedule. In fact, all the problems boiled down to one word: money. As long as the finances didn't hold him back, his title as an infrastructure madman wasn't for nothing. Luo Yang, seeing Han Wenjun's face, which was as black as if he'd been smeared with mud, wearing a hard hat, couldn't help but advise, "Old Han, work progress is important, but your health is important too. You need to take it easy." Han Wenjun laughed and said, "Besides being a little tanned, I'm fine. Working on a construction site is much better for my health than sitting in an office all day. Don't let my tan fool you, you can get 2 chubby office sitters to try and work with me." Han Wenjun was already tall, and after getting tanned, he really looked like a black iron tower. Although he was tanned, he definitely looked more energetic. Spending all day on the construction site is definitely better for your health and energy than sitting in an office enjoying leisure. The comparison made it clear. Luo Yang then asked about his finances. "Old Han, the finance department at headquarters hasn't been holding you back, has it?" Han Wenjun was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "How could that be? When I submit the financial reports, they usually transfer the money to my account within a day. Otherwise, you see how busy this construction site is? I also have strict contracts with all levels of bidding companies, strictly prohibiting any form of withholding or delaying workers' wages. If such a situation occurs, I've established a direct reporting hotline for the entire region. If there's a report, we'll disqualify the construction company without hesitation. Furthermore, any defamatory reports will also be dealt with seriously. Therefore, the construction companies and migrant workers are now all one family. The essence of our bidding is not to save money, but to meet the 3 requirements of efficiency, quality, and technology. So as long as they do a good job, work fast, and have the skills, we warmly welcome them. We will not shortchange them on price. The construction companies can make money with peace of mind, and the migrant workers can get paid on time every month. Everyone is happy." Luo Yang immediately praised Han Wenjun's plan. "Old Han, I have to commend you for this. We will resolutely not use companies that develop by deducting migrant workers' wages, which is a morally questionable approach. I'll say it again, although the initial target is 323 billion yuan. Old Han, you must remember that what we need is safety and strict standards. So no matter how much it exceeds the target, I can accept it. My biggest requirement is quality. In the construction industry, substandard quality is tantamount to murder for profit. It's a matter of life and death, and no one can bear that responsibility. As for the extra money used, just go for it. We at Future Finance have plenty of funds." Han Wenjun smiled and said frankly, "Of course I know we're not short of money, which is why we have such strict requirements on quality and rules. I understand very well that with such a large business, the boss doesn't need to make money by cutting corners. Besides, the boss has given me enough benefits, more than my family could use in several lifetimes. So I have to seriously consider your needs. The boss's requirements for the project are quality and reputation. There is no room for compromise on construction quality, and the interests of the construction company and the workers must be guaranteed. That's reputation. So I basically use these 2 points to strictly require and guarantee the project." Luo Yang remained silent. He clearly understood Han Wenjun's idea and fully supported it. The executives and heads of various companies under Future Financial were also weighing their own work performance against Han Wenjun's. Luo Yang treated Han Wenjun this way, and he treated them the same way. Financially, although Luo Yang wouldn't relinquish his shares, as long as they were loyal to him and diligent in their work, their monthly and annual bonuses would be no less than what they would receive from stock options. Therefore, what they should be considering, just like Han Wenjun, is the quality of work and the reputation of their boss, Luo Yang. Quality of work is about being responsible to Luo Yang, while reputation is a protective shield for him. Among those present, Wang Ximing is particularly noteworthy. He's in charge of the entertainment sector, and among Future Financial subsidiaries, he's the only one with a 30% stake. Even with the massive research center, professor who doesn't hold shares, he only receives an annual salary and bonuses. Of course, Luo Yang's reward for professor who will definitely be in the billions or more. Among the other subsidiaries, only Han Wenjun holds a 10% stake in the real estate division, but Han Wenjun has no complaints about it being too little, he only thinks it's too much. After visiting the massive commercial project, Wang Ximing was deeply impressed. In his office, he reported his thoughts and plans to Luo Yang. "Boss, these past few days I've been pushing forward with the cinema project. I've thought it through carefully. Although Huishan is driving it, I shouldn't continue to enjoy equity in the cinema chain, because that's entirely your personal investment. And the online video website project, both are massive projects. I can be a key player for Huishan, but I won't enjoy equity." Wang Ximing was speaking from the heart. Luo Yang had casually earned him over 10 billion yuan in cash, enough for his family's expenses and future security. Moreover, the 30% equity in Huishan had a promising future, enough for him to pass on his wealth and build a family business. Therefore, he wasn't greedy. Luo Yang smiled and said, "Since you've been instrumental in promoting this, and you're a professional, it wouldn't be convenient for you to manage without a share. How about this, 5%? You can have a share for easier management, voting, and other things. Wang Ximing thought for a moment and nodded, okay, but boss, I'm still getting a huge advantage. Luo Yang laughed, those who work for me are family. It's not about getting an advantage. From now on, everyone in our group will get shares if they can, and those who can't will receive financial compensation. As the boss, I should consider their financial freedom and ability to enjoy life after they turn 50. Wang Ximing secretly sighed, realizing he'd met the right person. Luo Yang was a benefactor in his life, but unfortunately, Luo Yang wouldn't be his son-in-law. That was fate. Actually, Wang Ximing could tell his daughter had feelings for Luo Yang and seemed to have those feelings too, but judging from Luo Yang's attitude towards Zhang Xiaoyan, it was probably just unrequited love for his daughter. But this didn't detract from Luo Yang's image as a good boss. Wang Ximing then reported to Luo Yang on the progress and situation of the cinema chain. With a strong financial foundation, the launch was naturally swift. Luo Yang thought for a moment and then asked, Old Wang, can we buy the properties for the cinema chain? I always feel that renting is a ticking time bomb, especially if a strong competitor emerges. Wang Ximing's eyelids twitched. He said, boss, buying the cinema property rights isn't out of the question, but the price definitely won't be cheap. Each cinema will cost at least 40 million on average. If we launch 10,000 cinemas nationwide simultaneously, that would mean an immediate, massive investment of 400 billion. Luo Yang waved his hand, deciding the outcome almost before he finished speaking. Buy it. It's only 400 billion. Having the property rights ourselves reduces operational pressure and the uncertainty of future lease expiration. Most importantly, I have the money now. This extra investment is nothing. Wang Ximing thought about it and realized it was true. He, as the boss, wasn't short of money at all. He always had this thought in mind, always held back. Think about it, even if they bought the property rights, the extra 400 billion invested in 10,000 cinemas was just a day's earnings for him. Wang Ximing nodded in agreement with Luo Yang's decision. Indeed, if the finances were sufficient, buying the equity was a good thing. However, in a joint stock company, a listed company, shareholders' primary concern is their own interests. They want short-term gains. Therefore, a long-term investment plan like Luo Yang's is simply not feasible. Perhaps among all companies globally, only Luo Yang would dare to do something like this. Since Luo Yang had this in mind, Wang Ximing thought for a moment and then said, Boss, since you have this idea, then, why don't we implement a global plan? Currently, the pandemic is severe overseas, the economy is in recession, and many properties are operating at a loss. If we have enough money and don't seek short-term profits, now is a once-in-a-century opportunity to buy at rock-bottom prices. We can take this opportunity to purchase a large number of properties and renovate them into top-tier cinemas of the same standard. Once the pandemic ends, our cinemas can immediately go live, and we will uniformly use the latest cinema equipment. We can even build a state-of-the-art naked eye 3D cinema in each cinema as a test screening. I believe naked eye 3D will definitely be the new trend in cinemas in the future. Luo Yang pondered. He agreed with Wang Ximing's assessment. The pandemic would inevitably end, and the economy would gradually recover. If we're talking about buying at rock-bottom prices, now is indeed the best time. Normally, if we were to invest in building 10,000 cinemas overseas, the investment per cinema would be at least $15 million, and the investment for 10,000 cinemas would be at least $150 billion. Now that the property market is sluggish and prices have bottomed out, buying property now and investing in construction could save almost half the cost of a cinema. Okay, Lao Wang, you should set up an overseas project team for this too. I'll provide you with $100 billion in funding first. After considering it, Luo Yang told Wang Ximing, let me be frank with you. Currently, after dividends, I have $320 billion in my personal overseas accounts. In addition, my daily income is about $20 billion, on weekdays, of course. Upon hearing Luo Yang's revelation, Wang Ximing was almost stunned. Wow, how rich is his boss? This is all cash, readily available cash. This is a completely different concept from equity wealth, because you can't convert equity into cash. Even if you sell equity for cash, you can only sell a very small portion. Their usual practice is to pledge equity, but this method of borrowing can get money, but the interest rates are also very high. This is the tragedy of all those involved in capital investment because they don't have the money. After finalizing domestic and overseas cinema projects totaling nearly $1 trillion, Wang Ximing excitedly went out to call up his team and contact headhunting firms to immediately poach talent. Luo Yang thought for a moment and then immediately held a video conference with Zheng Changyang and Luo the driver, explaining his plan to invest in global cinema projects. He proposed offering them 30% of the shares in overseas cinema projects, 30 billion yuan of the $100 billion project. Zheng Changyang and driver Luo immediately raised their hands to claim the shares without hesitation. They didn't care whether the project was profitable or not, as long as Luo Yang was leading the effort, they would follow unconditionally. The others didn't think twice either, and immediately discussed dividing the 30% share. Luo Yang wasn't short of money. Bringing them on was naturally about getting these European giants on his bandwagon. In the future, whenever there was suppression, the power of these giants would become apparent. The shares of the domestic cinema chain were 95% held by Luo Yang and 5% by Wang Ximing. For the overseas cinema chain, Luo Yang held 65%, Wang Ximing held 5%, and Zheng Changyong and 11 others held 30%. Then, the online cinema chain for the video website was 100% owned by Luo Yang, but the video website had only just established a project team, and progress was slow. The problem for the video website was that the current market share was divided among the three major platforms, and the possibility of buying these three platforms was slim, not because of money. However, starting from scratch isn't a problem in terms of funding, technology, or manpower. The real issue is the lack of content, particularly film and television programs, due to a lack of copyrights. No matter how good your video website is, or how great the user experience, if you don't have content to watch, can you attract users? But fortunately, there are a few advantages. First, Luo Yang doesn't pursue short-term profits. Burning through 10 to 20 billion yuan annually is a trivial matter for him. Currently, a large portion of the copyrighted content on the three major platforms is expiring, and many more are expiring soon. This is where Luo Yang's video website's advantage lies. With money, he's not afraid of competition, and copyrights are constantly coming in to fill the gaps. Furthermore, in the long run, Luo Yang's video website has enormous competitiveness because Huaixin Entertainment accounts for 90% of new content production. As long as Huaixin Entertainment, which dominates the market, doesn't distribute its content to the other three major platforms, the three platforms won't be able to get new content to launch and will naturally lack competitiveness. Relying solely on self-produced content is definitely not competitive. However, this area still needed a primary person in charge. Wang Ximing's energy was limited, and he was already busy with domestic and overseas cinema projects. After considering it for a while, Luo Yang called both Wang Ximing and Xiang Hiang, suggesting that Xiang Hiang be transferred to specifically oversee the video website's development project. Wang Ximing had no objections, and neither did Xiang Hiang. To them, none of Luo Yang's projects were weak, each involved a continuous investment exceeding 100 billion yuan. Xiang Hiang also wanted to take charge, so Luo Yang's proposal was met with approval from all sides. After settling these matters, Luo Yang sat in his executive chair, deep in thought. His current real estate investments were in real estate, entertainment cinemas, and research centers. His internet investments were in future finance and video websites, but in this area, he was still somewhat weak. He lacked any influential products, such as shopping websites, instant messaging, Weibo, or Douyin, TikTok. He didn't have any such viral internet products. This isn't something that can be done simply with money, nor can it be acquired just by having money. Therefore, launching the online cinema project can be seen as a sharp weapon in his advance into the internet industry. His video website is the final link in the entertainment project, connecting film, television, music, and cultural fields. It can also extend into live streaming and short videos, which in turn can extend into instant messaging, and instant messaging can extend into news portals, forming a complete chain. Luo Yang isn't exactly a qualified entrepreneur, but at his level, he naturally considers these developments. Money is his greatest strength. While money isn't a guarantee of success, it's absolutely essential. Moreover, Luo Yang's money is inexhaustible. Other internet companies have struggled and raised funds countless times just to survive. Luo Yang doesn't need funding, which is his greatest strength. Starting from this industry chain, with substantial capital investment, he might just create a wildly popular national app. After dozing off in the office for a while, Luo Yang heard a few soft knocks on the door and said, "Come in." He guessed it was Song Ziking, and rubbed his eyes as he sat up. "Little brother, it's me." It wasn't Song Ziking who entered, but Zhu Yingying. "Oh, what's up, sister-in-law?" Luo Yang asked. Zhu Yingying nodded and said, "It's like this, second uncle is planning to go back to Chuancheng to pick up mom and dad. Your brother and I are going back together, so I'm asking for leave." Luo Yang readily agreed, "Of course. When are you leaving?" After thinking for a moment, Luo Yang suddenly said, "How about this, I'll go back too, we can go together." Zhu Yingying asked in surprise, "You're going back too? You have so much to do, can you really leave?" Luo Yang laughed, "I'm not busy, they're the ones who are busy. I just trade stocks a little. Communication is so convenient now, it's the same wherever you are, I can just remotely direct things. After thinking it over, I still miss my family back home. I'm afraid I'll be going back less and less in the future, so I'll go back while I can." Zhu Yingying nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go tell your brother." Luo Yang then instructed her, "Don't tell too many people. This time, try to keep it quiet. Too many people and too much trouble, just go back quietly and then come back quietly." Actually, Luo Yang wanted to go back to fetch his uncle and aunt. They were grieving over Luo Lin's death, which was for him, so he wanted to go back to offer incense to his cousin. After making the decision, he immediately informed Song Guangming. Song Guangming considered it for a moment and didn't bring many people, only Mu Kejun, Zhang Jiaqing, and Huang Qiang. Luo Yang went home and told his mother, asking if she wanted to go back. She thought for a moment and shook her head, refusing. I'll stay here. There's too much to do. Don't bring Ziyuyan back either, I don't want her to suffer. I'll watch over her for you. Zhao Jinyu actually knew Luo Yang's intentions, first, to fetch his uncle and aunt, and second, to pay respects at Luo Lin's grave. Bringing the pregnant Zhang Ziyuyan back was inappropriate, it was taboo in the countryside. This trip back was really low-key. There were 2 pilots, 4 bodyguards, Luo Yang and his father Luo Weiguo, his sister-in-law and cousin, but they didn't even bring Song Ziking and Luo Qinya, nor the 4 foreign flight attendants, only 10 people in total. The return trip to Chuancheng was quick, it basically started descent as soon as it took off, and they landed at Chuancheng Airport 45 minutes later. Luo Yang didn't contact anyone in Chuancheng to arrange for a pickup or anything. After leaving the airport, he took several taxis straight to Tianzong City. Before coming back, his mother had given him the keys to check out the house in Tianzong City. Actually, he had also asked a senior executive at Tianzong City to arrange for someone to clean it once a week. But his mother was worried, so Luo Yang still followed his mother's instructions to check out the house before returning to his hometown. Chuancheng is really small. The taxi ride from the airport to Tianzong City took less than 10 minutes. The security guards in the residential area hadn't really noticed the several taxis that had suddenly stopped at the entrance, but when they caught sight of Luo Yang, they were so startled that they immediately ran out of their booth, saluted, and shouted, "Hello, boss." Luo Yang smiled and nodded, then added, "I'm just going back to my hometown to take care of some things, so please don't disturb anyone else." The security guard quickly nodded. After Luo Yang and his group left, the guard immediately called his company leader to report the matter. Although the boss had given this instruction, dealing with the company leader was a different matter. The boss's words could be ignored, but the company leader's report was mandatory. Strolling along the green belt in the residential area, Luo Yang looked around with a sense of gankai, a complex feeling of mixed emotions, including nostalgia and reflection. He didn't go upstairs with his father and the others, but simply wandered around the neighborhood. This was the first place he bought property after making his fortune, and it was also his hometown, so he still felt a strong attachment to it. Actually, it hadn't been long since he left, but Luo Yang now felt as if he were in a dream. At the corner of the green belt intersection ahead, a woman in a sales department uniform was pointing out buildings to 2 clients, her back to him, only her graceful figure visible. The saleswomen at these real estate sales offices are all quite pretty. Luo Yang strolled over leisurely. The saleswoman waved goodbye to 2 customers, then turned around. But when she looked up and saw Luo Yang, she suddenly froze, and tears streamed down her face. Luo Yang was also stunned. This girl was actually Wei Lin. Last time, when he returned with a large group, he hadn't thought of Wei Lin and hadn't run into her. He still hadn't thought of her today, but after suddenly seeing her, Luo Yang suddenly felt a little guilty. "Are you all right?" After a long pause, Luo Yang finally managed to stammer out a sentence. Wei Lin wiped away her tears, taking a while to calm down. She looked at Luo Yang through her tear-filled eyes and said, "Lying is okay, telling the truth is really bad. If you don't like me, why did you bother me in the first place?" Luo Yang was stunned, and after a long pause, he said, "How did I bother you?" Upon hearing his words, Wei Lin couldn't help but cry again, choking back sobs. "You haven't bothered me? Someone proposed to me, and you not only blocked it for me, but you also gave me a Ferrari. Giving me a Ferrari worth 5 or 6 million in front of so many people. What do you think people will think? They'll have your name branded on me from head to toe, Luo Yang. And then you just left, ignoring me completely. You tell me. Luo Yang was also stunned. Although he hadn't really bothered her, Wei Lin was right. He had publicly blocked that rich second-generation's advances and given her a supercar. What would people think? It's obvious what those people are thinking. Wei Lin, being an unmarried and very pretty girl, is exactly what they're going to talk about. He initially had some intention of pursuing Wei Lin, but things changed drastically. Luo Yang hesitated for a moment, then quietly asked Wei Lin, "Well, how about I change your work environment? President Han's place in Jiangan, the provincial capital, is huge, with lots of people. One more or one less won't make a difference, and you won't attract much attention, okay?" Wei Lin hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Okay, when do I report for duty?" "Tomorrow," Luo Yang replied after a moment's thought. "I have some things to take care of back to my hometown today. I'm heading back to Jiangan tomorrow. I'll call you then. I'm coming by private jet. Pack your bags and come with me tomorrow." Wei Lin nodded again, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Luo Yang hesitated for a moment before saying to her again, "Wei Lin, there's something else I need to tell you. I'm getting married on National Day." Wei Lin's face paled even more, but a smile appeared on her face. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Congratulations." After parting ways with Wei Lin, Luo Yang lost all interest in strolling around. His heart felt heavy. Back home upstairs, his sister-in-law and cousin were cleaning with his father. Although the company hired a cleaner weekly, the house still felt lifeless without anyone living there. Even after wiping the sofa and chairs clean, there was still a lingering dust. He couldn't resist touching them with his fingers. After sitting for a short while, the company leaders from Tianzong City arrived, smiling and saying they had made arrangements. Luo Yang didn't insist, nodding and saying, "That's fine. Just a simple meal, and then arrange 3 company cars for me. I'm going back to my hometown. I'll return to Jiangan tomorrow." Luo Yang had intended for them to arrange a simple meal, but in reality, it turned into a lavish feast. Oh well, he wasn't in the officialdom, there were no such formalities. A little extravagance wouldn't make others envious. After dinner, the company arranged 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. These were all luxury cars Luo Yang had bought before. After his trip to Jiangan, these cars would be left for the Chuancheng Company's use. On the way back, Mu Kejun, Zhang Jiaqing, and Huang Qian each drove 1 car, while Luo Yang and Song Guangming rode in Mu Kejun's. Song Guangming commented that Zhang Jiaqing drove recklessly, while Mu Kejun was more composed. The trip back to his hometown would only take an hour if he didn't delay. The main purpose of the trip was to bring his aunt and uncle to Jiangan, so Luo Yang didn't bring them any gifts. With everyone gone, the old house would be empty, gifts would just sit there and get moldy. Back at his hometown, his aunt was drying red peppers in the field. Seeing them return, she quickly brought a chair and made tea, saying that Luo Yang's uncle was pulling weeds from Luo Lin's grave, saying that weeds had grown there. Luo Yang immediately said, "Auntie, where is Luo Lin's grave? I'll go take a look." The auntie said, "It's at your grandfather's. Your uncle said to put him next to your grandfather's so he won't be lonely." Luo Yang, of course, knew where his grandfather's grave was. It wasn't far, at the foot of the back mountain. He took some paper money and candles from home and went to the back mountain. Rural people are particular about choosing graves based on feng shui and the mountain behind them. They choose a point on the mountain's direction, which feng shui calls a cave, or the mountain's pulse. Rural people believe that a well-chosen ancestral grave site brings blessings to descendants, whether they produce noble people, or whether they are successful, all depending on the location of the ancestral grave. Luo Yang always thought this was a rather absurd belief. What use is a good ancestral grave if the descendants are unworthy or simply lack the destiny? The foot of the back mountain was surrounded by vast expanses of farmland, very open. Luo Yang and his group of 7 or 8 people saw several new graves at the foot of the mountain from afar. He couldn't help but turn to Luo Yang and ask, "Brother, why are there so many new graves?" Luo Yang smiled wryly, "Isn't that because of you? Ever since you got rich, many people in the village have chosen to be buried next to Grandpa's grave, clearly trying to absorb our family's auspicious energy. Everyone says you got rich because Grandpa's grave was so well done." Luo Yang immediately shook his head with a wry smile as well. As they approached, he saw his uncle pulling weeds beside a grave to the left of Grandpa's. Luo Yang knew that the grave belonged to Luo Lin. His grandfather's grave had a tombstone, but Luo Lin's grave didn't. He'd heard his uncle mention before that they wanted to bring Luo Lin back to be buried with his grandfather. Luo Weidong was clearing the grass from both graves, leaving no trace of grass around them. He had burned paper money at both graves when he looked up and saw Luo Yang and his group arrive. "Luo Yang, why are you back?" Luo Yang said, "Uncle, my dad wasn't feeling well in Jiangan. I know he was worried about you, so my brother and sister-in-law and I discussed it. We decided to come back and bring you and auntie to Jiangan. Being far away makes them worry, and they can't take care of you properly. People will say that the Luo family descendants have become rich and forgotten their parents and elders. So, uncle, you should come over to Jiangan, take care of your grandson, go shopping with my dad and his old friends, chat. If you miss your hometown, just fly back in our plane. It's not far, it only takes less than an hour to get back." Luo Weidong had initially wanted to refuse, but Luo Yang's words rekindled his longing for his grandson. For the elderly, the greatest happiness isn't anything else, but taking care of and holding their grandsons. Seeing that his uncle was softening, Luo Yang quickly added, "Uncle, there's something else I need to tell you. I'm getting married during the National Day holiday. If you and auntie don't come, our family will be missing half its elders." Upon hearing this, Luo Weidong immediately nodded and said, "You're getting married? That's a joyous occasion. Okay, your auntie and I will go." Luo Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He felt at ease knowing his uncle had agreed. He then walked to Luo Lin's grave and said, "Uncle, I'll burn some paper money and light some incense for Luo Linear." Luo Weidong nodded, "That's fine. You can chat with Luo Linear." Luo Yang and Zhu Yingying also came forward to gather the incense and paper money. Luo Weidong didn't want to see that scene, so he called to Song Guangming and the others, "You guys come with me to see the scenery." Luo Yang's father is here too, let's go for a walk over there. Luo Yang lit the incense and candles, while Zhu Yingying lit the paper money beside him. Luo Yang squatted down, staring at the grave. Memories of Luo Lin flooded his mind, and tears streamed down his face. He murmured, Luo Lin, I'm so sorry, brother. If I hadn't wanted to toughen you up, to teach you a lesson, if I had just given you money, you wouldn't have. Luo Yang, wiping away his tears, said, Yang did, don't say that. If we had just kept giving him money back then, he wouldn't have turned back. He would have only gone further down the wrong path. Trying to toughen him up was the right thing to do, but the ending, that was fate. He deserved it. Luo Yang choked back sobs. No matter what happened to him, he shouldn't have ended up under my control. Why? Even if I gave him 100 million, a billion, 100 billion, what difference would it make? Could I possibly spend all that money? Luo Yang wept silently, offering no further words of comfort, only gently patting his shoulder. Luo Yang shook his head, and after a long pause, said, Brother, you and sister-in-law go to the front ridge to join uncle and the others. I want to be alone with Luo Lin for a while. Luo Yang nodded and pulled Zhu Yingying away. Luo Yang sat down on the ground, gazing at the grave in deep thought, reflecting on everything from his rise to wealth to the present, what he had gained, what he had lost. Life is actually very short. In 30 or 50 years, he too would become a grave, a mound of earth, just like Luo Linear. His initial intention was good. He wanted to temper Luo Lin's character, to teach him a lesson so he would turn back. But the outcome is always unpredictable, beyond his control. Luo Lin was dead, and he died at the last moment to save him, truly saving his life in the process. For him, he lost 2 brothers that day. Sitting on Luo Lin's grave, Luo Yang remained lost in thought. After a long while, the burning candles crackled, startling Luo Yang awake. He looked around, the paper money had turned to ash, and the incense sticks had burned down to their lowest points. Looking into the distance, he saw Song Guangming and his group all watching him, worried. Luo Yang stood up and bowed to the grave, saying, Luo Lin, I will take care of uncle and aunt until their deaths, so you don't need to worry. As he left, he added, I hope we will still be brothers in the next life. Leaving the grave and walking towards Song Guangming and the others, they saw that his expression was normal and were relieved. Back home, his aunt cooked, and his sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, helped. They ate a simple home-cooked meal. That evening, neither his uncle nor aunt mentioned Luo Lin, afraid of upsetting Luo Yang. They only talked about his wedding. The next day, his uncle and aunt got up early, prepared and ate breakfast, then tidied the house, locking the door and lingering there, reluctant to leave. The uncle and aunt knew that this departure meant they might not return for a long time, but Luo Yang and Zhu Yingying showed no reluctance. They were determined to leave this place. After much persuasion, they finally got the elderly couple into the car, and the group of 3 cars headed straight for Chuancheng. When they were almost in Chuancheng, Luo Yang sent Wei Lin a text message, asking her to meet him at Tianzong City. Upon arriving at Tianzong City, Luo Yang got out of the car and saw Wei Lin standing gracefully, carrying her suitcase. The leaders of Tianzong City quickly arrived with several people and drove Luo Yang and his group to the airport, watching them go through security before leaving. It was Wei Lin's first time on a private jet, and also her first time on Luo Yang's private jet. Thinking back, it felt like a lifetime had passed. She hadn't known Luo Yang for very long, but now he seemed so distant that she could barely see him anymore. Luo Yang didn't know what to say to her, so he remained silent. He didn't want to say anything showing concern, fearing it would hurt her more or cause misunderstandings. The only thing he could do was to make her life better in the future. After arriving in Jiangan, Luo Yang had Luo Yang and Zhu Yingying take his aunt and uncle back to Haitian Hanjing, while he accompanied Wei Lin to the company. In the company office, Luo Yang asked Wei Lin, the company now has several divisions: real estate, entertainment and culture, a research center, and my financial investment. You can go wherever you want, choose. Wei Lin thought for a moment and said, I'll go to General Manager Han's office. After all, I'm familiar with the business, and General Manager Xia Ying is there too. Okay. Luo Yang agreed and then called Han Wenjun. Old Han, come to my office right away. Oh, and tell Xia Ying to come too. Less than 10 minutes later, Han Wenjun arrived in a flurry, followed closely by Xia Ying. As soon as Han Wenjun entered the office, he asked, Boss, what's the urgent matter? His gaze fell upon Wei Lin, who sat upright, and he paused, then looked back at Xia Ying, who was also staring at Luo Yang with a bewildered expression. They both knew about Wei Lin and Luo Yang's past relationship. Although it hadn't worked out, and Luo Yang was now marrying Zhang Xiaoyan, that was unlikely to change, so a future with Wei Lin was impossible. But why had Luo Yang brought Wei Lin to Jiangan? Luo Yang chuckled dryly. Old Han, Wei Lin said she didn't want to work in Chuancheng, so I brought her here. Could you arrange a position for her, or maybe she could stay under Sister Xia? Sister Xia is still the sales manager, right? I think we should give Wei Lin a deputy manager position, and not too much workload. Okay. Han Wenjun and Xia Ying could tell that Luo Yang was trying to take care of Wei Lin. Giving her a deputy manager position with a light workload wasn't that favoritism? Wei Lin readily stood up and said to Luo Yang, then, I'll go with President Han and Sister Xia. Go ahead. Luo Yang nodded, suppressing his own urge to go with her. After giving this instructions, he prepared to go home. As he left his office, he saw Zhang Jiaking chatting with several beautiful women in the office whose names he didn't recognize, making them laugh heartily. As soon as Luo Yang appeared, several people immediately greeted him respectfully, boss. Luo Yang nodded, and after entering the elevator, he smiled at Zhang Jiaking and said, Jiaking, I noticed your eyes were constantly fixed on that tall, beautiful woman sitting at the desk. Do you like her? Zhang Jiaking immediately became nervous and stammered. Luo Yang laughed, don't be so nervous. If you like her, that's fine. It's a good thing to have someone you like. If you really like her, I'll play matchmaker. Hearing that Luo Yang didn't object, Zhang Jiaking chuckled and said, boss, well, how would I, a rough guy, know if they like me or not? They're all white-collar beauties. Luo Yang waved his hand and said, that's no problem. As long as you like her, I'll take care of it. Zhang Jiaking was both excited and apprehensive, while Song Guangming beside him laughed, then you should thank the boss quickly. With the boss involved, nothing is impossible. Thank you, boss. Zhang Jiaking quickly thanked him. Once downstairs, Mu Kejun got a car, and Zhang Jiaking also got a car. After getting into the car, Luo Yang instructed Zhang Jiaking, get out of the car. I'll tell that girl to get out. What's her name? Zhang Jiaking, unusually embarrassed, stammered, her name is Wang Yan. Luo Yang nodded, then said to Mu Kejun, you guys need to work harder. Aren't you ashamed that this big oaf Zhang Jiaking overtook you? We have so many beautiful women in our company. I'm telling you, proximity is key, you know? Okay, you have to work hard to pick up girls. If you don't try, I can't help you. Luo Yang waved his hand, picked up his phone, and called Luo Kenya, I'm in my car downstairs at the company. Tell a girl named Wang Yan from the office to come down to my car. I need to talk to her. Luo Kenya said okay, and was about to hang up when Song Ziking's voice suddenly came through the phone, boss, seriously? Even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows, you. Before she could finish, Song Ziking forcefully pressed the call button. This left Luo Yang with no chance to scold her, and he snorted in annoyance. A few minutes later, Wang Yan, tall and with a striking beauty, came downstairs, walking briskly and panting. The boss summoned her, and Wang Yan was naturally worried, wondering if her chatting and laughing with Zhang Jiaking at work had displeased him. She desperately hoped he wouldn't fire her. While the salary at Future Finance wasn't high, only a little over 10,000 yuan a month, the bonuses were substantial. She'd earned nearly 100,000 yuan last month. Where else could she find such a good job? Luo Yang beckoned to her and instructed, Wang Yan, right? Get in the car. Wang Yan got into the car, her heart pounding, and then cautiously asked Luo Yang, boss, I know I was wrong. Luo Yang asked in surprise, what mistake are you admitting? Wang Yan glanced at him guiltily and said, wasn't it just that they called me down to chat at work? Luo Yang said irritably, I'm not from the disciplinary inspection team. I called you here. Thinking of why he had called her, Luo Yang softened his expression and said, I want to ask you something personal. Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat again, and she asked him nervously, boss, what is it? Luo Yang was driving Wang Yan almost to the brink of collapse. Luo Yang quickly said, don't be afraid, it's good news. Do you like Jiaking? Do you like Zhang Jiaking? Wang Yan froze, completely unprepared for Luo Yang's question, and was speechless for a moment. Although Luo Yang has a wife, he doesn't really have much experience in this area. After thinking for a moment, he quickly said, Jiaking is my brother, so I'm making the decision for him. Just tell me directly, if you like it, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. Don't worry about anything, and don't think of me as such a scary boss. Your answer won't affect your work. Hearing this, Wang Yan felt somewhat relieved. After thinking for a moment, she replied, boss, I'll be frank then. I'm from Jiangan. My parents are very strict about my marriage. I'm an only child, and all their hopes are pinned on me. They've always saved the best food and things for me since I was little, raising me like the apple of their eye. So, even if I like someone, I still have to get past my parents' approval. Luo Yang nodded, filial piety is a good thing. What are your parents' requirements? Wang Yan blushed at Luo Yang's direct question, lowering her head and answering softly, my parents, while the conditions aren't absolute, they still hope I'll have a good future, and they hope he has a Jiangan residency permit and a stable job and income. Luo Yang laughed, Jiaking's company has quotas for residency permits. They can get one in the first batch. Of course, let alone a Jiangan residency permit, I can get him anywhere he wants. As for income, that's not a problem. He earns over 5 million a month now. I'll give you a villa anywhere in the country as your wedding home. Wang Yan blushed again, hesitating and fidgeting for a while before finally saying, "Then, I have no problem." Luo Yang laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, "Good that you're okay. All set. Pack your things and take us to your house. We're going to propose." Wang Yan was stunned. They were already proposing marriage right after she mentioned it? Luo Yang chuckled and immediately called Song Ziking, "Prepare a gift for me right away. A gift for my future in-laws, and one for my fiancé. By the way, prepare it according to the proper way for a marriage proposal. What are the customs for proposing marriage in Jiangnan?" "Alright, I understand. Go to the bank and withdraw 9,999 grams of gold and 10 million yuan in cash. Take Huang Qian and the others with you. You can decide on the other gifts. Be quick, I'll wait for you at the company." Luo Yang then called Luo Qinya, asking her to immediately buy a villa in Haitian Hanjing and have President Ma Teng make special arrangements to send over the paperwork and keys urgently. Wang Yan was stunned. Luo Qinya had mentioned the villa's price, 320 square meters of floor space, 3 stories, with a 1,200 square meter private garden, totaling 110 million yuan. This boss, even his own brother's wedding wouldn't be this extravagant. After waiting for nearly an hour at the company entrance, Song Ziking and Luo Qinya had finished their business. Banks fawned over super VIP clients like Luo Yang. Song Ziking's bank account was cleared in less than 15 minutes, and then she went to a few shops, grabbed what she needed, and left without even choosing anything, knowing the boss was in a hurry. Luo Yang waved his hand, "Let's go." This whole procession felt like the head of the wedding procession, seemingly more satisfying than earning billions of dollars. Wang Yan, almost dumbfounded, let Luo Yang arrange things, mechanically giving him her home address. Zhang Jiaking also got into the car, but instead of sitting in the back, she sat in the front passenger seat, while Song Guangming drove. Luo Yang chuckled and said to Wang Yan, "Perfect timing. I'm getting married on National Day, so let's finalize things between you and Jiaking today. Get married with me on National Day." Luo Yang ignored the stunned Wang Yan and Zhang Jiaking. He patted himself on the back for his cleverness, feeling quite pleased with himself. He thought to himself that the person who had tricked him was now dumbfounded. With Zhang Jiaking and Wang Yan as his shields, and Zhang Jiaking's fighting prowess, who could possibly harm him? Ha ha ha. Luo Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Boss Luo is awesome. Just when you think you've reached a dead end, a new path opens up. Wang Yan's parents were both retired. Her father was a policeman, and her mother was a middle school teacher. Wang Yan herself was in her late 20s, heading towards becoming a leftover woman, which her parents were very worried about. As luck would have it, Wang Yan's mother had someone introduce her to a potential boyfriend, who happened to be visiting her home. Luo Yang and his group arrived in 8 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Wang Yan's home was in an old residential area in the Handong district, on the 7th floor of a 12-story building. Her apartment was 110 square meters, not small for a family of 3. The 8 cars lined up downstairs. Luo Yang thought for a moment and then instructed the others, "You all wait downstairs. Jiaking, Wang Yan, and I will go up first. Once we've settled things, you can bring the gifts up." Wang Yan thought to herself that her boss had finally done something reliable. Her parents knew nothing about it. It was too abrupt for him to bring such a large group of people and so many gifts. In the elevator, Zhang Jiaking, who never seemed to know the meaning of fear, wiped sweat from his brow and stammered to Luo Yang, "Boss, why don't you and Wang Yan go up first?" I'll wait." Luo Yang snapped at him, "Useless. You have to do this yourself. What if they think I'm their son-in-law if you make me go?" He was joking, but Zhang Jiaking took it seriously and quickly stopped talking. His boss wanted to be someone's son-in-law, who would be blind to object? When they reached the 7th floor and got off the elevator at Wang Yan's door, Wang Yan's hands suddenly started trembling. She pressed the doorbell for a while without ringing it. Luo Yang, anxious, pressed it a few times, and it rang a few times. After a while, the door opened. A woman in her 50s opened the door. Her face resembled Wang Yan's. It was clear she had been quite beautiful in her youth. "Yan, you're back already? I just told someone you wouldn't be back from get off work for another 2 hours, perfect timing, and who are these two?" After a few words, Wang Yan's mother finally noticed Luo Yang and Zhang Jiaking. Wang Yan quickly invited them in. Come in, come in." Turning her head, she saw 2 people sitting in her living room, a man and a woman. The woman was Aunt Zheng, her mother's former teacher from the same school, and the man looked to be about 30 years old, quite handsome. Upon seeing Wang Yan, Aunt Zheng couldn't help but praise and introduce the man, saying, "Lu Zhou, this is Wang Yan, isn't she beautiful?" The man named Lu Zhou had actually been staring at Wang Yan since she entered the room, his eyes filled with surprise and joy. He was clearly interested. Aunt Zheng immediately continued, "Wang Yan, your mother asked me to introduce you to a boyfriend. And here I am, bringing you the best one. His name is Lu Zhou, a PhD graduate from overseas, a sales director at a tech company in Jiangnan, earning 800,000 yuan a year. He plans to buy a house when he finds a marriage partner. He also owns a BMW, worth over 500,000 yuan. Basically, he's a well-off family with a car and a house. Good job, high salary, and handsome too. Wang Yan, how about Aunt Zheng? Wang Yan immediately felt embarrassed and quickly gestured to Luo Yang and Zhang Jiaqing, sit down, I'll go get some tea. Only then did Aunt Zheng notice Luo Yang and Zhang Jiaqing, and casually asked, Wang Yan, who are these two? Wang Yan said, he's from our company. Luo Yang interrupted, colleague, we're colleagues, from the same company. Aunt Zheng said oh and ignored her, then turned to Wang Yan and asked, Wang Yan, so, are you satisfied with Lu Zhou? Wang Yan blushed. How could anyone ask her that in front of so many people? Luo Yang understood the situation immediately and asked Lu Zhou with a grin, Brother Lu, you're a returnee from overseas? That's impressive. Working in a tech company isn't easy. When Lu Zhou heard someone ask him, he was looking for an opportunity to boast about his assets, and Luo Yang's question provided a perfect opportunity. Not bad, I came back from studying in the US, and many companies were interested in me. The company I work for now isn't the best performing, but the boss is the most sincere with me. He gave me a starting salary of 500,000 yuan, which increased to 800,000 yuan after just 1 year, and he said it would increase to 1 million yuan by the end of the year. You guys, what do you do? Zhang Jiaqing honestly replied, I work as a security guard for our boss. Lu Zhou said, oh, so you're a bodyguard. The job is euphemistically called security, but more accurately, it's just security guard. Luo Yang chuckled and said, me? Hee hee, I'm just a lazy bum. Not very educated, just dozing off in the office all day, scrolling through Douyin, and playing on my phone. Lu Zhou asked in surprise, you do this every day? Doesn't anyone care? Luo Yang laughed, when someone comes, I just put on an act. Aunt Zheng, hearing that these were the two like this, didn't mind and turned to Wang Yan's mother and father, saying, Old Wang, what do you two think? Wang Yan's mother smiled and nodded, saying, great, great. You were my sister back when I was teaching, and you still are now. Aunt Zheng smiled and said, alright then, I think we should just settle things. Lu Zhou, you should get ready, pick a date, and we're all getting older, with careers. It's a good time to get married, have kids, and build a family. Lu Zhou immediately replied, okay, my parents said they'll support me with 2 million for a house when I get married. If Xiao Wang has no objections, let's all go out for a meal first, and then Wang Yan and Auntie will go look at houses this afternoon. I'm thinking of buying a house around 140 square meters. Wang Yan's mother glanced at Wang Yan's father. Although old Wang was a policeman before retirement, she was the one who made the decisions at home, so he nonchalantly stated, whatever Wang Yan's mother says goes. Wang Yan's mother coughed politely, about to express her opinion, when Luo Yang spoke up. Auntie, Uncle Wang, I should also introduce you. This gentleman next to me is surnamed Zhang, named Jiaqing, 31 years old, and he likes Wang Yan. We've come to propose marriage. Luo Yang decided to cut to the chase and state his purpose directly. With Lu Zhou present, let's have a little competition. When Aunt Zheng and Lu Zhou heard that these two men had come to propose marriage, they realized they were their rivals, and they immediately became blunt. Aunt Zheng's mouth didn't hold back. You've come to propose marriage? Well, I'll just laugh. This must be the gentleman? Do you have a Jiangnan residency permit? Do you own a house? Do you own a car? Judging by your appearance, you don't seem very educated. Did you even finish elementary school? Aunt Zheng turned to Wang Yan's mother and said, these days, everyone talks about genetics. The parent's educational level determines the next generation's intelligence. You're a teacher, so I don't need to explain this to you. Lu Zhou also chuckled coldly and explained to Wang Yan's mother, Auntie, you might not have understood before, so let me explain again. This man who's here to propose is a security guard. To put it bluntly, a security guard in a company is just a security guard. Do you want your daughter to marry a security guard? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's mother frowned and asked Wang Yan, what exactly happened? Luo Yang smiled and glanced at Lu Zhou, saying, Mr. Lu, whether you call him a security guard or a bodyguard, I heard you say your annual salary is 800,000. Do you know how much Jiaqing earns per month? Lu Zhou coldly replied, how much can a bodyguard earn in a month? 3,000 or 4,000? Don't tell me he earns 10 or 20,000, I wouldn't believe it. Luo Yang turned to Wang Yan and said, Wang Yan, you should know. Tell them how much Jiaqing earned last month. Wang Yan stammered, he earned 7.69 million last month. Holy crap. Wang Yan's words startled even her father, who stared wide-eyed at Zhang Jiaqing. Lu Zhou and Aunt Zheng immediately exclaimed in unison, what a load of bull. Lu Zhou then sneered, Miss Wang, you can't fool anyone. Don't even mention a security guard, even the CEO of a large security company wouldn't reach this level. Forget monthly salary, an annual salary of 7.69 million is extremely high. A monthly salary of 7.69 million, that's almost only found in highly profitable listed companies. That's already among the world's top-tier incomes. Wang Yin nodded earnestly, saying, "It's true. This isn't even the highest-paid employee in our company. The highest-paid employees earn over 30 million. This startled everyone. Lu Zhou, even disbelieving Wang Yan, asked, Are you serious? What kind of company is yours?" "Really," Wang Yan replied confidently and calmly. "Our company is Future Finance. Even as a new employee, my salary last month was almost 100,000. Lu Zhou was stunned. Future Finance? The Future Finance that invested 323 billion in the Zhaoyuan financial district? Recently, Future Finance has been making headlines, with news about its acquisition of Huaxin Entertainment, its investment in the largest and even largest cinema chain in China and the world worth hundreds of billions, and its investment in research centers worth hundreds of billions. Especially this time, the nearly 6 billion reward for those who made breakthroughs in science and technology has sparked nationwide discussion. Lu Zhou, a frequent internet user, naturally knew all this, but he never expected Wang Yan to work at Future Financial. Aunt Zheng was unaware of this and miscalculated. Actually, Wang Yan hadn't told her parents, and they hadn't asked about her work or asked for money from her, so Wang Yan hadn't revealed her income. Wang Yan actually planned to secretly save up until the end of the year, then suddenly tell her parents how much money she had, make a down payment on a house, and buy a new one for her family, wanting to surprise them. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "I don't believe it. Future Financial is impressive, but that doesn't mean its employees are impressive, especially a security guard. I absolutely don't believe the boss of Future Financial would pay a security guard a monthly salary of 7.69 million. Wang Yan shrugged, unsure what to say. Luo Yang, however, said earnestly to Wang Yan's mother, "Auntie, to be honest, I'm Wang Yan's boss. Jiaking is both my subordinate and my brother. I'm here on his behalf to propose marriage. Actually, for both of them, I think the financial conditions are irrelevant. The most important thing is that they like each other. Financial conditions are something that can be created, mutual affection is the foundation." Wang Yan's mother stared at him suspiciously and asked, "Are you really the boss of my daughter's company?" Luo Yang introduced himself earnestly, "Auntie, my surname is Luo, and my given name is Yang. I'm Luo Yang, the boss of Future Financial. I'm here today to formally propose marriage to you and Wang Yan's father on behalf of Jiaking." Aunt Zheng was the first to erupt in anger. "Why learn to lie and deceive people at such a young age? You're only 24 or 25. What can you accomplish at such a young age? Lying and deceiving people. Old Qin, if your daughter doesn't agree with Lu Zhou, I have nothing to say, but don't try to fool people with these lies. I'm not a 3-year-old. But Lu Zhou stared at Luo Yang's face with some uncertainty. This face seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Without saying a word, Luo Yang picked up his phone and dialed Song Guangming, only saying, "Guangming, bring all the gifts up." Besides Wang Yan herself, Wang Yan's parents, Aunt Zheng, and Lu Zhou had no idea what Luo Yang meant by this. Less than 5 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Wang Yan went to open the door, and Luo Qinya and Song Ziking were at the front. They went in first and placed the gift boxes they were carrying against the corner of the living room wall. Then, Song Guangming and the others gradually carried in the heavier items. The living room was instantly filled with things and people. Luo Yang then instructed Song Guangming and the others, "Guangming, there are too many people to entertain. You guys go downstairs first. I see a shop near the entrance of the complex, go sit there for a while, have something to eat, and we'll call you when we come down." Song Guangming nodded in agreement and gestured for everyone to go downstairs. Luo Qinya and Song Ziking didn't leave. Song Ziking spoke first, opening a large gift box to reveal its contents. "Boss, in these 2 gift boxes, this one contains 9,999 grams of gold, and this one contains 10 million yuan in cash. Also, because of the rush, we didn't have time to choose, so we just picked out a few items from Dajin Jewelry. For Wang Yan's father, we bought a Patek Philippe watch, waterproof and mechanical, priced at 688,000 yuan. For Wang Yan's mother, we chose a necklace priced at 790,000 yuan. For Wang Yan, we prepared a pair of wedding rings. I figured Jiaking wouldn't choose, so I helped him decide. These rings are priced at 1,268,000 yuan. Aunt Zheng said she didn't believe it, but seeing so many gifts brought in so quickly, that box of gleaming gold was real, and that basket of cash that dazzled her eyes 10 million yuan. She had never seen so much money in her life. This wasn't something you could just talk big or boast about. After Song Ziking finished speaking, it was Luo Qinya's turn. Luo Qinya unfastened the clasp of the file bag in her hand, took out the documents, and said to Luo Yang, "Boss, after I contacted President Ma, he immediately arranged for someone to expedite the procedures. These are documents for Villa number 117 in Haitian Hanjing. The house has a building area of 320 square meters, a 3-story total area of 588 square meters, and a 1,200 square meter private garden. The price is 117 million yuan, and it has already been paid in full. The registration is under the names of Jiaking and Wang Yan. This gift, not to mention Aunt Zheng and Lu Zhou, even Wang Yan's parents and Wang Yan herself were stunned. This gift must be worth at least 1 or 200 million yuan. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Zhou suddenly took out his phone and secretly searched on Baidu. He searched for the name Luo Yang. The search results were numerous, the most prominent being the boss of Future Finance, the richest man in China, and a top global billionaire. Upon opening the app, Lu Zhou was dazzled by Luo Yang's astonishing wealth. His previous ostentatious and boastful attitude instantly shattered. And the Luo Yang before him was definitely real, because the online pictures looked exactly like the person in front of him. If he weren't someone like this, who would casually spend such a large sum of money to propose marriage for their employee? Remember, this is just a marriage proposal. If it costs this much for a proposal, what about the wedding? After seeing Luo Yang's true identity, Lu Zhou knew he had no chance. In fact, recalling Wang Yan's expression towards him since her return, he now understood that she hadn't taken him seriously at all. Aunt Zheng, let's go, Lu Zhou said dejectedly to Aunt Zheng, stuffing his phone into his pocket. Aunt Zheng was still somewhat unconvinced. Leaving already? Old Qin, what do you say? Seeing that Aunt Zheng still wanted to argue, Lu Zhou smiled bitterly, ignored her, and got up to leave. Aunt Zheng hurried out. Hey, Lu Zhou, why are you leaving already? Wait for me. Seeing his two competitors retreat, Luo Yang then said to Wang Yan's parents, Uncle Wang, Auntie, I've always believed that money is just a supplement to the necessities of life. The most important thing is people's hearts, and Jiaking's character. I swear to you both. Wang Yan's mother turned her gaze to Zhang Jiaking, who was incredibly nervous. Zhang Jiaking sat bolt upright in his seat. Seeing him like this, Wang Yan's mother couldn't help but laugh. He was such a simpleton, but someone like him couldn't possibly bully her daughter. Matters between husband and wife weren't about who was stronger. Wang Yan's mother stopped looking at Zhang Jiaking and looked up at her daughter, asking, Yanner, what about you? What do you mean by that? Wang Yan blushed immediately, fidgeting and unsure what to say. To be honest, she saw Zhang Jiaking and the others almost every day at the company. When the boss was in his office, the bodyguards would sit in the lobby, chatting and laughing with them, so they were familiar with each other. Over time, she knew that these bodyguards were actually the boss's most trusted men, and she genuinely liked Zhang Jiaking. She also seemed to sense the special look he gave her. She just hadn't made it clear, partly because Zhang Jiaking lacked confidence, and partly because she was afraid of what the boss would say. But today, the boss saw it and made the decision for him. Wang Yan felt like she was being forced into this situation. She did have feelings for him, but Boss Luo's actions were too direct. Now, her mother was pressing her for answers, and with no way to escape, Wang Yan gritted her teeth and said to her mother, Mom, I like Jiaking. Wang Yan's mother didn't know what to say. She glanced at Wang Yan's father, old Wang, but it was useless. She was the head of the household. When had it ever been old Wang's turn? Frankly, the young boss, Luo Yang, was right. Material conditions were important, but the most important thing was whether Wang Yan and her boyfriend were a good match. Forced relationships never work, and of course, she didn't want her daughter to be unhappy. Zhang Jiaking wasn't as handsome as Lu Zhou, but he was tall and strong, and looked very masculine. When her friend, old Zheng, brought Lu Zhou over, she was quite satisfied, but compared to Zhang Jiaking's actual qualities, it was worlds apart. Where could you find a security guard earning 7 or 8 million a month? This boss was really unreasonable with his employees. Not only did he pay such high salaries, but he also casually gave away a villa worth over 100 million. And the pile of betrothal gifts was dazzling. To put it bluntly, the gifts alone from this marriage proposal would be enough to live comfortably for the rest of their lives if they were frugal. Of course, the most important thing is the daughter's own opinion. She likes this big, simple-minded guy, and that's fine too. Judging from his appearance, she's got him wrapped around her little finger. That Lu Zhou, although handsome and dashing, seems like a cunning and shrewish person. He definitely doesn't offer the same level of security as this big, simple-minded guy. In front of Zhang Jiaking, Wang Yan's mother thought for a while, then said to Wang Yan, if you like him, Mom won't stop you, but don't come crying to Mom and Dad later. Wang Yan blushed and said shyly, no, I won't. Zhang Jiaking, usually considered a simpleton, suddenly had a bright idea. He blurted out to Wang Yan's mother, Auntie, don't worry, I will never let Wang Yan cry. He then pulled out a bank card and shoved it into Wang Yan's hand, saying, Wang Yan, I only have my mother living with my older brother at home. I'm all alone here. I haven't spent a single penny with the boss. There's 10 million in this card. The boss gave me 2 million in resettlement fees when I came, and last month I received over 600,000 in salary. This month, it's 7,000. It's all here. From now on, it's all yours. I'll take care of Auntie and Uncle. Wang Yan glanced furtively at her mother while holding the bank card. To be honest, Wang Yan's mother was very satisfied with Zhang Jiaking's actions. She and old Wang only had Wang Yan as their daughter, and of course, they would rely on their daughter and son-in-law in their old age. Thinking about Lu Zhou now, he really didn't seem as good a match for Zhang Jieking. Aside from being a bit more handsome, Lu Zhou was quick-witted. Would he really willingly and wholeheartedly hand over his entire fortune to Wang Yan? This big, simple guy seemed honest and reliable. Although he wasn't as handsome, he had a high income and was dependable. Alright, my daughter was almost a spinster. If she liked this big, simple guy, so be it. Luo Yang felt reassured. With the boss involved, success was assured. Auntie, Uncle Wang, let's strike while the iron is hot. Let's go check out the villas at Haitian Hanjing. Once we've chosen one, we can hire a moving company and move in. Here's what I'm thinking, since I'm getting married during the National Day holiday, Jieking and Wang Yan can get married with me during the National Day holiday too. We can make do with the preparations, and we can share the same venue, saving you two a lot of trouble. Wang Yan's mother glanced at Lao Wang again, then asked his opinion. Lao Wang, what do you think? Moving in with her son-in-law before even getting married was still a bit unconventional. But to be honest, although Lao Wang had no power in the family, he found the masculine Zhang Jieking much more pleasing to the eye than the slick-haired Lu Zhou. Lao Wang particularly liked Luo Yang's straightforward and outspoken personality. Hearing his wife's question, he mumbled, "Let's go take a look." Luo Yang immediately stood up and invited with a smile, "Then please invite Uncle Wang and Auntie to take a look, and then the whole family can have a meal together and discuss whether there's anything missing that needs to be added." Seeing that things were going well, and that the boss wanted to see the house first, Song Ziking immediately notified Song Guangming and the others. As soon as Lao Wang and Wang Yan's mother, Qin Qingfeng, stepped out of the building, they saw a long line of Rolls-Royce Phantom luxury cars, with a row of people standing on both sides of the cars, all staring expectantly at them. Mu Kejun, at the front, quickly opened the back door and said to old Wang and Qin Qingfeng, "Please, Uncle Wang and Auntie, get in." Luo Yang also smiled and accompanied them. "Uncle Wang, Auntie, please get in." Old Wang didn't stand on ceremony and got in the car. Qin Qingfeng followed and sat next to him. Luo Yang, unusually, sat in the passenger seat. After getting in, Qin Qingfeng looked the car up and down, left and right. "This car is very spacious, and the seats are very comfortable. This car, does it cost 500,000 yuan? She asked this while looking at Luo Yang. Before Luo Yang could answer, old Wang said, "Even if it costs 500,000 yuan, people won't let you look at it twice. This car will cost over 10 million yuan after it's been driven off the lot." 10 million? Qin Qingfeng was startled. She hadn't counted, but there were at least 5 or 6 cars in this row. That meant the total cost, even without buying the car, would be 50 or 60 million yuan? Luo Yang chuckled and said, "It's just for getting around. Uncle Wang, if you like it, I'll give you one." Although Luo Yang was lazy by nature, he was decisive and efficient in his actions. He picked up his phone and called Lu Fibei. "Hey, Fibei? Are you and Jian gone? I need a Rolls-Royce Phantom." "What color?" "It's for Jieking's father-in-law. Black is more dignified, so black it is. Deliver it to Villa number 117 in Haitian Hanjing in about half an hour." Old Wang and Qin Qingfeng were dumbfounded. With just one sentence, Luo Yang had given them another luxury car worth 10 million without batting an eye. In the other car, Zhang Jieking sent off his companions and drove himself, letting Wang Yan sit in the passenger seat. The others also consciously avoided getting in the car as third wheels. After driving out of the residential area, Zhang Jieking wiped his sweat and secretly glanced at the stern-faced Wang Yan. Wang Yan bit her lip, and after a long while, glared at Zhang Jieking and said, "I originally had feelings for you, and I thought you were a good person, someone I could get to know slowly, but the boss has left me with no way out." I agreed, "But if you treat me badly in the future, if you wrong me, I'll. Zhang Jieking answered without hesitation, "Don't worry, I will never let you down. Your parents are my parents too. I will work hard to make sure our whole family lives well, don't worry." Wang Yan snorted and said, "Of course I trust him, how could I not? Whether I trust him or not, I've already been forced onto your path by the boss. Tell me, you're with the boss every day, what kind of person is he?" Upon hearing about the boss, Zhang Jieking immediately said very seriously, "Wang Yan, I need to make this clear to you. I absolutely guarantee I'll treat you and your parents well, but if anything happens to the boss, I'll protect him even at the cost of my life. The boss, although I'm older than him, I consider him like my second parent. My feelings for him are based on both affection and professional commitment. The boss is definitely a trustworthy person. He's so good to us that we don't even need to ask or think about it, he already thinks of everything for us." Upon arriving at number 117, Haitian Hanjing, 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms were parked side by side. Ma Teng, the owner of Haitian Hanjing, along with several subordinates, personally greeted them at the gate. Luo Yang got out of the car and hugged him, smiling, "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Ma. These two are Uncle Wang and Aunt Qin, my brother Jieking's parents-in-law. This house is for them." Ma Teng immediately greeted Uncle Wang and Qin Qingfeng warmly, "Hello, Brother Wang, hello, sister-in-law. The house is fully furnished, you can move in right away. Come in and take a look. If there's anything you're not satisfied with or if you're missing anything, just let me know, and I'll arrange for it to be delivered immediately." Uncle Wang simply nodded, saying little. Qin Qingfang, on the other hand, was very polite and courteous. She liked the courtyard immediately upon entering. A 1,200 square meter private garden. Plenty of space for planting flowers, grass, and trees. There was also an 80 to 90 square meter pond on the left side of the front yard, where she could raise fish. Old Wang was immediately captivated. Luckily, it was a gift from Luo Yang. He could never dream of owning a villa worth over 110 million yuan in his lifetime. The house was lavishly decorated. The first floor boasted a spacious living room of over 100 square meters, 2 kitchens, 1 Chinese and 1 Western style, 2 maids' rooms, an entertainment room, and an indoor swimming pool connected to a gym. The second floor had 5 bedrooms, each 60 square meters, with ensuite bathrooms, walk-in closets, and large balconies extraordinarily large and luxurious. The third floor contained only 1 bedroom, along with a living room and study, totaling 220 square meters, with a 100 square meter rooftop garden in front. Wang Yan was mesmerized by the extravagance, then glanced at Zhang Jiaking beside her. Zhang Jiaking, however, was unmoved. He had seen far more luxurious homes 10 or even 100 times more with Luo Yang, and he wasn't particular about his living arrangements. Even a larger house would only require 1 room. Qin Qingfang exclaimed, captivated, "This house is wonderful." Zhang Jiaking immediately said, "Auntie, do you like the top floor? Then you and uncle can stay here. The air is better up there, and you can even grow some plants." Qin Qingfang was taken aback, then shook her head vigorously. "I'm too old for such a nice place. If anyone wants to stay, Lao Wang and I will stay in the second floor room. You can stay on the third floor." Wang Yan blushed again, too embarrassed to discuss it with her mother. After touring the house and coming downstairs, Ma Teng smiled and asked Qin Qingfang. He had a keen eye and could tell that she was the head of the household. "Sister-in-law, see if you need anything, I'll arrange for someone to bring it over right away." Qin Qingfang smiled and shook her head. "We have everything. I checked the wardrobe, even the quilts and blankets are there, the kitchenware is all complete, we have everything, we don't need anything. Mr. Ma, you're too kind." Ma Teng laughed, not at all. "Mr. Luo has bought almost all the villas and mansions here, he's my big spender. You're Mr. Luo's relatives and friends, so you're my honored guests too, so just let me know if you need anything." In the living room, Luo Yang looked at Mu Kejun, Huang Qian, Chen Rui, and the others with disdain and said, "Look at you guys, so useless. You let that big oaf Zhang Jiaking get there first. Hurry up and find me a wife. Mr. Ma's villas are all reserved for me, just waiting for you to find wives and move in." Mu Kejun and the others weren't annoyed by Luo Yang's sarcasm, they just smiled and remained silent. Luo Yang then looked at Wang Yan and said, "Wang Yan, aren't there many girls in the company without boyfriends? Help introduce some to those idiots. They don't even know how to try to find someone themselves. Learn from Jiaking, self-reliance is the key to success. Do you expect a wife to fall from the sky if you don't lift a finger?" Wang Yan covered her mouth in disbelief, but still nodded and said, "Yes, doesn't the boss know? So many girls in the company are unmarried, and they're all so eligible. They don't even look at ordinary men." Having found a house they liked, Luo Yang instructed Zhang Jiaking, "I'm giving you a few days off. Don't come with me anymore. Move Wang Yan and her family here and settle them in." Zhang Jiaking nodded in agreement. After going outside, someone in the backyard saw Luo Yang and quickly came over to hand him a bag and a car key. "Mr. Luo, here's the owner's manual and car keys. Mr. Luo arranged for me to deliver the car. I got temporary license plates. For the official plates, the vehicle owner needs to go to the vehicle management office with their ID to apply. All other fees and procedures have been completed, so it won't affect driving on the road." Luo Yang glanced at the brand new black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked on his left and handed the keys to Old Wang. "Uncle Wang, want to give it a try?" Old Wang, a former policeman, had a passion for cars. He couldn't resist the urge and, without hesitation, took the keys and got in. He tried starting the car and slowly drove out of the yard, then drove around the neighborhood for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, he returned, beaming, saying, "This car, it's fucking awesome." Luo Yang smiled and instructed Zhang Jiaking, "After you've helped them move in, take Uncle Wang and the others to the restaurant for dinner. I won't be coming with you." After leaving the villa, Luo Yang didn't take a car but walked back. The villa was only about 700 to 800 meters from his home. Song Guangming had the others drive back, while he and a few others, including Mu Kejun, accompanied Luo Yang on foot. Luo Yang pointed at Mu Kejun and the others, saying, "You bunch of idiots, Zhang Jiaking was the last person I thought would get a wife, but she's dazzlingly beautiful. Aren't you ashamed?" Mu Kejun and the others chuckled and said, "No shame." Luo Yang said irritably, speechless. "Fine, there are plenty of beautiful women in the company. If you don't want to be single forever, go after them. There's a saying, those near the water get the moon first, and another, don't let the good stuff go to outsiders, you know. But Mukajun and the others just grinned foolishly. Luo Yang sighed, patting his chest. Just as they reached the gate of his villa, Luo Yang saw a red Ferrari parked on the road outside the gate, with someone sitting in the driver's seat. Song Guangming quietly told Luo Yang, "Boss, it's Su Ying." Luo Yang was startled, then instructed Song Guangming, "Don't follow me, I'll go talk to her." Upon approaching the Ferrari, Luo Yang saw Su Ying slumped over the steering wheel. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Yang opened the other door and climbed in, sitting in the passenger seat. The car was quiet, save for a soft sob. After a while, Su Ying looked up, her beautiful face streaked with tears. Luo Yang had almost never seen Su Ying vulnerable or crying, he only saw dominance and pride in her. This was the first time he had seen Su Ying so vulnerable and crying. Su Ying didn't hide her emotions at this moment. Wiping away her tears, she looked at Luo Yang and said, "Ever since I heard the news of your marriage, my tears haven't stopped. Luo Yang, I used to be so proud, but you shattered all that pride. Now I realize I'm no different from other girls. I'm just a pitiful, ordinary girl. I like you. Tell me, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? What can I do?" Su Ying's eyes were blurred with tears, like a pear blossom in the rain, pitiful and vulnerable. Luo Yang felt helpless. What could he do? Actually, he didn't harbor any ill will towards Su Ying. Coming from such a family, coupled with her extraordinary beauty, it was normal for her to be proud. Moreover, her pride hadn't harmed anyone, the only one she'd ever implicated was him, because Su Ying had used him as a shield, leading to Su Qiatai's revenge. But while Luo Yang was heartbroken, he understood that Su Ying had absolutely no intention of harming him, she just wanted to get rid of Su Qiatai. She didn't want to marry a scumbag like Su Qiatai, right? Therefore, Luo Yang didn't feel any particular animosity towards Su Ying. Looking at the heartbroken Su Ying, Luo Yang sighed inwardly and handed her a few tissues. Su Ying took the tissue and wiped the tears from her face, but the wiping and the tears had already ruined her makeup. However, no matter how ruined her makeup was, Su Ying's beauty was her natural beauty, not something created by makeup, so even with the makeup smudged, her face was still beautiful. Su Ying looked at Luo Yang, silent, no longer crying, just staring at him in silence. Luo Yang felt a chill and quickly said, "Su Ying, just say what you want to say, don't look at me like that." Su Ying said softly, "You want me to say something? What can I say? I'll say I want to marry you, okay?" Luo Yang smiled bitterly, "You know it's impossible." Su Ying remained silent, two more clear tears silently streaming down her face. Luo Yang's head throbbed again. Knowing this couldn't go on, he said, "Su Ying, I can only apologize." Su Ying shook her head, then suddenly said to him, "I want a drink. Will you drink with me? After this, we'll go our separate ways and never see each other again." Luo Yang wanted to tell her, "I don't drink," but he thought about it and held back. A proud girl who liked him was destined for tragedy. How could he refuse such a request? At worst, he'd just get drunk. "Okay." Luo Yang readily agreed. Su Ying immediately drove off. After driving a dozen meters, she saw Song Guangming and Mukajun following leisurely in a Rolls-Royce in her rearview mirror. Su Ying didn't say anything. For someone of Luo Yang's status, safety was paramount. His privacy couldn't be hidden from them. Of course, Su Ying also knew that Song Guangming and his ilk were unwaveringly loyal, Luo Yang's privacy would never be leaked by them. Su Ying drove not to a restaurant or a bar, but to her own home. She had bought an apartment in Jianggan, in the upscale Hanjiang Peninsula area, but not a private villa, it was a penthouse. Each high-rise building had only one unit, ensuring privacy, and all were on the top floor of buildings 60 or 70 stories, completely hidden from lower-rise buildings. Of course, such an apartment was astronomically expensive, but Su Ying, who owned 0.5% of Luo Yang's offshore company, had already received $2 to $3 billion in dividends. She wasn't short of money, so buying an apartment was naturally no problem for her. Su Ying drove her car to the underground parking garage. Song Guangming and Mukajun followed, choosing a spot near the elevator. The two of them then rested and slept in the car, keeping an eye on the elevator. Luo Yang, having already established a tacit understanding with them, went directly to the underground garage after exiting the car. They took the elevator with Su Ying to the 86th floor, the top floor. Being a high-end residence, no one stopped halfway up. Upon reaching the top floor and entering Su Ying's apartment, Luo Yang looked around the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. This 180-degree curved wall was entirely made of special glass, offering an unparalleled view. Su Ying's apartment was approximately 420 square meters, with an incredible 3,000 square meter private rooftop garden on the left. Luo Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "This house is really nice." Su Ying said, "Even if it's nice, you wouldn't come to live here. It's all a gift from you." Luo Yang was stunned, somewhat confused. "When did I give you a house?" He racked his brain but couldn't recall ever giving her a house like this. He didn't even remember the name Jeongan Peninsula. Su Ying said, "My money comes from your dividends. I bought it with your money. So, isn't this house a gift from you?" Luo Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly again. Her explanation was roundabout, but it wasn't entirely wrong. As she spoke, Su Ying opened the refrigerator, took out some red wine in glasses, poured 2 glasses, and then took a big gulp. She didn't urge Luo Yang to drink, whether he drank or not was up to him. She wouldn't force him. After drinking 1 glass, Su Ying poured another large glass. As she drank, tears streamed down her face again. Luo Yang quickly picked up his wine glass and said, "Don't drink so fast, it's bad for your health. Let me drink with you, take your time." Luo Yang took a small sip. The red wine wasn't harsh on the palate, unlike Beiju which felt fiery. The red wine had a slightly sour and sweet taste. Not drinking it in 1 gulp wasn't unbearable. At home, with no outsiders and the other 3 present, Su Ying made no attempt to hide her emotions, drinking with tears streaming down her face. Luo Yang wanted to comfort her, but after thinking for a moment, he had nothing to say. So he simply picked up his glass and drank with her, taking turn sips. Su Ying drank much faster. Luo Yang had only had 1 glass, while she had already drunk 3 or 4. With slightly tipsy eyes, she looked at Luo Yang and said, "So many nights I've gotten drunk like this, thinking of you. Sometimes I even thought about jumping off this cliff." Luo Yang was startled and quickly said, "No, please don't think like that." Su Ying wiped away her tears and said, "What are you afraid of? I won't jump. You're not down there, what would I do?" Luo Yang breathed a sigh of relief, but he really had nothing to say to her. She kept talking about him, and he couldn't continue the conversation. Fine, no talking, no chatting, just drinking. Luo Yang sipped his red wine slowly, and surprisingly, he drank several glasses without any strong reaction. He wondered if his alcohol tolerance had improved, but then a wave of alcohol surged into his head, and he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed. In his hazy state, he heard Su Ying call his name a few times, and then he drifted off to sleep. "I think I had a very erotic dream. I don't know how much time passed, but when I opened my eyes, my head hurt a lot." He closed his eyes again to adjust for a while, then opened them again, suddenly finding the place incredibly unfamiliar. After thinking for a moment, his memories gradually returned. Wasn't he drinking? Luo Yang suddenly jumped up in shock. It was a rather messy room. Looking next to him, a face partially obscured by long hair was visible. It was Su Ying. Holy crap! Luo Yang didn't know what to say. He'd made a mistake again. Luo Yang quickly got up, dressed, and fled in a disheveled state. Only after Luo Yang disappeared from sight did Su Ying open her eyes, a slight smile appearing on her face. With Luo Yang, a gentler approach was necessary. Luo Yang arrived at the garage in a disheveled state. Nuka Jun was watching over him, while Song Guangming lay asleep. "The boss is here," Nuka Jun said, getting out of the car and opening the back door. Song Guangming, startled awake, quickly got out to greet Luo Yang. Luo Yang touched his face, trying to hide his embarrassment, and got into the car, waving to Nuka Jun, "Ka-jun, let's go to the company." Going home so early in the morning wouldn't be easy to explain, so he decided to go to his office at the company. "Okay." Nuka Jun nodded and drove. It was already past 9 o'clock when they arrived at the company. Luo Yang attracted quite a bit of attention as he passed through the company lobby. Because Luo Yang had never arrived at the company this early before, and being a lazy person, anything unusual always drew attention. The majority of the staff in the lobby were women. Luo Yang noticed they were all glancing at him furtively, so he turned and beckoned to Nuka Jun, who was about to go to the lounge to play on his phone. "Ka-jun, come here for a second." "Oh." Nuka Jun ran over, looking confused, and asked, "What's up, boss?" Luo Yang glanced at the female staff around him and pointed to the most striking girl, saying, "You, what's your name?" The girl nervously replied, "Boss, my name is Ren Xinyan." Luo Yang nodded and said, "That's a good name. I've noticed that all the girls with Yan in their names are beautiful." Ren Xinyan blushed, but she was naturally pleased with her boss's compliment. Of course, she knew why he was praising the character Yan. His girlfriend's name was Zhang Xiaoyan. Luo Yang then instructed Nuka Jun, "Ka-jun, I'm assigning Ren Xinyan to do something. Drive her there, make sure she's well taken and brought back safely." Nuka Jun nodded and said, "Okay." He never questioned Luo Yang's orders, he just went and carried them out. Ren Xinyan was at a loss. She had never been sent on a business trip before, she worked a regular 9-to-5 office job. Luo Yang then said to the bewildered Ren Xinyan, "This mission is a bit dangerous. Ren Xinyan, do you have a boyfriend?" Ren Xinyan thought for a moment and shook her head, replying, "No, not now." This meant she used to have one, but not anymore. Luo Yang nodded and said, "Alright, I'll give you a mission, go to my hometown in Chuancheng and pick something up." How could Ren Xinyan refuse? Even in her daze, she nodded in agreement. Her job at Future Finance wasn't strenuous or demanding, but the monthly income was quite good. Last month she received over 90,000 yuan, which she genuinely didn't expect. Actually, her initial salary expectation upon joining the company wasn't particularly high, only 12,000 yuan a month, not high, not low, just acceptable. But what Ren Xinyan didn't expect was that she would receive a bonus of 85,000 yuan when she got her paycheck. This was a pleasant surprise. She later heard that bonuses were commonplace at the company, and that their bonus was already among the lowest. Employees like Luo Qinya and Song Ziking received tens of millions in bonuses every month. Long-serving employees at Future Finance all know that the main source of income at Future Finance isn't salary, but bonuses. Ren Xinyan dared not disobey her boss's orders. Not knowing what she needed to retrieve from his hometown, she packed her belongings and followed Mu Kejun downstairs. In the elevator, seeing Mu Kejun's unwavering gaze and silence, Ren Xinyan asked him sullenly, "What does the boss need?" Mu Kejun shook his head. "I don't know. Whatever it is, just do as I say." In the garage, Mu Kejun drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom, the most common model in the company, known for its comfort. While there were a few supercars, Mu Kejun knew very well that supercars were all about looks. Their comfort couldn't compare to a Rolls-Royce. Ren Xinyan got into the car with a worried expression, sat in the passenger seat, and fastened her seatbelt. As Mu Kejun drove, he said to her, "This seat can recline and become a bed. You can sleep and rest for a while. It's a long journey, over 600 kilometers, and it'll take 5 or 6 hours to get to Chuanchang." Ren Xinyan asked him, a little puzzled, "Aren't there planes from Jiangnan to Chuanchang? The tickets aren't expensive, why don't you let us take a plane? It's easier and saves time." Mu Kejun said, "Just do whatever the boss arranges. Don't ask so many questions." "Okay." Ren Xinyan shut up, feeling wronged. This guy was such a straight man. However, before getting on the highway, while refueling at a gas station, Mu Kejun bought a large bag of snacks and drinks from the convenience store and put them in the car next to Ren Xinyan. "It's a bit far. If you get hungry, have some snacks. If you're thirsty, have some drinks. I bought bottled water and juice, drink whatever you like." Mu Kejun said this to Ren Xinyan, then added after driving off, "If you need to use the restroom, just let me know. I'll stop at the service area." "Okay." Ren Xinyan nodded. She had been worried about traveling such a long distance with Mu Kejun, a man she didn't know very well, wondering if he might have ulterior motives. But now, she saw that although Mu Kejun was a straightforward man, he seemed quite considerate towards her. As long as she didn't mention her boss, Luo Yang, they were fine. He almost always went along with her and took care of her. But mentioning the boss changed Mu Kejun's tone. He would execute Luo Yang's orders without question. Mu Kejun was truly an honest man. With such a beautiful woman like Ren Xinyan sitting next to him, he drove without looking at her and didn't say a word. Jiangnan Company Headquarters Office. Song Guangming closed Luo Yang's office door before smiling and asking, "Boss, are you arranging a wife for Cao Jun?" Luo Yang laughed and said, "I did have that idea, but those guys are too dense. I don't even know if it'll work out. That guy's so straightforward. You might think Jiaking's a bit dimwit, but he knows how to flirt. Look at him, he's already won over a girl." Song Guangming also smiled wryly and said, "Cao Jun, I'm not sure either. He's such a blockhead. That Ren Xinyan, she's got the looks and the temperament of a top-notch girl. I don't know if she'll even like Cao Jun. No matter how much we try to matchmake, we can't force her to like him, can we?" Luo Yang sighed, "Yes, we can arrange opportunities, but we can't force the girl to agree. It has to be mutual." Thinking about it, it seemed unlikely that Mu Kejun and Ren Xinyan's relationship would go as smoothly as Zhang Jiaking and Wang Yan's. After all, Wang Yan already had feelings for Zhang Jiaking, and with his encouragement, they were together. Ren Xinyan and Mu Kejun hadn't even talked to each other or gotten to know each other, unlike Zhang Jiaking and Wang Yan's situation. Song Guangming said with some concern, "Anyone with a bit of sense would understand this, but Kejun probably hasn't thought about it at all. He just thinks you're just assigning him a task." And as for Ren Xinyan, Luo Yang and Song Guangming were discussing the possibility of Mu Kejun and Ren Xinyan's relationship in the office. After an hour or so of deducing, they concluded, "Mu Kejun is probably single by choice. What can you do about it?" In fact, Mu Kejun was exactly as Luo Yang and Song Guangming predicted, a straightforward man. But the future is always unpredictable, always changing. Of course, Luo Yang's ability to predict the next 24 hours is an exception. Mu Kejun had only been driving on the highway for 15 minutes when Ren Xinyan's phone suddenly rang. She answered and panicked, saying to Mu Kejun, "Brother Mu, I'm sorry, I have an urgent matter and need to go back to Jiangnan. Please help me." Seeing the anxious expression on her face, Mu Kejun quickly asked, "What is it?" Ren Xinyan was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. It's my brother. My brother owes someone money and he's been arrested. They said if he doesn't pay back the money within an hour, they'll cut off his hand." Mu Kejun hesitated for a moment, then immediately called Luo Yang. "Boss, I just got on the highway, but Miss Ren's family has had a bit of an emergency. Should we take Miss Ren back to handle things before heading to Chuancheng? Upon hearing this, Luo Yang in the office sat bolt upright and said in a commanding tone, Cao Jun, your mission is to protect Ren Xinyan and get everything done. Her matter is also part of the mission. Resolve Ren Xinyan's situation properly before going to Chuancheng. Before Cao Jun could ask for further details, Luo Yang had already hung up the phone. In the office, Luo Yang laughed and said to Song Guangming, Cao Jun and Ren Xinyan seem destined for each other. Even God is giving this blockhead a chance, haha. Song Guangming nodded in agreement, saying, women are most easily moved by men who saved their lives in times of crisis. Although Cao Jun is a blockhead, he has a strong sense of chivalry. I think he's got a chance. On the highway, Mu Cao Jun sped up, exited at the next intersection onto the road to Chuancheng, then turned around and entered Jiangan from the other entrance. In the car, Mu Cao Jun drove while carefully asking Ren Xinyan about the situation. Miss Ren, what exactly is the situation with your brother? Ren Xinyan, tears streaming down her face, said anxiously, my brother partnered with someone to open a shop, but the shop lost money, and he owes 500,000 yuan. I don't know how those people calculated it, but now it's over 700,000 yuan. I just started working at Future Finance, and last month I earned over 70,000 yuan, which all went to paying off my brother's debts. Mu Kejun immediately understood and said, although I don't know the details, this situation definitely means your brother was scammed. Don't you know that loan sharking is illegal? Ren Xinyan, wiping away her tears, said helplessly, we reported it to the police, but they have an IOU written in my brother's own handwriting. Reporting it to the police is useless, they say it's a civil economic dispute, and they can't handle it. Mu Kejun nodded and said, alright, I'll take you there and check it out for you. 15 minutes later, after exiting the toll gate at the Jiangan Expressway entrance, they followed the road Ren Xinyan pointed out, and 50 minutes later stopped in front of an old house on the northern outskirts of the city. Ren Xinyan dialed the phone and said, I've arrived. Where are you guys? The door of the old house opened, and 6 or 7 people came out, 2 of them shoving a young man in his late 20s. Mu Kejun saw that the young man being shoved had delicate features and bore a resemblance to Ren Xinyan, so he knew he must be Ren Xinyan's younger brother. Ren Xinyan opened the car door and ran out, heading straight for the young man who had been shoved. She cupped his face and checked him over, little brother, are you alright? Are you okay? The leader of the group glanced at the parked Rolls-Royce Phantom and exclaimed, wow, having a beautiful older sister is really something. You've already hooked up with a rich guy who drives a Rolls-Royce. Well, enough talk, pay up, 1.1 million. Ren Xinyan was immediately speechless with anger. You guys might as well rob me. I owed you 500,000, and in less than a month it's become 1.1 million. I even paid you back 70,000 before. The man waved a promissory note in his hand, saying smugly, you've got it wrong, haven't you? This is a promissory note written in your brother's own handwriting, with his fingerprint on it. He borrowed 1.1 million from me. If you're not happy, go ahead and sue him. Ren Xinyan turned to her brother and asked, brother, what happened? Her brother's face was full of terror, and he trembled as he said, they beat me, and they said they'd tie me to stones and throw me into the river. The leader of the group laughed and said, hey, if you say that, I'll sue you for defamation. Do you have any evidence? Do you have a recording? Did you witness it yourself? No, right? If you don't talk nonsense. We're just honest, law-abiding people. As the saying goes, debts must be repaid, it's only right and proper. Pay up. Ren Xinyan knew that reasoning with these people was useless. She took out her phone and said, I only have 22,000 yuan. I'll transfer it all to you and let my brother go. The leader of the group sneered again, you think you can get rid of us with 22,000 yuan? Dream on. But I think you're quite good looking. How about this, spend a day with me and I'll reduce the price by 100,000 yuan, and you can just pay me back a round number, 1 million. Ren Xinyan angrily retorted, you scoundrel. The leader reached out to pinch Ren Xinyan's cheek, saying, call me a scoundrel? Am I a scoundrel? I'm an educated man. Want to see my elementary school diploma? Wait a minute. Suddenly, a man's voice called out. The leader looked in the direction of the voice and saw it was the man in the Rolls-Royce. Mu Kejun was only about 1.6 meters tall, thin and small, completely different from the tall and strong Zhang Jieking. The group of thugs, numbering 6 or 7, weren't afraid of the small, thin man in the Rolls-Royce, since there was no one else inside. Mu Kejun slowly walked forward, reached out, and pulled Ren Xinyan and her younger brother behind him, then said to the leader of the group, I'll pay you back the money I owe you. Let me see the IOU. The leader wasn't afraid at all, and smugly handed the IOU to Mu Kejun. Here's the IOU. Look, 1.1 million, it's in black and white. For a big boss like you who drives a Rolls-Royce, it's nothing. Ah, having a beautiful older sister is great. Mukajun carefully examined the IOU, confirming it was genuine, then stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Only then did he ask the dumbfounded man, "Where's the IOU?" Of course, there was no copy of the IOU. The 6 or 7 men, after a moment of stunned silence, jumped up and surrounded Mukajun. The leader, especially furious, pointed his finger at Mukajun's nose and said, "You bastard. Fine, fine, you swallowed an IOU for 1.1 million, I'll make you write one for 2.2 million. You've got money, so I'll rip you off. You asked for it." Ren Xinyan quickly said, "It has nothing to do with him, he's just a driver, please don't make things difficult for him." Ren Xinyan's mind was a mess. She was anxious for Mukajun and didn't want to drag him into this mess. But she didn't consider that Mukajun had swallowed the IOU. Would these people let him go? 6 or 7 thugs were used to being arrogant. Now, outnumbered and in this desolate place where even screaming wouldn't attract attention, would they really let Mukajun go? Several men shouted and pounced on him. Ren Xinyan screamed in fright, thinking Mukajun would definitely be badly beaten, but she couldn't stop them. But when she opened her eyes again, she suddenly froze. The 6 or 7 thugs stumbled and fell to the side. The small Mukajun in the middle seemed to be electrified. Anyone near him was shocked. Before the gang leader could even see what happened, several of his men were sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. Terrified, he lunged forward, grabbing Ren Xinyan and drawing a gleaming dagger from his waist. But before he could react, a hand seized his wrist, the one holding the dagger. "Let go!" The gang leader glared at Mukajun, reaching for the dagger to stab him, but suddenly a sharp pain shot through his wrist, followed by a contracting, mechanical grip. The pain made his vision blur. Ouch, 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 ouch. The gang leader's other hand was too weak to reach for the dagger, the pain instantly drained his strength, and he collapsed to the ground. Mukajun didn't let go, his eyes coldly fixed on him. A series of cracking sounds rang out from the thug leader's wrist. He was in so much pain that tears and snot streamed down his face, he was too weak to even beg for mercy. Seeing his mangled state, Mukajun finally released him. The thug leader, clutching his broken right wrist, trembled and could only groan. The others were also rolling on the ground, still unable to get up. Mukajun hadn't crippled them, only used some methods, but none of them were as badly injured as the thug leader. Mukajun then squatted down in front of him, staring at him and asking, "I know you're the one who set up Ren Xinyan's brother, and I'm too lazy to ask anymore. The 500,000 yuan debt you wrote to him before will be considered 500,000 yuan. Ren Xinyan paid you 70,000, leaving 430,000. I'm transferring 500,000 to you now. The extra 70,000 is for your disability compensation. I hope you remember this lesson. If you ever cause trouble for Ren Xinyan and her brother again, I won't hesitate to make you level 1 disabled." The thug leader was terrified by Mukajun's words, his face turning ashen. He stammered, "No, no, I won't do it again. I don't want the money, I don't want the money anymore." Mukajun glared at him, "Send me the payment QR code. You can't refuse. If you don't, I'll cripple another hand." The thug leader, his face ashen, endured the excruciating pain, his left hand trembling as he opened WeChat and pulled up the payment QR code. Mukajun took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and paid 500,000 yuan. Mukajun picked up the fallen dagger, examined it briefly, and then tossed it aside. With a thud, the dagger flew out like lightning and embedded itself in the tire of a black Honda sedan parked to the right of the old house's door. It went deep, the entire dagger was embedded in the tire, and with a loud crash, the car's right front tire went flat. There was only this one old house here, and the car clearly belonged to this gang of thugs. The other thugs, who hadn't yet gotten up, were terrified by Mukajun's move. "Damn, is this short guy a martial arts expert?" He took down all 7 of them in seconds. Their fighting style, besides brute force, relied on numbers, just thuggish tactics. They'd be no match for a real fighter. Mukajun asked the gang leader again, "The money's been received, we're even. Now, what are your thoughts?" The gang leader's face was contorted with pain, but he dared not refuse to answer, his voice trembling as he said, "No thoughts, no thoughts, I absolutely wouldn't dare cause Ren Xiaokong any more trouble, we're even. Fine." Mukajun stared at him coldly, his eyes like knives. "I'll take your words seriously. If Ren Xinyan and her brother cause any more trouble, I won't be so polite. Let me tell you, I have 1,000 ways to make you disappear from this world, not just cripple one of your hands." The gang leader was terrified by Mukajun's words, sweat pouring down his face. He truly felt Mukajun's surging murderous intent. This man had definitely spilled blood and killed people. That was the feeling in his mind. In fact, he wasn't wrong, Mukajun and his team had indeed killed enemies while on missions at the border. Having fully grasped the thug leader's fear, Mukajun slowly stood up and turned to the still-shaken Ren Xinyan and her brother, saying, "Get in the car." Ren Xinyan had no intention of staying any longer. She grabbed her brother and rushed to the Rolls-Royce, opening the door and urging him to get in quickly. Ren Xiaokong was still trembling after getting into the car. After Mu Kejun drove away from that area, he glanced in the rearview mirror to make sure the old house where the thugs had disappeared from sight before saying to Ren Xinyan, "Miss Ren, where is your brother going? I'll take him home." Ren Xinyan hesitated for a moment before asking Mu Kejun, "Brother Mu, could you take my brother to Chuancheng? My family. I have no one else left. My father passed away when I was 13, and my mother remarried less than 6 months later. Since then, it's just my brother and me relying on each other. In his current state, I don't feel comfortable leaving him at home." Mu Kejun glanced at Ren Xinyan's beautiful face in the rearview mirror, and a sudden pang of heartache shot through him. This girl appeared glamorous and successful, a beautiful and well-off white-collar worker, but he never imagined she was so pitiful behind the scenes. Ren Xinyan, seemingly worried that Mu Kejun might dislike her brother, quickly explained, "Brother Mu, my brother isn't a bad person. He's different from those people. He's been very sensible since he was little, able to endure any hardship, always trying to earn money to ease my burden. That's why he fell for those thugs' tricks. I don't blame him at all." Mu Kejun nodded secretly upon hearing her words. From his appearance, Ren Xiaokong didn't seem like a bad kid. His mistake was understandable. Siblings who depend on each other for survival often have the deepest and truest bonds. Mu Kejun, having come from a poor background himself, understood this deeply. "And," Ren Xinyan said weakly, looking at Mu Kejun driving, "Brother Mu, about that 500,000 yuan, I'll pay you back every month when I get my salary." Mu Kejun shook his head and said, "No need to pay it back. I don't need that money. I just hope you and your brother won't fall for those kinds of scams again." For some reason, Ren Xiaokong, still somewhat dazed, suddenly blurted out, "Are you my brother-in-law?" The usually composed and dignified Mu Kejun was suddenly thrown off balance by Ren Xiaokong's words, creating a chaotic scene on the highway. The car swayed violently, startling Ren Xinyan and her brother Ren Xiaokong. Luckily, there were no other cars around, they were the only ones. Ren Xinyan, still shaken, clutched her chest and glanced at Mu Kejun. His face was flushed red, like a monkey's bottom. He was actually blushing and fidgeting. However, remembering her brother's words, Ren Xinyan couldn't help but blush as well. To be honest, in terms of appearance, Ren Xinyan and Mu Kejun were definitely not a good match. Ren Xinyan was a tall, beautiful woman, 1.75 meters tall, with striking features, while Mu Kejun was only 1.6 meters tall, 10 centimeters shorter than her. If Ren Xinyan wore heels, she would be even taller than him. Moreover, Mu Kejun's appearance was ordinary, far from handsome. But none of this bothered Ren Xiaokong. He admired the stern-faced Mu Kejun to the extreme. He single-handedly beat A Jun and his gang of 7 or 8 men until they were begging for mercy on their knees. It was simply amazing. For Ren Xiaokong, what did looks matter? He didn't care at all. He was handsome himself, but what good was being handsome? Would people stop bullying you just because you're handsome? Ren Xiaokong's childhood dream was to become a superhero like those in the movies, so he could protect his sister. His sister was very beautiful, but because of him, she couldn't even find a boyfriend. Over the years, she had raised him like a mother, enduring hardship. Ren Xiaokong only wanted his sister to have a better life, he had no other thoughts. And this godlike, powerful brother Mu was the superhero he imagined. If such a person became his brother-in-law, that would be his dream. Mu Kejun composed himself, quickly drove the car back inside the yellow line, and then said to Ren Xinyan, "Miss Ren, is your brother hungry? If he's hungry, he should eat something, or we can buy something at the next service area. Otherwise, it'll be 5 or 6 hours before we get to Chuancheng and there won't be any food." Ren Xiaokong shook his head and said, "I'm not hungry, brother-in-law. This car is so fancy, how much did it cost?" Another brother-in-law, and this time Mu Kejun didn't lose his composure, only blushing, and then said, "Don't call me that. I'm not your brother-in-law. You see, I'm not good enough for your sister." Mu Kejun said this naturally because he clearly understood his place. Hearing his words, Ren Xinyan couldn't help but steal a glance at him. Seeing him focused on driving, a chord suddenly struck her heart. As Mu Kejun drove, he said, "This car belongs to the company, not me. I heard it costs around 10 million. 10 million? Ren Xiaokong was immediately startled. Sitting alone in the spacious back seat, he touched and examined the car. "Sister." He almost called him brother-in-law again, but Ren Xiaokong barely managed to hold back and said hesitantly, Brother Mu, that 500,000 has nothing to do with my sister. I'll pay you back when I earn money." Mu Kejun nodded, still smiling, and said without turning his head, "It's good that you have ambition. Although you meant well for your sister, you've done something wrong. You need to think things through carefully in the future. Forget about the 500,000, I don't need the money." Ren Xiaokong shook his head vigorously, "That won't do. If you were my brother-in-law, it wouldn't matter, but you're not related to us. 500,000 is a lot of money. Even if I earn it back slowly, I'll pay you back. Mukajun thought for a moment, not mentioning the money, but asked him, what are your skills? Ren Xiaokong shook his head and replied, I'm not as smart as my sister. She went to university, I only went to high school. Then I worked in society for a few years, doing all sorts of jobs, even in factories, but as for technical skills, I don't really have any particular expertise. Mukajun thought for a moment and then asked, can you drive? Yes, Ren Xiaokong nodded, I've had my license for several years. I used to drive a small cargo ship for over 2 years, delivering goods for people. Mukajun pondered for a moment and said, then when we get to the next service area, you can try driving. I'll keep an eye on you. After we get back to Jiangan, I'll talk to the boss and see if I can get you a job driving for the company. Ren Xiaokong shook his head with a wry smile, sister. Brother Mu, I have to thank you for thinking of me, but I'm afraid driving doesn't have much of a future. I want to find a job where I can learn a skill and have a good future. Otherwise, how can I support your 500,000 yuan and my sister's future? Before Mukajun could speak, Ren Xinyan scolded, Xiaokong, don't talk nonsense. Do you know how much our company's drivers earn a month? Mukajun chuckled, it's really good that you have such ambition, but our company isn't easy to get into. Do you know how much I make a month? Around 10 million, I guess. Of course, I don't just drive, I'm also responsible for the boss's safety. But even our regular drivers don't make less than 500,000 a month. Ren Xiaokong was so shocked his mouth gaped open, unable to close it. Really? Ren Xinyan said, of course it's true. Brother Mu is helping you so much, and you're still complaining. Ren Xiaokong grinned broadly, repeatedly saying, okay, I'll go drive. Mukajun added, that's true, but I can't guarantee you'll get in. The boss has to approve. Ren Xiaokong nodded and asked, Brother Mu, you were so amazing when you fought off 7 or 8 of Ajun's men all by yourself. Did you train before? Mukajun nodded and said, yes, I'm a soldier. Ren Xiaokong excitedly leaned closer and said, then, Brother Mu, could you teach me? I really want to learn this. Mukajun didn't readily agree. He said, this is very difficult to learn. It requires hard work and talent. And it's not just a little bit of hardship, it's extraordinary hardship. Besides, what I'm learning isn't ordinary martial arts, it's a killing skill. Ren Xinyan shuddered at the mention of killing. But Ren Xiaokong was even more excited, saying, I'm not afraid of hardship. I can endure any hardship. Brother Mu, please teach me. If I were as capable as you, no one would bully me and my sister anymore. Mukajun had heard Ren Xiaokong call him sister for what felt like the umpteenth time. He realized that Ren Xiaokong was actually very simple-minded, speaking without thinking, saying whatever came to mind. After thinking for a while, Mukajun actually agreed, okay, I'll teach you after we finish the mission and return to Jiangan. But I have a testing period. If you can't endure hardship and don't have the talent, then forget it. Ren Xiaokong readily agreed. He was already incredibly fortunate that Mukajun had agreed to teach him. Besides, Mukajun even went so far as to speak on his behalf to the boss, getting him a driver's job a great opportunity. At this point, not only Ren Xiaokong, but even Ren Xinyan was filled with gratitude and emotion. Mukajun had inexplicably helped her and her brother out of a predicament, even giving them 500,000 yuan out of his own pocket. Why would he, a complete stranger, help her like this? Ren Xinyan thought to herself that besides being pretty, she had nothing else that Mukajun found attractive, yet he hadn't uttered a single flirtatious word to her. Even when her brother called her brother-in-law a few times, he politely told him not to. Why was this man going to such lengths to help her? And why did he harbor no ill intentions towards her? Could such a kind person really exist in the world? After much deliberation, Ren Xinyan gritted her teeth and asked. She was terrified of falling into some trap and couldn't afford the trouble. Brother Mu, why are you helping me and my brother so much? Mukajun considered for a moment before answering seriously. First, you and I were assigned to work together by the boss, and he instructed me to handle your situation first. Second, you're a vulnerable woman. If I saw a girl being bullied by those thugs and did nothing, that's not my style. Third, your brother is a very simple and ambitious young man. I'm willing to help him, that's all. Ren Xinyan listened, stunned, feeling a vague sense of disappointment. She wanted to hear Mukajun say he helped because of her, but she was also vaguely afraid of hearing that explanation, so she was conflicted. But Mukajun's answer was completely different from what she had expected, which disappointed her further. Looking at Mukajun, focused on driving, this was only a profile view, thin and resolute. His hands were so steady that it felt like mechanical hands, not human hands. Ren Xinyan suddenly had a feeling this was true handsomeness. A woman's attraction to a man often happens in an instant. After arriving at the next service area, Mukajun let Ren Xiaokong drive, while he sat in the passenger seat watching, and Ren Xinyan sat in the back. Ren Xiaokong had driven small cargo ships for over 2 years, Manual transmissions were better for honing skills than high-end cars like Rolls-Royces. He felt great as soon as he got behind the wheel, though he was quite excited. After all, he was driving a $10 million car. After half an hour, the excitement subsided, and Ren Xiaokong drove with ease. Mu Kejun was reassured, his skills were good, and he would be fine after a while. Ren Xinyan was idly playing on her phone in the back row when she opened WeChat and saw a message from her colleague Wang Yan. Xinyan, I just heard from Jieking that their boss arranged for Mu Kejun and you to go back to Chuanchang on business. Is that true? Ren Xinyan hesitated for a moment before replying, yes, we're almost in Chuanchang. Wang Yan, haha, the boss has got a matchmaker addiction. Yesterday he practically dragged me and Jieking together, and today he's paired you and Mu Kejun together. Mu Kejun's a real blockhead, so, how do you feel? The news of Zhang Jieking and Wang Yan's relationship had already spread throughout the office yesterday. Many female colleagues were envious. The boss had spent over 100 million yuan on Zhang Jieking and Wang Yan, including a betrothal gift and a villa worth over 100 million yuan. Plus, Zhang Jieking himself earned tens of millions a month and was the boss's trusted confidant, a perfect catch. Ren Xinyan bit her lip and secretly glanced at Mu Kejun sitting in the passenger seat. Her hand trembled as she typed, I think he's pretty good. Wang Yan sent a haha and said, Jieking told me that sending you back to Chuancheng is no big deal. The only problem is that the boss is worried his brother doesn't have a wife. Luckily, I think Jieking is good. Wouldn't it be awkward to force a match like this if he didn't like him? Ren Xinyan blushed immediately. She knew it. The boss and she, a lowly office worker, were practically strangers. Why didn't he ask her for help when he needed to go back to Chuancheng for important business? The boss had plenty of people under him. It turned out he was looking for a wife for his brother. The mere thought of the word wife made Ren Xinyan's face flush. If this were back in Jiangnan, and the boss had clearly indicated this, she definitely wouldn't have agreed. But now, she didn't know what to say. Her heart was already tentatively set on Mu Kejun. This man, no matter how she looked at him, was handsome. However, to be honest, Mu Kejun's personality was truly wooden. Of the boss's bodyguards, only Zhang Jieking was smooth-talking and could tell jokes, but Zhang Jieking was a very nice person. Mu Kejun's character was impeccable, but he was too dull, and Ren Xinyan suddenly felt a little anxious for him. If this was arranged by the boss, and she and Mu Kejun hadn't made any progress along the way, what would Mu Kejun say to the boss when they got back? If the boss felt there was no progress, would he introduce other women to Mu Kejun when they got back? There were dozens of girls in the company office, and every single one of them was incredibly beautiful. Ren Xinyan endured the entire journey in agony. Upon arriving in Chuancheng, Mu Kejun, knowing there was no food in his boss's hometown, found a restaurant there for a meal. Ren Xiaokong completely idolized Mu Kejun, bombarding him with questions almost constantly. Although Mu Kejun was rather dull, he patiently answered all of Ren Xiaoking's inquiries. Ren Xinyan suddenly found her younger brother inexplicably annoying, as he prevented her from even having a chance to speak with Mu Kejun. Ren Xiaokong was most interested in topics like martial arts training, but Ren Xinyan disliked anything involving fighting and killing, and simply frowned, sulking. Ren Xiaokong listened intently as Mu Kejun recounted his stories, and after a while, he couldn't help but say, Brother Mu, if only you were really my brother-in-law. I'd acknowledge you as my master, and master plus brother-in-law would be a double blessing. What a pity. Mu Kejun felt embarrassed upon hearing this, and then honestly said, Xiao Ren, don't say that again. Your sister's angry. Look at me standing next to her, I'm a whole head shorter. Your sister is beautiful and educated, while I'm ugly and uneducated. We're not even the same kind of people. Ren Xinyan was already annoyed, and Mu Kejun's words only made her more irritated. She slammed her teacup down heavily, so annoying. My height and looks are gifts from my parents, so what? Which ear of yours heard me say I look down on you for being ugly and uncultured? Ren Xinyan's sudden outburst startled both Mu Kejun and Ren Xiaokong. They fell silent and ate their food in silence. Ren Xinyan ate her meal in a huff. Her phone on the table beeped. It was another text from Wang Yan. Xinyan, Jieking said his buddies are all slowpokes, but don't worry, they're all good people. You seem to have feelings for Lao Mu, right? If you have feelings, you have to take the initiative. They're all single by choice. If you don't take the initiative, don't expect him to. He's so stubborn. Ren Xinyan nearly fainted with anger. The idea of men being single by choice was just a joke on Douyin, TikTok. She never imagined such men actually existed in real life. And Mu Kejun was definitely one of those men. But honestly, Ren Xinyan, who had secretly fallen for him, wasn't thinking Mu Kejun was a stroke of good fortune, but rather that she was lucky to have met him. A man's value isn't just about his handsome face and money. Character and care for women are the most important. After spending most of the day together, Ren Xinyan discovered that while Mu Kejun didn't shower her with sweet words, he would shield her from danger and do things for her first. How many men would do that? Besides, Mu Kejun wasn't poor either, earning over 10 million a month. A good man is good, of course, but a wealthy good man is even better. This is a materialistic society. Everyone needs a financial foundation. Of course, what moved Ren Xinyan the most was that Mukajun didn't hesitate to pay 500,000 yuan for her, and the best way for her to repay him was to offer herself to him. But now, this blockhead was being pestered by her younger brother with all sorts of questions, and Mukajun was actually having a passionate conversation with him. This situation was difficult to resolve. She was, after all, a girl. Would he look down on her if she were too proactive? After finally finishing the meal, Mukajun secretly paid the bill and then returned to ask Ren Xinyan, "Miss Ren, are you tired? If you are, we can rest for a while before we leave." Ren Xinyan said listlessly, "I'm not tired. If I am, I can lie down in the car." At this point, she felt that bringing her younger brother along was getting in the way. After getting into the car, as usual, she sat in the back, while her brother, Ren Xiaokong, got hooked on driving the luxury car and continued driving, while Mukajun sat in the passenger seat watching. Ren Xinyan, lying on her seat in frustration, sent Wang Yan a text message, "Sister Yan, you were right, he really is a blockhead." A moment later, Wang Yan replied, "Xinyan, do you like him?" Although no one saw her, Ren Xinyan still blushed, her face burning as she secretly glanced at Mukajun, who was intently watching the road ahead, checking for traffic for his younger brother. After a while, Ren Xinyan quietly replied, "He's a nice guy." Still too shy to say I like him, she only vaguely replied that Mukajun was a good person. Wang Yan first sent a smiley face emoji, then replied, "If you like him, that's great." It's said that pursuing a woman is like climbing a mountain, but pursuing a man is like climbing a single layer of sand. Didn't my boss force me onto Zhang Jiaking's boat yesterday? You should just be direct with him, otherwise this blockhead won't understand. You're a beautiful woman pursuing him, and the problem is solved. If you've got him, send me a message, and I'll report to the boss. Just thinking about her saying she'd report to the boss made Ren Xinyan blush again. This boss, although what he did was absurd, it has to be said, he was indeed a good boss. Most bosses wouldn't consider their employees or subordinates, they only consider the company's interests, especially office romances. They'd fire anyone they found. But this boss of theirs was doing the opposite, playing matchmaker. Passing a service area, Ren Xinyan suddenly instructed her younger brother, Xiaokong, "Stop at the service area." "Okay." Ren Xiaokong, assuming his sister needed to use the restroom, immediately pulled into the service area. However, after parking, Ren Xinyan didn't get out. Instead, she told him, "Xiaokong, go buy some snacks and drinks." Ren Xiaokong hesitated for a moment before asking, Aren't you going to use the restroom?" Ren Xinyan shook her head, "I'm not going." "Oh." Ren Xiaokong, thinking his sister was hungry or thirsty, opened the car door and got out. Mukajun, worried Ren Xiaokong might not have any money, also said, "I'll go check too." Ren Xinyan said, "Don't get out. I have something to tell you." "Oh." Mukajun pulled his leg back from the car door and closed it again. Ren Xiaokong glanced at his sister with a puzzled look, then closed the door and went to the service area supermarket. A moment of silence followed in the car. Ren Xinyan finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke first, "Brother Mu, to tell you the truth, I like you." Mukajun, who had been listening intently, was stunned by her words. He turned to look at Ren Xinyan's pretty yet shy face, and after a moment of hesitation, said, "Miss Ren, are you joking?" Ren Xinyan stared back defiantly, her eyes filled with annoyance, and said, "When have you ever seen me joke with you? I like you, did you hear me? I like you." Mukajun's mind was a mess. He shook his head violently and then asked her dumbly, "Miss Ren, don't you think it's funny? We're not a good match at all. You're beautiful and cultured, and you're so much taller than me when we stand together. People say people strive for higher positions, while water flows downhill, but Ren Xinyan immediately interrupted him, "What era are we living in? You still have such old-fashioned ideas? You think just because I'm beautiful and cultured, I have to find a handsome and cultured man? Let me tell you, I'm not some rich heiress. I grew up in hardship, raising my younger brother. I'm more mature than most adults, so I know that a woman's other half isn't about looks or money, but about character. In my eyes, you're more handsome than anyone else. What I need is a man who can protect me, cherish me, and care for me, not a handsome and cultured man." Although Mukajun was a blockhead, he was still a thinking blockhead. After a moment of stunned silence, looking at the beautiful and brave girl staring at him, he suddenly felt a warmth in his heart and opened his mouth to speak. Click! The car door suddenly opened, and Ren Xiaokong returned carrying a large bag of snacks and drinks, grumbling to his sister as he climbed into the car. "Sis, it's not that I'm blaming you, but in Chuancheng, Brother Mu ordered such a huge feast, and you came in the car eating junk food instead of eating your fill." Ren Xinyan was so angry her head ached. Why did this silly brother have to ruin things at this crucial moment? "Just drive," Ren Xinyan said angrily. Ren Xiaokong stuck out his tongue, smiled, and drove off. Driving this Rolls-Royce was so exhilarating, he didn't want to let go. Mu Kejun placed a large bag on an empty seat in the back row, then grabbed a bottle of mineral water. After thinking for a moment, he carefully unscrewed the cap and handed it to Ren Xinyan. Ren Xinyan, have some water. The blockhead finally got it. Ren Xinyan was secretly pleased. Mu Kejun had intended to call her Miss Ren, but he called her Xinyan instead. This change meant he had finally understood what she meant. Ren Xinyan couldn't help but smile sweetly as she accepted the mineral water, taking a couple of small sips. Even the tasteless mineral water tasted sweeter than ever before. After a couple of sips, Ren Xinyan hesitated for a moment, then handed the bottle to Mu Kejun in front of her, saying, "You should have some too." Mu Kejun took the bottle with a slight tremor, tilted his head back, and gulped it down in one go. This was water that Ren Xinyan had drunk from. When he had no romantic feelings for Ren Xinyan, Mu Kejun was calm, composed, and acted with ease. But after Ren Xinyan confessed her feelings to him, Mu Kejun wasn't truly foolish. Such a beautiful woman liking him instantly set his heart ablaze. The thought that the water he had just drunk from was the same water Ren Xinyan had drunk from filled his chest with a sweet, familial intimacy. Only Ren Xiaokong remained excitedly driving the Rolls-Royce, completely oblivious to the subtle interactions between Mu Kejun and the woman in the back seat. Ren Xiaokong said as he drove, "Brother Mu, this car looks bulky, but it's so easy to drive. Just a light touch on the accelerator, and whoosh, it's like an arrow." Mu Kejun only chuckled and didn't reply. His thoughts were entirely on Ren Xinyan in the back seat. He was too embarrassed to turn and stare at her, but his heart was filled with sweetness. Ren Xiaokong asked him again, "Brother Mu, if the boss agrees to let me be the company driver after we get back, what kind of car will I drive?" Mu Kejun casually replied, "The company mostly has Rolls-Royce Phantoms like these, the rest are supercars or even more luxurious cars." Ren Xiaokong thought to himself, damn. He'd never heard his sister mention her company before. He hadn't expected her to work in such an extravagant company. A $10 million Rolls-Royce Phantom was the cheapest car there. "Xiaokong, pull over for a moment," Ren Xinyan suddenly said. Ren Xiaokong subconsciously said "oh," pulled over, and then looked around, thinking that if his sister needed to pee, it wouldn't be easy to find a place. But Ren Xinyan said, "Kejun, sit in the back, I have something to tell you." Mu Kejun said "oh," quickly got out of the car, and sat in the back. Ren Xinyan then instructed Ren Xiaokong, "Xiaokong, drive carefully." Ren Xiaokong muttered to himself, thinking as he drove, "What does my sister want to say? The front and back seats are only half a meter apart, why does she insist on making Brother Mu move to the back?" He wanted to chat with Mu Kejun about cars and martial arts while driving, but having his sister move him to the back made it less convenient. After sitting in the back, Mu Kejun placed his hands on his knees, sitting upright, not daring to look at Ren Xinyan, his face covered in sweat from nervousness. Ren Xinyan found his nervousness both amusing and exasperating, but she felt even more reassured. Someone like him would never betray her in the future. "Cao Jun, don't be so nervous. I'm not a tiger, look at me." Ren Xinyan thought for a moment, then gently took Mu Cao Jun's hand, softly stroking the several frightening scars on his hand, and said with heartache, You must have suffered a lot when you were little, right?" Mu Cao Jun thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "It was all right. I'm from the countryside, and those jobs in the countryside weren't really hard for me. Then I joined the army. Although the training in the army was tough, the leaders and comrades were all very kind, so I didn't feel it was hard. But you, Xinyan, your father passed away early, and your mother remarried. You, a girl, raised your younger brother all by yourself. Really, Xinyan, I both like you and feel sorry for you." Ren Xinyan had always been strong because no one would share her burdens, showing weakness or complaining was useless, she could only be strong on her own. But now, suddenly, there was a man she could rely on, and the bitterness and pain in her heart couldn't be contained any longer. She suddenly buried her face in Mu Kejun's lap and cried. Mu Kejun wished he could take her pain upon himself, but he was tongue-tied and didn't know how to comfort her, so he simply gently stroked Ren Xinyan's hair. Ren Xiaokong was driving and saw his sister's sudden action in the rearview mirror. He was also quite surprised. In his memory, he had never seen his sister cry, let alone cry on a man's lap. This isn't right. Ren Xinyan looked up at Mu Kejun with tear-streaked eyes, sobbing, "Kejun, can I rely on you? Many men approach me only because they're after my looks. I don't crave luxury or money, I just want a man who can truly treat me well. I really can't afford to gamble." Mu Kejun's hands trembled as he wiped away Ren Xinyan's tears, but he said resolutely, "Xinyan, I'm not good with sweet words, but I will never let you suffer any more pain or hardship in my life. From now on, let me face everything." After thinking for a moment, Mu Kejun pulled a bank card from his pocket and shoved it into Ren Xinyan's hand. "Xinyan, this is my savings. It's all company money, I think it's over 10 million, but I can't remember exactly. I'm with the boss every day, and I haven't spent a single penny. From now on, you can manage it. Spend it as you like, don't be stingy. Eat well, dress nicely. The boss gives me tens of millions a month, that's enough. Holy crap. Ren Xiaokong, who was driving, was so shocked by the couple's display of affection that he swerved the car. Niu Kejun quickly shouted, "Look ahead. Watch the lane." Ren Xiaokong quickly regained his composure and drove back on track, then complained, "Brother Mu, you wouldn't acknowledge me as your brother-in-law before, but what do you mean by calling me sister now?" Niu Kejun said sheepishly, "Before, I wasn't your brother-in-law, but I am now." Ren Xinyan blushed, but still said to her younger brother, Xiaokong, "From now on, stick with your brother-in-law and don't hang out with those shady characters anymore." Ren Xiaokong nodded excitedly, "Of course. I never hung out with them. They were just trying to scam me. I'll stick with my brother-in-law from now on. Don't worry, I promise I won't cause you or him any trouble." Niu Kejun nodded, saying, "I'll call the boss right now and talk to him about Xiaokong. Don't worry, although I've never asked the boss for anything before, he's a very kind person, so Xiaokong's matter will definitely be fine. Even if it doesn't work out, Xin Yan, you can rent a shop for Xiaokong to open a legitimate business, or you can buy one so you don't have to pay rent, which would reduce costs and pressure." Ren Xin Yan grabbed Niu Kejun's hand as he was about to make the call, shaking her head and saying, "Kejun, don't rush now. Talk to the boss after we get back to Jiangan. Even if he agrees now, it still won't be done until we get back, right?" Niu Kejun thought about it and agreed, smiling but not knowing what to say. If no one was around, he wanted to shout to the heavens, "My family's ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke. I, Niu Kejun, can actually marry such a beautiful college graduate and white-collar woman." Ren Xiaokong seemed even happier than her sister, and at this moment, she opened up to Niu Kejun about his kung fu training. Niu Kejun, aside from military secrets, was very open about everything else. An hour later, they arrived at Luo Yang's hometown. Niu Kejun unlocked the door and then called Luo Yang to let him know he had arrived. Luo Yang told him on the phone to pick up a bottle of liquor from a room on the second floor and bring it to Jiangan, then hung up. Niu Kejun stared blankly at the bottle of mutai he was carrying. His boss had made him and Ren Xinyan travel all that way just to pick up a bottle of liquor? What kind of mutai didn't Jiangan have? Ren Xinyan immediately understood, her boss was really playing matchmaker. Even if Niu Kejun were incredibly dense, he understood why Luo Yang had assigned him this task. Thinking this way, he suddenly felt even less worried about Ren Xiaoking's situation. His boss was so concerned about finding him a wife, so arranging a driver's job for his brother-in-law was no problem at all. Furthermore, Niu Kejun had a good understanding of Ren Xiaoking's personality. Although young and impulsive, he was inherently simple and kind. He felt comfortable recommending someone like that to his boss. Of course, he could also keep an eye on him to prevent Ren Xiaokong from going astray or doing anything wrong. Jiangan, Haitian Hanjing Villa. Luo Yang, sipping his coffee, asked Song Guangming, "Guangming, do you think Cao Jun has any chance this time?" Song Guangming smiled wryly and said, "I really can't say for sure. My men are all tough guys. If I give them a mission, I can guarantee they'll complete it to the death. But, when it comes to finding wives, they're really not good at it, unless the girl throws herself at them, but that's highly unlikely." Luo Yang also rubbed his forehead, worried. "Yeah, that Ren, is her name Ren Xinyan? I even picked the prettiest one of those girls. The prettier the one, the harder she is to win over." "Oops, I was wrong." Luo Yang slapped his thigh. "Guangming, I misunderstood. I should have arranged a girl with average looks for him. Girls with average looks have lower standards, and with Cao Jun's background, it wouldn't be a problem at all." Song Guangming nodded thoughtfully. His brothers were all tough guys who wouldn't shed a tear, and they really didn't care much about a girl's appearance. Most of the female employees in the boss's company are beautiful, and these straight-laced guys usually don't even give them a second glance. So, arranging for such a stunning beauty like Ren Xinyan to go along, I wonder how she was brought there, and how she was brought back. Song Guangming thought for a long time, then shook his head with a wry smile and uttered a single word, "difficult." Luo Yang waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's wait until he gets back. We can't force these things, the girl has to agree. If not, we'll arrange something else." Song Guangming laughed, "Boss, this isn't like buying groceries, it can't be rushed. Let's take it slow. I don't know why you're in such a hurry. Like yesterday with Jiaking, you insisted on getting everything done all at once. I was worried about Wang Yan's side, but thankfully, she didn't object." Luo Yang laughed heartily and said, "I'm arranging bodyguards for myself. No matter how capable you guys are, if Jin Ji's gang tries to mess with me on my wedding day, you can't help. So I've gathered a few helpers. With Zhang Jiaking, that human tank, and Cao Jun, with his 18 kinds of tumbling skills, haha, can anyone who wants to mess with me get past them?" Song Guangming suddenly realized that his boss's haste was all for this, and he couldn't help but smile wryly again. However, he was also a bit troubled. Luo Yang's mother had said that in their hometown, the custom for weddings was that no one was above the law for 3 days, and the boss would definitely be in trouble. Now, at least Zhang Jiaking was there to keep the boss company. He knew Zhang Jiaking's formidable skills best. With Zhang Jiaking on the front lines, the boss could relax considerably. If Mu Kejun were also there, they wouldn't have to worry about these troublemakers. But he couldn't say he could handle Mu Kejun, that guy was too dense. He couldn't exactly call and teach him step by step. Besides, Song Guangming taught combat and reconnaissance. He himself hadn't even figured out how to pick up girls and date. Song Guangming's wife wasn't someone he actively pursued. They were in the same unit, frequently met, and had business dealings, and then his wife took a liking to him. If his wife hadn't been proactive, Song Guangming might still be a proud bachelor. Both of them went to bed with a pessimistic view of Mu Kejun. The next morning, Luo Yang was woken up by Zhang Xiaoyan, who said that Mu Kejun was waiting in the living room with a pretty girl and a strange young man. Upon hearing that Mu Kejun had returned, Luo Yang quickly got up, washed his face, and brushed his teeth, finishing in 2 minutes before going downstairs. In the living room were Mu Kejun and his sibling, Ren Xinyan. Of course, Luo Yang didn't recognize Ren Xiaokong. Song Guangming had just gotten up and was thinking that his boss's task was quite awkward. With Ren Xinyan present, it wasn't appropriate to ask directly. As soon as Mu Kejun and Ren Xinyan saw Luo Yang coming down the stairs, they both stood up quickly. Upon standing, they noticed the two tall figures of the siblings, one beautiful and the other handsome, especially Ren Xinyan standing shoulder to shoulder with Mu Kejun. Old Mu was significantly shorter than her, creating a stark contrast with Ren Xinyan's beauty, making Luo Yang think that his attempt to pair them up was probably a mistake. Ren Xinyan placed the mutai liquor she brought back from Chuancheng on the coffee table and said to Luo Yang, "Boss, this is liquor I brought back from my hometown in Chuancheng." Mu Kejun didn't reply to the task. Looking at Luo Yang, he suddenly became shy, his face flushed, though his blush turned into a dark expression because his skin was naturally dark. "Boss, I need to report something to you, Mu Kejun stammered, glancing at the blushing Ren Xinyan, and suddenly mustered his courage and said, "Boss, I'm going to marry Xinyan." Luo Yang was stunned, and Song Guangming beside him was also stunned. What the hell is going on? Mu Kejun, who was always so oblivious, suddenly reached out and grabbed Ren Xinyan's hand. Although Ren Xinyan was shy, she didn't pull away, letting him hold it. Mu Kejun, chest puffed out, said to Luo Yang, "Boss, I like Xinyan, and Xinyan likes me too. I'd like to ask for your hand in marriage." Luo Yang was stunned. He looked up at Song Guangming, then at Ren Xinyan. Ren Xinyan was at least 1.75 meters tall, dressed simply but harmoniously. Mu Kejun, shorter and thinner, looked completely out of place. Originally, Luo Yang had been quite reassured, but now that Mu Kejun was actually facing Ren Xinyan, he suddenly became worried again. After thinking for a while, Luo Yang said to Mu Kejun, "Kejun, could you take this away for a while? I have something to discuss with Miss Ren." "Okay." Mu Kejun never refused Luo Yang's requests. He beckoned Ren Xiaokong to go outside to the courtyard. Luo Yang didn't ask Song Guangming to leave. As soon as Mu Kejun left, Ren Xinyan became quite nervous. Luo Yang then said to her, "Miss Ren, yesterday, I'm sorry I assigned you this task. Actually, with your intelligence, I think you understand what I meant. I was indeed considering my brother's future, but..." He paused, considered for a moment, and then continued, "But I feel my arrangement yesterday was abrupt, so I apologize. Even a boss can't force an employee to do this. Since Kejun and you have already reached an agreement, I'll be frank with you, you two aren't a good match." Ren Xinyan, who had been tense, froze upon hearing Luo Yang's words, her face turning deathly pale. After a moment, she asked Luo Yang in a trembling voice, "Boss, why?" Luo Yang nodded and said, "Why? Miss Ren, although you are an employee of my company, as your boss, I can't force you into this. As for you and Cao Jun, think about it yourself. Imagine you standing next to Cao Jun. If anyone says you're a good match, then I have nothing to say." Ren Xinyan understood somewhat from Luo Yang's words and retorted defiantly, "Boss, I know I'm quite good looking. Maybe you think Cao Jun isn't good looking, maybe you think he's not a good match for me, but I want to tell you, it's not that he's not good enough for me, it's that I'm not good enough for him. Cao Jun is a truly responsible man, in my eyes, he's the real handsome one." Luo Yang glanced at Song Guangming, then chuckled and said, "Cao Jun earns over 10 million a month, I bet his money is handsome too." Ren Xinyan's eyes flashed with anger. She gasped for breath, and after a long pause, she finally spoke, "Boss, I may be poor, but I won't sell my life for money. It's fine if you insult me, but you've insulted your brother too. If you consider Cao Jun your brother, why don't you ask him what he thinks?" Luo Yang said calmly, "My brother is an honest man. If you bewitched him, he has no power to resist. While I want my brother to settle down and build a career, I don't want him to be hurt. I have plenty of money. If you're only after money, just name your price. I'll give it to you, then you disappear and stop harming my brother." After a moment's thought, Luo Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he added, and another thing, I'm warning you, just follow the rules. If you don't, it won't be difficult for me to make you disappear, understand? Ren Xinyan stood there blankly for a long while, her eyes suddenly reddening. She couldn't help but wipe away her tears, then looked at Luo Yang with a somewhat helpless expression and said, Fine, I don't want your money. I'll take my brother and leave Jian gone. That's it. Ren Xinyan was filled with joy, but she hadn't expected the ending to be one of utter disappointment. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, but she didn't hide it and turned to leave. Wait! Luo Yang suddenly called out to her. Ren Xinyan turned and looked at him coldly, saying, I'm willing to disappear, what more do you want? Luo Yang hesitated for a moment before asking, You really like Cao Jun? Not because of his money? Ren Xinyan said coldly, Do you know what happened between us? Luo Yang glanced at the silent Song Guangming, then his expression softened. He pointed to the sofa and said, Then, sit down and tell me. Ren Xinyan didn't stand on ceremony and sat down, telling Luo Yang everything that had happened between her and Mu Kejun the day before. After finishing, Ren Xinyan said to Luo Yang, I've been raising my younger brother alone since I was a teenager. Although we lived in poverty, I've never sold my dignity for money. I can leave, I can disappear with my brother, but please understand, I'm not after your money. Ren Xinyan stood up to leave, but Luo Yang called out to her urgently, Wait a minute. Ren Xinyan stopped and looked at Luo Yang, but said nothing more. Luo Yang stood up and bowed sincerely to her, saying, Xinyan, I'm sorry, I apologize. I was rash. I formally propose marriage to you on behalf of Cao Jun, is that all right? Ren Xinyan was stunned. After a long while, she said in a trembling voice, What did you say? Luo Yang continued earnestly, Xinyan, you're a good girl. I'm happy for my brother Cao Jun, and I formally propose marriage to you. I hope you'll agree, and then, you, Jieking, and Wang Yan will hold our wedding on National Day. From then on, we'll be family. So I apologize for my words and actions. Ren Xinyan, who had been in despair, was suddenly filled with excitement and blushing at Luo Yang's words, her hands even trembling. Boss, I promise. Ren Xinyan said in a trembling voice, but then added with a hint of complaint, Boss, you're teasing me like this, I'm about to cry again. Luo Yang quickly said, Don't cry, Cao Jun will think I'm bullying you. Song Guangming hadn't expected what had happened between Ren Xinyan and Mu Cao Jun, but thinking about it, it made sense. Ren Xinyan was indeed a good girl, and he was happy for Cao Jun that such a beautiful girl truly liked him. Luo Yang quickly grabbed a few tissues and handed them to Ren Xinyan. Hurry up and wipe your tears, Cao Jun will be coming in soon. Ren Xinyan smiled through her tears and quickly wiped them away. Luo Yang noticed that although Ren Xinyan was very beautiful, she had no makeup on, no jewelry on her neck or hands, and was completely a natural-looking girl. These days, which girl isn't glamorous with makeup? Which one isn't adorned with gold and silver jewelry? Moreover, Ren Xinyan works at his company, earning at least 100,000 a month. Even with that income, she still dresses without makeup. Doesn't that say something? Luo Yang smiled, genuinely happy. He picked up his phone and called Song Ziking, then instructed her, buy a villa for Mu Kejun and Ren Xinyan, right next to Zhang Jieking and Wang Yan, so they can be neighbors. Song Ziking nodded as she wrote it down. Luo Yang thought for a moment and then instructed her, also, prepare the other gifts, the same as Jieking's, and send them to Xinyan's house. You need to be prepared for the wedding on National Day. It's not just me getting married now, Jieking and Kejun are getting married with me. Song Ziking was stunned, all together? Luo Yang laughed heartily, What, you have a problem with that? I'm not trying to be mean, Song Ziking, but you're a grown woman now, can't you put in a little effort? Look at that big oaf Zhang Jieking, he's got a wife. Even that blockhead Cao Jun has found a wife. Don't you feel ashamed? Hurry up and work harder. I've got a villa and dowry ready for you, hurry up and find someone to marry, get married. Boss. Song Ziking's eyes reddened, she suddenly threw down her pen, wiped her eyes, and ran away. Luo Yang was stunned, and quickly beckoned Luo Qinya over, go check on my little assistant. Then he muttered, her temper is getting worse and worse, she throws things all the time. Zhang Xiaoyan came over and scolded him, Luo Yang, why do you always bully Ziking? Mom will be angry with you if she sees this. Luo Yang chuckled wryly, I just saw she's almost an old maid, so I urged her a little, and she got angry. Anyway, let's not talk about her. Xiaoyan, come on, talk to Xinyan. He then introduced Ren Xinyan to her, this is Ren Xinyan, an employee of my company. She's about to become Mu Kejun's wife. Xiaoyan, how come that blockhead Mu has such good fortune with women? Such a beautiful woman likes him. Hey, call him in and ask him. Mu Kejun brought Ren Xiaokong in with him, after all, he was his brother-in-law, so the treatment was different. Luo Yang, seeing Mu Kejun's flushed face, teased him, Kejun, I didn't know you were so capable. You've captured such a beautiful woman, you're even more impressive than Zhang Jiaking. Liu Kejun glanced at the shy Ren Xinyan and chuckled, boss, this is Xinyan's younger brother. I'd like him to come with me, start by driving, and then I'll teach him some things. Sure, you can arrange it yourself, Luo Yang agreed without hesitation. Ren Xinyan's younger brother had a vibrant look and lacked the roguishness often associated with teenagers. He liked him a lot, and seeing him inexplicably reminded him of his cousin, Luo Lin, causing him a pang of heartache. Luo Yang thought for a moment and then instructed Mu Kejun, take Xinyan and Ziking to look at the house, and then add whatever you need. Okay. Mu Kejun didn't stand on ceremony and excitedly pulled Ren Xinyan along, saying, Xinyan, let's go take a look. Ren Xiaokong also excitedly asked Mu Kejun, brother-in-law, can I stay here too? Mu Kejun slapped him on the head and laughed, scolding, you little rascal, you think you can live alone? No way. Watching Mu Kejun and Ren Xinyan and her brother leave, Luo Yang stared blankly in the direction of the door. You're becoming more and more like your mother-in-law, all sentimental. Zhang Xiaoyan chuckled softly beside him. Luo Yang sighed and said, Xiaoyan, really, I've been acting strangely lately. I keep thinking about how my relatives, friends, and siblings can all live happily. If money could buy that happiness, I'd gladly give up all my money. Zhang Xiaoyan took his hand and pressed it against her face, saying, don't think so much. Just do what you want. One person's abilities are limited. Sit down for a while, I'll go check on the soup grandma's making. Huo Xiaodong was very busy lately. His boss's wedding was just around the corner, and the venue was their own Xiaoyan Grand Hotel. To prevent overcrowding, Luo Qinya had also booked 2 nearby 5-star hotels, booking the entire 3 days before and after the National Day holiday. After listening to Huo Xiaodong and Luo Qinya's report that afternoon, Luo Yang, feeling dizzy, waved his hand, letting them handle the arrangements themselves. Taking advantage of a spare moment, Luo Yang pulled out his phone and checked it. He saw a message on WeChat. It was from 49. It's my birthday today, can you come? Luo Yang was taken aback. It took him a while to remember that 49 was by Kikai. By Kikai's birthday today? Going to her birthday party was out of the question, to avoid any misunderstandings. She still vividly remembered the I like you message he'd sent her before. It was only right not to provoke her, but he should still give her a birthday present. After all, she was a signed artist with his company. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yang called Luo Qinya, it's the birthday of one of the artists in the company today. Could you give her a red envelope for me? Her name is, I think it's by Kikai. Could you deliver it to her for me? Okay, Luo Qinya agreed, then asked, boss, how much is it? Luo Yang casually replied, just fill in 9,999,999. I wish her a long and happy life together. He had initially intended to say may all your wishes come true, but then he remembered that the girl had a crush on him. Wishing her may all your wishes come true would be a trap for both of them. It was best to dissuade her from pursuing him. Okay, Luo Qinya agreed and hung up. She didn't feel the boss had given too much. 10 million yuan as a birthday gift wasn't a big deal for her. An hour later, Bai Kikai's text message arrived again. I don't want money or gifts, I just want to see you. Can't you even grant me this wish? Luo Yang gave a wry smile and replied with one sentence, sorry. He stubbornly ignored Bai Kikai until evening. That night, the brand stylist, hired by Liani, came to Luo Yang's family to take measurements for wedding attire. Luo Yang was a top-tier client. This single order from him was worth tens of millions, and the brand's service was excellent. Luo Yang's order was an expedited order, requiring an extra fee. Of course, Boss Luo wasn't short of money. As long as the quality and speed were guaranteed, money wasn't an issue. After the costume designer left, Luo Yang noticed Luo Qinya and Song Ziking huddled together, whispering. He immediately asked, what are you two doing, acting so suspiciously? Talking bad about your boss again? Song Ziking raised her pretty face and retorted, no way, boss. I've noticed you're becoming a bit too cynical lately. You always think so badly of us. Luo Yang smiled and leaned closer, seeing they were holding a piece of paper with a lot of writing on it, though it was illegible. Song Ziking hid the paper behind her back, saying, don't look. Luo Yang chuckled and asked her, what are you writing? Song Ziking replied, I won't show you. Luo Qinya, however, said, we're writing down the names of the best man and maid of honor. Best man and maid of honor? Luo Yang immediately became interested and said with a smile, Lu Fibei and the others can handle that. They told me before that they'd be indispensable. Luo Qinya nodded and said, yes, we've consulted and considered all of the boss's friends. Any unmarried men or women are fine, but there are too many candidates, so we've just selected unmarried men and women between 20 and 30 years old. Luo Yang held out his hand and said, then let me see who they are. No! Song Ziking hid her hands behind her back, twisting her head, and said, this is a secret. I'll surprise you later. Luo Yang said irritably, it's all the same old stuff anyway, trying to mess with me. What's so surprising about it? If you don't want it, fine, don't be so stingy. Are you still my little assistant? Song Ziking answered without thinking, yes, but this is a secret. Anyway, you're lazy, so just stay lazy, boss. Luo Yang couldn't see it and lost interest, too lazy to pay attention to her. Maintaining this lazy state for several days, Luo Yang suddenly had a bright idea and said to Zhang Zhaoyan, waiting for the wedding is too boring. How about we have a destination wedding? Travel the world, wouldn't that be great? Unexpectedly, his mother immediately slapped him on the head. You little rascal, you think of things on a whim? Everything's prepared, a whole bunch of guests are waiting to arrive, and then you just run away. Luo Yang smiled sheepishly. Everyone was afraid of him, except his mother. Seeing his mother still glaring at him, he quickly chuckled sheepishly. Oh, Mom, I was just saying, you didn't really take it seriously. Zhao Jinyu snorted, you're not a 3-year-old anymore. If you say anything more annoying nonsense, I'll teach you a lesson. Also, Zhaoyan shouldn't be doing any strenuous exercise. If you dare take her out running around, I'll make you regret it. Luo Yang immediately cowered. No matter how many people were in the house, if his mother didn't give him face, she wouldn't. Where would he, a big boss, put his dignity? After her mother went into the kitchen to check on her soup, Zhang Zhaoyan stuck out her tongue and whispered to Luo Yang, I also want to travel the world with you. Luo Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he whispered to her, Zhaoyan, how about we throw away our phones, sneak away, and travel for a year or two? Then we'll bring back a doll for Mom, and she'll be all better. Zhang Zhaoyan blushed and spat at him, you're always giving bad ideas. You've invited so many friends from all over the country to your wedding. If you run away, will your mother-in-law be crying to heaven? Luo Yang's mind went blank. He sighed and lazily lay down on the sofa, phone in hand. No matter how much he talked about it, he didn't dare to actually carry it out. He just talked about it and fantasized. Feeling bored sitting there, he got up and went for a walk in the yard. Song Guangming and the others were practicing their moves on some newly acquired training equipment. Guangming, come on, let's go see Mu Tiaoyu's new house and new bride. Luo Yang waved, and Song Guangming and the others followed with smiles. A group of 4 or 5 walked along the tree-lined path in the residential area. Luo Yang asked Huang Qiang and the others, you guys aren't any worse off than Jieking and Lao Mu, are you? Those two simpletons have both found wives, and they're both stunning beauties. Don't you guys feel embarrassed? Huang Qiang immediately looked at Luo Yang resentfully and said, Boss, weren't those 2 beautiful wives arranged by you? Boss is biased. Why don't you arrange some for us too? Luo Yang laughed and said, there are plenty of beautiful women in our office. Go pick one yourselves. I'm telling you, whoever hooks up with her will get the same treatment as Jieking and Lao Mu, a villa plus a betrothal gift. As for wives, we have plenty of candidates in our company, all beauties. You guys work hard. I can't force someone to marry you, can I? It has to be consensual. After a brief pause, Luo Yang added, there's something else I need to mention first. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. You're all my brothers, and I don't want you to get heartbroken by women. Beauty is secondary, the most important thing is a good person with a good heart. If that's enough, I'll be at ease. Just don't let her be after your money. Although Huang Qiang and the others were joking, Luo Yang's last sentence made them serious. Their boss wasn't kidding. The amount of money was a minor issue, because they all knew their boss was wealthy and willing to spend it on them. But even with his abilities, he couldn't possibly know which girls were truly sincere towards them. As Luo Yang walked, he continued, Jieking and Lao Mu are lucky. Wang Yin is kind-hearted, and Ren Xinyan is even better. I really admire girls like Ren Xinyan. She's so pure-hearted. Even with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan at the company, she didn't covet vanity. Xinyan's father passed away when she was a teenager, and her mother remarried. She was a weak woman who hadn't even reached adulthood, yet she raised her younger brother. I really admire girls like that. So, Lao Mu must have saved the galaxy in his past life. His ancestors' graves must be emitting auspicious smoke. Otherwise, how could he have married such an excellent wife as Ren Xinyan? Huang Qiang and his friends, heads tilted and necks bulging, retorted defiantly, Boss, you said, we're all the same, upright and honest, straight men, we don't believe we can't find wives. Song Guangming couldn't help but laugh, saying, didn't the boss say there are plenty of beautiful women in the company office? It just depends on how hard you try. Luo Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, tomorrow, have Qinya put out more job postings, recruit some more single beauties. Also, have her check the character of the girls they recruit. If their character is fine, we don't need to be polite, we'll go for it. Great idea. Huang Qiang and his friends chuckled, then rubbed their hands together, eager to get started. As they approached Villa 117, coincidentally, the silicone health-enhancing soft bed Zhang Jieking had ordered had just arrived. He and Wang Yan were directing the deliveryman to carry the bed into the villa when they saw Luo Yang and his group. They immediately stopped directing them and ran over to ask, Boss, where are you going? Luo Yang waved his hand and said, just coming. It's a bit stuffy inside, so we came out to see you and Lao Mu. Zhang Jiaking quickly nodded and said, okay, I'll have them carry the bed upstairs and we'll go with you. Huang Qiang said sourly and sarcastically, you big dummy, you're not even married yet, and you've already bought such a nice bed for your lovemaking? Bullshit, shut your stinking mouth. Zhang Jiaking smacked him on the head, then glanced at Wang Yan, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, and said, you can't expect anything good from a dog's mouth. This bed isn't for me. My in-laws are getting old, we need to get them a softer, healthier bed. I can't sleep on such a soft bed. Luo Yang retorted, whether you can sleep on it or not is none of your business. You can sleep on a rock if you want, but Wang Yan is delicate. Do you think you're some kind of fat monster? Zhang Jiaking was speechless. He dared to argue with Huang Qiang, but he wouldn't dare argue with his boss. Wang Yan bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment. Of course, she didn't dare to talk back to Luo Yang either. Luo Yang waved his hand, then turned to mock Huang Qiang, you lot, don't be so envious. Don't completely offend Jiaking and Lao Mu. Wang Yan and Xian Yan are both from the office. If you win them over, they'll be your inside men, and finding good wives will be twice as effective, understand? Huang Qiang and the others were taken aback, thinking, yes, we're not talking about you. They quickly said to Wang Yan, sister-in-law, we're not talking about you. What do you want to eat? We'll buy it for you later. Chen Rui was even more arrogant, saying, sister-in-law, if you find me a wife, I'll give you a Ferrari as a thank you gift. Luo Yang spat, you were just saying sour grapes before, and now you're calling her sister-in-law? You're all in your late 30s, and you're fawning over a girl in her early 20s like this? Where's your shame? Huang Qian laughed, as long as I have a wife, shame doesn't matter. Wang Yan was shy when talking about herself, but she immediately perked up when the topic shifted, smiling broadly as she said, sure, I go to and from get off work with them every day. I know perfectly well which ones are genuine and which are just pretending. Alright, since you've already called me sister-in-law, I'll handle this. Tomorrow at work, I'll quietly talk to a few of my good colleagues and invite them over, or maybe we can organize a get-together somewhere. Then you guys can decide for yourselves. Luo Yang clapped his hands in approval, hey, that's a great idea. Wang Yan has already picked out the girls for you, so you don't need to bother vetting them anymore. Just go for it. Whoever hooks up with her is your wife. After praising her, Luo Yang turned to Wang Yan and asked, if you help me solve this big problem for these single brothers, I have to reward you. Tell me, what's your wish? Wang Yan tilted her head in thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, nothing much. The salary is so high, and we already have a villa. Alright, boss, they're Jiaking's brothers, so they're my brothers too. Since we're family, helping them is my responsibility. Okay, let's go see Lao Mutu and Xinyan. Luo Yang was genuinely happy for Zhang Jiaking and Mu Kejun, they'd both found such good wives. Mu Kejun's villa is number 118, right next to Zhang Jiaking's villa, number 117, only 100 meters away, a 2-minute walk. The gate to Zhang Jiaking's villa was open. Luo Yang led the way, and the main gate was also open inside. Upon entering the villa's living room, the first thing Luo Yang and the others saw was Mu Kejun training Ren Xiaokong to perform unconventional movements. Ren Xiaokong was sweating profusely from the pain, but he still endured it and followed Mu Kejun's instructions. Luo Yang asked in surprise, Kejun, what are you doing? Mu Kejun gestured for everyone to sit down and honestly told Luo Yang, boss, Xiaoking's main goal is to learn Kung Fu from me. I tested him, and he has great talent, although it's a little late to start. But he wants to develop in this direction and is willing to work hard, so I started training him. Ren Xinyan, who was cooking in the kitchen, came out wearing a skirt and poured tea for everyone while preparing fruit. Wang Yan quickly went to help. Both beauties were over 1.7 meters tall, especially Ren Xinyan, who was over 1.75 meters. However, after falling for Mu Kejun, she had stuffed all her high heels into the shoe cabinet and stopped wearing them. Now she wore slippers and flat shoes whenever she went out, trying to minimize the height difference between herself and Mu Kejun. She didn't like hearing people say that Mu Kejun was too short. So what if he was short? How many men could compare to old Mu? Huang Qiang, Chen Rui, and the others watched with resentment, their eyes pleading with Luo Yang. Luo Yang said irritably, what are you looking at me for? I can't turn myself into a woman and give her to you. You should ask Wang Yan and Xinyan instead. Mu Kejun then pulled Ren Xiaokong up. Ren Xiaokong was still somewhat unwilling, even though her face was pale with pain. Luo Yang asked him with some concern, Xiaokong, I heard that the best time to start martial arts training is around 14 or 15 years old, because your joints are more flexible and still growing. You're already in your early 20s, and starting halfway through will be much harder. If you're dedicated, you can do other jobs too. The company's business is so big, if you want to learn, I can arrange something for you. Ren Xiaokong shook his head without hesitation, stubbornly telling Luo Yang, boss, I just want to become as skilled as my brother-in-law. I don't want to see my sister bullied anymore, and I want to protect you in the future. That's my goal. Originally, Luo Yang had given his approval, clearly giving Ren Xiaokong a clear green light, suggesting a bright future. But Ren Xiaokong resolutely refused such an opportunity. Luo Yang nodded, saying nothing more, but inwardly admiring this young man even more, a man who wouldn't easily change his mind once he set a goal, even if it was a great opportunity. Moreover, his primary goal was to prevent his sister from being bullied again. He was compassionate, righteous, and had strong convictions. Ren Xinyan and Wang Yan each brought over a large plate of sliced fruit. Zhang Jiaqing ate several slices of fruit in a row, then asked Ren Xinyan, "Xinyan, your younger brother is handsome and talented. Why doesn't he learn something else? Practicing kung fu with Lao Mu is too hard. Don't you feel sorry for him?" Ren Xinyan nodded and said, "It hurts me to see him suffer, even more than I do. But I support him. If he set a goal, he has to overcome difficulties to achieve it. Everything has to be tough before it's rewarded. How can you reap rewards without sowing? No matter how much I love him, I can't have him with me forever. He'll eventually get married, have children, and start his own family. So, building a solid foundation now is definitely better than suffering later." Luo Yang clapped his hands and praised, "Xinyan, to be honest, I'm often in the office, and I barely interact with any of the many employees in the lobby. I can barely name most of them. This is my negligence. It seems I haven't been caring enough about my employees. We need to have a meeting to discuss this." Ren Xinyan shook her head and said, "No, I think you've already shown us a lot of care. Which company these days offers a starting salary of 100,000? Besides, I don't know how to thank you enough for taking care of my brother and me." Luo Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, "If you want to express your gratitude, then help Huang Qiang and Chen Rui introduce them to some kind-hearted girls in the company. They're all a bunch of tough guys like Lao Mu, only knowing how to fight with guns. They're all single by choice, they can't solve their own problems." Ren Xinyan glanced at Wang Yan, who had actually already whispered this to her in the kitchen. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, "We'll do our best, but relationships are a two-way street, so we can't guarantee anything." From her own perspective, if she hadn't experienced hardship, if she hadn't had that experience with Mu Kejun, no matter how much her boss Luo Yang arranged things, it wouldn't matter. She would never have fallen for Mu Kejun for no reason. If she didn't like him, no matter how good the conditions Luo Yang offered, Ren Xinyan would never agree. Luo Yang chuckled, "Alright, it's good that you have the intention to help. As long as these bachelors take a liking to a girl, I'll arrange for them to go on missions together. Every girl has her own troubles, right? Let them step in and solve them for her. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. Give them more opportunities to spend time alone together, and sooner or later, feelings will develop." After hearing Ren Xinyan's story about her and Mu Kejun, Luo Yang understood very well that romantic relationships need a catalyst. You can't force them. Forced relationships are never sweet. Luo Yang then asked Ren Xinyan and Wang Yan, "You've both arranged your weddings to be on the same day as mine. We're all working together, sticking together for mutual support, haha. Who are your relatives and friends? Send out invitations quickly." Wang Yan nodded, replying, "We've invited everyone. My parents notified all our relatives and friends yesterday." Luo Yang smiled and nodded, then added after a moment's thought, "However, I've arranged for the guests to have good food and lodging, and I won't accept any monetary gifts. Of course, I won't object if your two families want to accept them." Wang Yan smiled and replied, "My parents and Jiaqing have also discussed this. Since the boss isn't accepting monetary gifts, and we're getting married to him, accepting gifts wouldn't be appropriate, so we've decided not to accept them either." Luo Yang then looked at Ren Xinyan. Ren Xinyan's expression was somewhat somber. After a pause, she whispered, My family doesn't have any relatives or friends. No one springs from a rock." Ren Xinyan said she had no relatives or friends, and Luo Yang immediately knew she had been hurt, so he didn't reopen her wounds. Wasn't he the same? When you're poor, no one cares in the bustling city. When you're rich, even distant relatives appear in the mountains. When he was poor, in hardship, in pain, apart from his parents, sister, and uncle's family, everyone else, like his two aunts, not only didn't help, but even kicked him when he was down. When he became rich, his two aunts' families changed their tune. Ren Xinyan knew without a doubt that she had been heartbroken by such relatives. Time flies like an arrow, and the days slip by like a shuttle. Boss Luo spent a month in a daze. On the evening of the 30th, Wang Ximing, the chief wedding planner, convened a preparatory meeting with the company's senior executives, including the two big shots, Zheng Changyang and Luo's driver. However, Luo Yang wasn't invited to the meeting. Some surprises and secrets couldn't be known to him beforehand. Luo Yang was disgruntled and quietly instructed Song Ziking, who was watching him, "Go in and listen, then come back and tell me." Song Ziking directly refused, "No way. Boss Wang told all of us that you're not our boss for today, tomorrow, and the day after. Whoever leaks this information will be held responsible. Don't make things difficult for me." Luo Yang snorted, feeling helpless. This little assistant was defying him, unafraid of his threats, and couldn't be bribed. She was truly difficult to deal with. Half an hour later, the meeting ended, and those responsible for welcoming guests went to the hotel to arrange food and accommodation, as many guests had already arrived. Luo Qinya came out and said to Luo Yang, "Boss, let me give you a hint. Tomorrow there's a part where you have to blindfold yourself and touch the bride's hand at her house. If you touch the wrong hand, you won't be able to take Ziyuyan home. Are you sure you can handle it?" Luo Yang was immediately dumbfounded, staring at Luo Qinya's hand and saying, "Whose hand doesn't have 5 fingers? How can you possibly tell?" Luo Qinya spread her hands and said, "Boss, I'm risking retaliation to tell you this secret. Tomorrow's bridesmaid group, never mind, I won't tell you, to avoid adding to your stress. You'll understand when the time comes." Luo Yang grumbled, unable to find any help right now. Ziyuyan wasn't here, she'd gone back to her parents' house a few days ago. According to custom, a bride can't stay at the groom's house after marriage, so he wouldn't even have a chance to test the hand-touching technique. Just as he was getting annoyed, his phone beeped. He glanced at it and suddenly saw it was a text message from Zhang Ziyuyan. Luo Yang's heart skipped a beat. He glanced around, and seeing no one was paying attention, he quietly opened the message. Zhang Ziyuyan only sent one message: "Tomorrow, when you touch my hand, my right pinky finger will be clenched tightly in my palm." Luo Yang chuckled, overjoyed. His wife was truly considerate. "You have your clever schemes, I have my countermeasures. Who's afraid of who?" Feeling reassured, he slept soundly. After dinner, Luo Yang went to bed early, resting up for tomorrow's commotion. The task of welcoming the guests that evening was handled by Huo Xiaodong, Han Wenjun, and Li Annie. Sometime during the evening, Luo Yang was suddenly shoved. He opened his eyes, bewildered, and said, "Who is it? What are you doing? Disturbing my sleep." It was Chen Jin who shoved him, shouting loudly, "Brother, you're getting married today. You're getting married today." Luo Yang sat there, stunned, then suddenly remembered, oh yeah, he was getting married today. Luo Yang jumped up, quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face. Then Chen Jin pointed to the wardrobe, from top to bottom, inside and out, including socks and shoes. "Ziai Qing has picked everything out and put it away for you. Get dressed and come downstairs, there's a makeup artist waiting in the living room." Luo Yang took out his clothes and put them on, saying with a wry smile, "Do I need makeup? Forget it, I'm not bad looking." Chen Jin chuckled, "Don't tell me, go tell the head housekeeper, go tell your mother." Luo Yang sighed, "Oh well, whatever, I'll just do it." In the living room, the makeup artist had been waiting for quite a while, but she showed no impatience whatsoever, because the fee was shockingly high. The makeup artist was a woman around 30 years old, quite pretty. As Luo Yang approached, he noticed that her face shape wasn't particularly good, and she wasn't especially beautiful, but her makeup was excellent. From this perspective, makeup skills did have some effect. The makeup artist quickly greeted Luo Yang upon seeing him. "Are you Mr. Luo? My surname is Zhou. I'm here to do your makeup. Do you have a preferred look, Mr. Luo?" Luo Yang didn't understand and shook his head, saying, "Just do whatever you want. I'm not picky." Chen Jin, standing nearby, laughed and said, "Sister Zhou, my old brother's biggest characteristic is that he's rich. Why don't you give him a hairstyle worth $1 trillion? The makeup artist was a little stunned. How could she do a hairstyle worth $1 trillion? She didn't understand either. After the makeup was finished, the makeup artist asked Chen Jin, "Is this hairstyle okay?" Chen Jin stared at Luo Yang for a moment. To be fair, Luo Yang wasn't ugly to begin with, and with his rising popularity, this hairstyle gave him a rather imposing air. Chen Jin smiled and nodded, saying, "Not bad. This hairstyle is worth at least 500 billion, if not $1 trillion. The makeup artist breathed a sigh of relief when Chen Jin said it was good. Everyone said that super rich people had eccentric tempers, but this Mr. Luo seemed very amiable, didn't have any special requests, and was very cooperative. Luo Yang stood up without even looking in the mirror, and simply asked Chen Jin, "Where are Jieking and Cao Jun? Call them over." Chen Jin spat and said, "You're meddling in other people's business. They don't need your concern. The head steward has already arranged 3 teams, each going their own way. They don't need to meet up. They only meet on the way back to the hotel." Luo Yang was a little annoyed. It seemed he would have to put some thought into dealing with this guy today. He was clearly up to no good. Chen Jin was definitely up to no good, a sinister smile on his face. Heaven knows what evil schemes he was plotting. It was hopeless to rely on him today. Luo Yang snorted and suddenly called out, "Qinya, Luo Qinya." Chen Jin said, "Why are you calling her? She's a bridesmaid today, she went to Ziyuyan's place a long time ago." "Damn it." Luo Yang said angrily, "Why didn't you tell me? Where's Song Ziking?" Song Ziking, however, rushed in as soon as she heard him call, "Boss, I'm here." Luo Yang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Song Ziking. Thank goodness, at least he still had one of his right-hand women. Luo Yang thought for a moment and then asked her, Qinyao went to be a bridesmaid, why didn't you go? Song Ziking, chin held high, said smugly, the old lady told me not to go anywhere, to protect you. Luo Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing, you protect me? With your tender arms and legs? Or using your beauty to seduce me? Let me tell you, even if a celestial being descended to earth, it wouldn't be of any use today. You might lose your charm and your reputation. You look down on me. Song Ziking snorted. Boss, you'll find out later that your little assistant is the only one you can rely on. He had originally planned to bring Zhang Jiaking and Mu Kejun, his two key generals, into his marriage so they could take the fall for him. But today, he realized he was wrong. Zhang Jiaking and Mu Kejun were both busy picking up their own wives. How could they protect him? His brothers were all plotting against him today, but who could he rely on? Only Song Ziking was left. Normally, her beauty would be useful, but who cared about her today? Going there would only make her a sitting duck for those wolves. Using her today would be sending a lamb to the slaughter. The wedding procession consisted entirely of Rolls-Royces. Mu Kejun and Zhang Jiaking each took 8, while boss Luo Yang had 88 more. It was unclear where Lu Fibei got so many Rolls-Royces, but Luo Yang himself owned nearly 20. Lu Fibei used to be a reseller, specializing in luxury cars, so assembling a wedding car fleet wouldn't have been difficult for him. However, now that he was a multi-millionaire thanks to his stake in Luo Yang, he was too lazy to earn that kind of money anymore, having delegated the business to his brother. But the relationship remained, a single phone call was all it took to get as many cars as needed. Luo Yang, dressed in new clothes, was flanked by Song Ziking and his sister Luo Yunyun as they helped him into the car. His sister had taken leave last week to attend the wedding, given a task by their mother. Ostensibly, they were there to protect Luo Yang, but actually, they were protecting Zhang Ziyin, as their mother was worried about her unborn child. Luo Yang's wedding car led the procession, a grand spectacle of 88 Rolls-Royces adorned with colorful ribbons, a truly breathtaking sight. Luo Yang's wedding party was equally massive. 40 of the most charming and eloquent women from his company, along with 88 male drivers, made for a magnificent procession of over 100 people. The 88 Rolls-Royces stretched for nearly a kilometer, attracting attention wherever they went, with everyone whispering about how incredible this wedding was. The wedding coordinator for the day was Song Guangming. His car was loaded with several large travel bags filled with red envelopes, each containing 1,000 yuan in cash. Although Zhang Ziyuan's family had moved to Haitian Hanjing, her father insisted on a wedding procession from their old home. Luo Yang guessed it was just old-fashioned thinking, but of course, he wouldn't object. He'd accept the hassle. Upon arriving at the residential compound entrance, the security guards already knew it was the wedding of the wealthy Mr. Luo, and the property management office mobilized all its staff to maintain order. Song Guangming, without saying a word, bribed everyone with 2 red envelopes. The dozens of staff members at the property management office were all beaming with joy, quickly opening the gates to let the cars in and directing everyone to park properly. One security guard secretly peeked into one of the red envelopes. My goodness, 100 yuan bills in one envelope. 2 red envelopes totaled 2,000 yuan. Their monthly salary was only a little over 4,000 yuan. This little tip was equivalent to half a month's wages. Because there were too many people, there wasn't enough room to go upstairs. Song Guangming selected 5 of his male colleagues, and then sent all the girls. Even so, there were still too many people. They had to split into 7 groups to get upstairs, and the line stretched from Zhang Ziyuan's door all the way down 2 floors of the stairs. Luo Yang was placed at the very front, and the Zhang family's door, having already been informed, was tightly shut. Luo Yang knocked on the door. A girl inside asked, "Who is it?" Luo Yang said, "It's me, Luo Yang." The girl asked, "What are you doing here?" "This girl deserves a spanking." Luo Yang thought to himself, then smiled and said, "I'm here to pick up my wife." The girl said again, "It's not that easy." Luo Yang asked her again, "Even if it's not cheap, I'll pay more. Name your price, how much will it take for you to open the door?" The girl said, "There are 2 bottles of wine in the corner outside the door. Drink one, and I'll let you in. Don't try to cheat, I'm watching on camera. If you open the door, I'll really spank you." Luo Yang was annoyed again, but he didn't dare offend her out loud. "Ma'am, if I finish a bottle, how am I supposed to take my wife away? Look, how about we make a deal? I'll give you a red envelope as a bribe. I'll keep giving you red envelopes until you're satisfied, okay?" "No." The girl remained unmoved, still saying, "If you don't want a drink, then choose another method, sing a song. If you sing to my satisfaction, I'll let you in, and you can't have someone else replace you." Luo Yang almost spat out his drink. This girl really needed a beating, but he definitely couldn't afford to offend her now. Sing it out. Even though he was a bit tone deaf, there was no turning back today. He glanced back, everyone was pursing their lips, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Damn it. Luo Yang steeled himself, abandoning all pretense of decency, and began to sing, "Little rabbit, open the door." His singing caused a burst of laughter both inside and outside the door. Song Guangming, carrying a bag of red envelopes, laughed until tears streamed down his face. The girl inside couldn't help but laugh too, saying, "You pass." Then she opened the door, extending her fair hand to Luo Yang, saying, "Little rabbit, you opened the door, give me the red envelopes." Song Guangming shoved a handful of red envelopes into her hand. There were at least a dozen. Luo Yang glared at her and said, "Your name is Yang Qi, right? Just you wait." This girl was Yang Qi from a girl group. He rarely spoke to her, but he never expected her to dare to trick his boss today. Yang Qi stuck out her tongue and said, "The old lady said 3 days ago that there's no distinction between elders and juniors. Boss, are you trying to settle a personal score?" Zhang Xiaoyan's living room was full of girls, all dressed as bridesmaids. As Luo Yang reached for the door to Zhang Xiaoyan's room, a tall girl abruptly blocked his way. "Wait a minute." Luo Yang was stunned. "Holy crap, it's Kasia?" This woman had thick eyebrows and large eyes. She was very beautiful, but in a Western way. She was Princess Kasia. Luo Yang glanced nervously to his side. Only Song Guangming was there. The other brothers hadn't come in yet. There were too many people, and it was too crowded. Besides, Song Guangming couldn't possibly make a move today. This Kasia was not someone to mess with. If he angered her, he couldn't handle her. "Princess Kasia, what brings you here?" Luo Yang forced himself to remain calm. This girl was too straightforward. He hoped she wouldn't confess her feelings to him in this situation. He hadn't sent her an invitation. But he didn't have time to think about that now. She was already here, he couldn't just turn her away. Kasia snorted and said, "I'm the bridesmaid, the bridesmaid." As the bridesmaid of the goddess, Luo Yang gave a wry smile and feigned weakness. "How can you let me in?" Kasia held up 2 fingers and said, "I'll give you 2 choices, 1, tell me I love you, and 2, kiss me on the cheek." Before she finished speaking, Luo Yang reached out and pulled her over, giving her 2 quick kisses on the cheek, then pushed her aside, saying, "Okay, right." It has to be said that Luo Yang's move was swift and decisive. Even a straightforward and outspoken foreign girl like Kasia was completely bewildered by him. Based on her previous assessment, she expected Luo Yang to make excuses and stall, but she never anticipated that he would act so decisively without a word. 5 or 6 bridesmaids nearby were also stunned by Luo Yang's actions. Luo Yang triumphantly pushed open the door to Zhang Xiaoyan's bedroom, only to be dumbfounded upon entering. There were 8 or 9 more bridesmaids in the bedroom, and 5 girls wearing identical bridal gowns and red veils were sitting side by side on Zhang Xiaoyan's bed. 5. The lead bridesmaid was none other than Luo Qinya, who reached out to stop Luo Yang, saying, "Boss, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you today, but everyone has agreed on the rules. I'm just a weak woman, outnumbered and outmatched. I can't fight City Hall. Boss, take this, blindfold yourself. There are 5 brides, you can only touch their hands while blindfolded, you only have 1 chance, whoever you touch is the one." Luo Yang breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thankfully, Zhang Xiaoyan had secretly given him the signal. "Don't worry about your tricks, my wife is always one of us. You never expected this, ha ha ha." Of course, Luo Yang was laughing to himself. He couldn't show his smugness, lest they see through him and cause trouble. Alright, do whatever you want." Luo Yang pretended to be very generous and submissive, letting them do as they pleased. Luo Qinya took a black cloth from another bridesmaid, tested it to see if she could see, and then blindfolded Luo Yang. Luo Yang's vision was instantly plunged into darkness. Then, Luo Qinya led him by the hand, placed her hands in his, and said, "First one." Luo Yang carefully felt the hands for a while. They were very smooth, frankly, he couldn't tell. But the girl whose hands he touched didn't make any other movements. No signal, it wasn't her. Next, Luo Yang spoke up, and Luo Qinya pulled him a few steps further, placing her other hands in his. Luo Yang felt them for a moment. These hands, how to put it, they had a familiar feel, but there was no signal. It wasn't Zhang Xiaoyan's. Next, Luo Yang said, releasing her hands again. Luo Qinya was a little puzzled. She had tried the black cloth, there was no way she could see anything. Could the shopkeeper really recognize Xiaoyan's hands by touch? When he touched the 3rd pair of hands, Luo Yang felt the delicate hand in his own. One of the little fingers was curled up. A surge of joy filled him. It was Xiaoyan. Luo Yang smiled smugly, not revealing that she was Zhang Xiaoyan, simply saying, "This one will do." Luo Qinya and the others looked at each other, dumbfounded. How come their carefully prepared plan had no effect on Luo Yang at all? It didn't seem like Luo Yang had peeked. So many eyes were watching, and everyone had tried on the black veil themselves. It was thick and dark, letting in no light at all. It was impossible to see anything. Besides, all 5 brides were dressed identically, all had veils, and were roughly the same height. 5 veiled brides sitting quietly, not allowed to make a sound. How could anyone guess? But Luo Yang guessed correctly. It was truly strange. Luo Yang laughed heartily, reaching out to lift the red veil. Sure enough, it was Zhang Ziuyan, her face flushed with shyness. Luo Yang looked her over carefully and couldn't help but praise himself, "My wife is so beautiful." The other four brides, hearing this, were unhappy and quickly lifted their veils, chattering, "Aren't we beautiful?" Luo Yang glanced over, "Holy crap, no wonder." The other four brides were Qing Ruaning, Wang Xiying, Bai Kikai, and Su Ying. A surge of resentment welled up inside Luo Yang. Who was this idiot playing this game? Wasn't this just making things difficult for him, Boss Luo? Not to mention that arrogant group of bridesmaids, they even gave him 4 untouchable brides. What was they trying to do? But he couldn't afford to offend them now. Luo Yang grabbed Zhang Ziuyan's hand and fawned, "Beautiful, all of them beautiful." While praising her, Luo Yang was inwardly filled with doubt. Who the hell was so shameless as to bring all these women to him? And what was with this bride selection game? Wasn't this going to kill him? Wang Xiying and Bai Kikai were alright, they were just infatuated and had never made any promises, so they had nothing to hide. But Qing Ruaning and Su Ying, well, Boss Luo was guilty and their actions were questionable. He absolutely had to find out who was behind this after it was all over. It was a real headache. But he didn't have the time or inclination to deal with it now. He needed to bring his wife home first. Zhang Ziuyan's parents weren't there, they'd gone straight to the wedding venue. Leaving them here would create a generation gap with the young people. Would they just stand by and watch them torment their daughter and son-in-law? Out of sight, out of mind. Luo Yang pulled Zhang Ziuyan into the living room, smiling as he said to everyone, "Please, ladies, be kind enough to let me take my wife home today. I'll repay you handsomely in the future." No way. The first to rush forward was the foreign princess, Kasha, followed by a swarm of bridesmaids who completely blocked their path. Luo Yang forced a smile. "Then tell me, what will it take for you to let me go? If you delay my wedding, you'll. He swallowed the word "you'll" back after saying it twice. Luckily, he didn't say it aloud, otherwise, each of the bridesmaids would have seized on the loophole in his statement. "Delay it? Fine, I'll take whatever you want, Mr. Luo. We'd be happy to oblige. Why should we be afraid of your anger?" Seeing another stalemate was brewing, Luo Yunyun and Song Ziking squeezed in, standing on either side. Song Ziking, panting, said, "Ladies, please be kind. This can't go on. The old lady instructed us not to delay the auspicious time. Please, just name your terms." Hearing Song Ziking mention the old lady, the bridesmaids' momentum weakened somewhat. Luo Qinya popped out from the middle, smiling, and said, "Everyone, don't make things too difficult for the boss. I have a suggestion, let the boss carry Ziuyan down the stairs, kissing her every step he takes. He can't put her down. If the bride's feet touch the ground, they have to go back and start over." "Okay, that's the plan." "Agreed. It'll exhaust the boss." "Fine, let the boss work himself to the bone." Then the photographer appeared, carrying a camera and pointing it at Luo Yang and Zhang Ziuyan. Luo Yang steeled himself, picked Zhang Ziuyan up, kissed her on the cheek, and said, "Let's go." Kissing her every step he takes isn't tiring, but carrying her is a different story. Zhang Ziuyan is over 1.7 meters tall and weighs nearly 50 kilograms. Carrying her for a few steps or meters is no problem, but if the distance is far and the time is long, it becomes painful. And then they waited at the elevator for 2 or 3 minutes, and sweat poured down Luo Yang's face. Zhang Ziuyan eased his burden, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and trying to hang him up. The elevator hadn't even reached the bottom when Luo Yang, unable to carry him any longer, said with a pained expression, "I can't carry you anymore, can I carry you on my back?" But as soon as he said that, he suddenly remembered his mother's warning, he couldn't carry her on his back. Zhang Ziuyan was pregnant. But these bridesmaids were all unmarried girls, none of them knew anything about this. "Carrying you on your back is fine, as long as the bride's feet don't touch the ground." Luo Yang gritted his teeth and said with a wry smile, "Forget it, I'll just carry you." But Zhang Ziuyan whispered in his ear, "Brother-in-law, you carry me on your back, I'm Xian." Holy crap! Luo Yang almost dropped the bride he was carrying, but Zhang Xian was clinging to his neck, so he couldn't throw her off. Zhang Xian whispered again, "My mom said my sister is pregnant and can't be moved around too much, so she told me to secretly dress up as her at the wedding and then secretly switch back." Luo Yang's new clothes were soaked with sweat. Even carrying Zhang Xian, he dared not admit it, much less put her down. Putting her down meant starting all over again, and he figured 2 trips would be enough to kill him. "Carry me," Luo Yang said to Zhang Xian, and with a quick effort, she easily flipped him onto her back, despite being a girl. Her 3 years of training hadn't been for nothing. Carrying Zhang Xian, Luo Yang felt much lighter. Zhang Xian could hear Luo Yang panting heavily, his forehead and face covered in sweat. With no bag or tissues, she didn't care and used her sleeve to wipe his sweat. Although she both loved and resented her brother-in-law, Zhang Xian couldn't bear to exhaust him, so she carefully wiped the sweat from his face. The sweat on Luo Yang's face made him itchy, but he felt much better after wiping it clean. The elevator arrived, and he carried Zhang Xian out. Luo Yunyun, feeling sorry for her brother, quickly opened the door to the wedding car. Luo Yang shoved Zhang Xian, still on his back, into the car, then slumped against the door, panting heavily. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, wasn't tired. Touching her burning face, her heart fluttered. She had never been so close to Luo Yang before. His kisses today were so comforting. Thank goodness he was a man, otherwise her face would be covered in lipstick marks. This had really put Luo Yang in a difficult position. The bridesmaids and groomsmen got into their respective cars. Chen Rui drove Luo Yang's car, while Luo Yang, Zhang Xian, and Luo Yunyun sat in the back, and Song Ziking sat in the front passenger seat. Luo Yunyun then moved closer to Luo Yang, unable to resist wiping his sweat. While wiping, she said with concern, "Brother, why are you putting me through this? Is your wife heavy?" Zhang Xian blushed. Although everyone in the car was family, she didn't dare reveal her secret at this moment, only softly explaining her weight. I'm not heavy at all, only 96 jin. At Zhang Xian's height of over 1.7 meters, weighing less than 100 jin was quite standard. After Song Guangming counted the number of people, he announced the departure. As they passed the gate of the residential area, he distributed another wave of red envelopes. The convoy converged at Jiangan Road, with 16 more cars joining the group, making it even more impressive. After driving for a while, Luo Yang glanced out the window and suddenly realized they were going the wrong way. He quickly asked Chen Rui, "This isn't the way to the hotel. Did the leader take the wrong route?" Chen Rui said, "No, we're going to Jiangan Stadium." Stadium? Luo Yang was surprised. "What for? Isn't the wedding at the hotel?" Chen Rui added, "Not at the hotel. The hotel can't accommodate everyone. Besides, Mr. Wang told me not to tell you, saying it's a surprise for you." Since it was Wang's timing and his group's arrangement, Luo Yang didn't bother asking anymore. He was already exhausted from being surrounded by the bridesmaids. Any more of this would only leave him with shock, not joy. When they arrived at the stadium, the motorcade used a special entrance. Luo Yang could see from the car that security at the entrance was extremely tight, with several checkpoints and dozens of security guards at each entrance. It seemed he had indeed made quite a show of it today, but it was worth it. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and he really deserved to give Zhang Ziyuyan a wedding of the century. Overwhelmed with emotion, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on Zhang Xian's hand, but then he remembered she wasn't Ziyuyan, but Xian, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly released her hand. Entering through a special passage led to the studio's dressing room, which included a lounge and changing rooms. As soon as Luo Yang and Zhang Xian arrived, Song Guangming led them to a private waiting room. Upon entering, they saw someone sitting in the lounge, smiling at them. It was Zhang Ziyuyan. Zhang Xian couldn't help but blush and call out, "Sister." Zhang Ziyuyan was indeed very excited today, and whispered to her sister, "Xian, did you get through anything?" Zhang Xian shook her head, blushing, and said, "Nothing, my brother-in-law just carried me downstairs from the house." Luo Yang, of course, wouldn't say anything more. He stretched and lay down on the sofa, saying, "Sigh, Xian should lose weight, she's so heavy." Zhang Xian couldn't help but glare at him, but Luo Yang ignored her and continued resting. He didn't even bring his phone today, he had nowhere to put it, so he gave it to Song Ziking. When they arrived, neither Song Ziking nor Luo Yunyun let him in, only letting him stay outside. They were afraid they would find out first that Zhang Ziyuyan had been secretly switched by her younger sister, Zhang Xian. This was arranged by Zhao Jinyu, with Song Guangming as the executor. Even Luo Yang was kept in the dark. If Zhang Xian hadn't seen Luo Yang was too tired to carry and had asked him to carry her, he would have remained completely in the dark. Zhang Ziyuyan smiled and said to Luo Yang, "I'll be at the wedding later, but after the wedding, I'll have my sister switch me again. Brother Guangming, arrange for someone to secretly send me home first, and my sister will take care of everything." Luo Yang had already given up on speaking. What was the point of him saying anything? Since it was pointless, why bother? Zhang Xian nodded and said, "Our group has a song and dance performance scheduled right after the wedding. I'll come and replace you in a few minutes." There was a small changing room in the dressing room, and Zhang Xian used this time to switch clothes with her sister. After changing, Zhang Xian came out and said to Luo Yang, "Your Yang buddies are amazing. They invited 5 previous Grammy Award winners and top Hollywood stars. These are the real big shots. How are they so powerful?" Luo Yang smiled and said, "Stars are all made by capital. They're big capitalists, top venture capitalists. Anyone in the entertainment industry who doesn't give them face will be trampled on." Zhang Xian nodded with an O, and said, "I understand. They're all rich like you." Luo Yang smiled and added, "I earned all their money for them, Xian. Once you've built up some popularity in the next 2 years, I'll push you into the world's top circles. Top musicians will tailor-make music for you, and before you turn 30, you'll win a Grammy Award." Zhang Xian thought for a moment but shook her head, saying, "I don't have such high ambitions. I'm content with just getting by." Jang Zioyan disagreed. Xian, a girl needs her own career so she won't be bullied by men in the future. Jang Xian pouted and said, I haven't seen you work that hard. Jang Zioyan chuckled, me? With your brother-in-law, I've already won without lifting a finger. Yes, she had indeed won without lifting a finger. Could you find another person like her in this world? A moment later, Song Guangming knocked on the door and came in, saying to Luo Yang, the hosts are about to come on. They are two top hosts that Zhu Hua brought in from Beijing TV, CFA, and Chen Li. They are very famous. Of course, there are too many big names and stars for your wedding, so these two are nothing special. The wedding opened with a high-energy song and dance performance by Zhang Xian and her group. 6 beautiful women, all strikingly beautiful, sang and danced, their long legs swaying in the breeze. The energetic music certainly created a lively atmosphere. As soon as the song and dance ended, the two hosts, CFA and Chen Li, the leading male and female hosts from Beijing TV's entertainment channel, took the stage. CFA spoke first, maintaining her usual hosting style. Distinguished guests, hello everyone, I am CFA, a host from Beijing TV's entertainment channel. Chen Li followed, hello everyone, I am Chen Li. CFA continued, thank you all so much for attending this wedding of the century. It's called the wedding of the century because I have never seen a wedding more grand than this. Even now, I am still very excited. I only have one sentence to say for now. At this point, CFA added with a wry look, it's a pity the bride isn't me. CFA's words immediately drew laughter from everyone. Truly a top-notch host, her opening remarks had everyone in stitches. To be honest, her words reflected the sentiments of countless women present. It's a pity the bride isn't me. Chen Li, gazing at the high-definition image of the bride on the large projection screen, said, the bride is so beautiful. I also have something to say, it's a pity the groom isn't me. Ha ha ha. CFA said, now, please welcome our 3 grooms and 3 beautiful brides. The melodious music began to play softly. Luo Yang led Zhang Zioyan at the front, followed by Mu Kejun and Ren Xinyan, and then Zhang Jiaking and Wang Yan. Luo Yang and Zhang Zioyan, the most well-matched couple in terms of appearance, were fine, but the second couple, Mu Kejun and the much taller Ren Xinyan, aroused envy and jealousy among many men. Damn it, isn't that Delang and Jinlian? Actually, Mu Kejun was about 1.65 meters tall, not short at all, but compared to the 1.75 meter tall and exceptionally beautiful Ren Xinyan, their appearances did seem somewhat mismatched. But who can predict matters of the heart? Look at Ren Xinyan, every cell in her body seems to radiate happiness. On stage, Mu Kejun and Zhang Jiaking naturally placed Luo Yang and Zhang Zioyan in the center, with him and Zhang Jiaking on either side. CFA glanced at Luo Yang and Zhang Zioyan, inwardly sighing, but still smiling broadly. She said, the groom is so handsome today. Chen Li laughed, hey CFA, you can't lie and say the brides aren't pretty. CFA said, can't I be envious? Chen Li laughed, okay, but not now. Wait until after the wedding ceremony, when you're back at the hotel, then be envious. Now, let's play a little game. CFA asked, what game? Chen Li said, let's play truth or dare. CFA nodded, that's a good game, I like it. Chen Li smiled, you said it's good, so let's demonstrate. I'll ask you, CFA, do you like me? CFA spat, no. Chen Li feigned embarrassment, how embarrassing. Okay, now let's play truth or dare with the bride and groom. I'll ask one question, you ask one. First, I'll ask the bride. Chen Li then turned his gaze to the radiant Zhang Zioyan and asked her earnestly, Ms. Zhang, your name is Zhang Zioyan. The hotel we stayed at yesterday was called Zioyan Grand Hotel. Is there any connection between the hotel name and yours? Zhang Zioyan blushed, glanced at Luo Yang, and answered shyly, he named it after me. Chen Li smiled and asked again, there's a skyscraper in the newly built commercial district of Jiangan called Zioyan 7-star luxury hotel. I heard that both hotels were built by the groom to pursue you. How much did they cost? Zhang Zioyan honestly confessed, the Zioyan Grand Hotel cost 14.3 billion yuan, and the total investment in the Zioyan 7-star luxury hotel commercial district is 323 billion yuan. Chen Li sighed, my god, I guess I'll just stay single. I can't afford to date girls. Ha ha ha. Then it was CFA's turn. She faced the groom, Luo Yang. Everyone says you're a super rich tycoon, but also incredibly mysterious. I've caught you red-handed today, and I want to know, just how much money do you actually have? Luo Yang was a little stunned. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, I can't say exactly how much my assets are, because it changes every day. To give a rough estimate, my cash assets are about 3.2 trillion yuan, and my assets worldwide are about 1.5 trillion yuan. Roughly, about right. Wow. A collective gasp of astonishment erupted from the stage and the audience. Although many were Luo Yang's friends and acquaintances, no one really knew how much he was truly wealthy. This amount, even if not the highest in the world, was close. Envy, jealousy, and resentment were beyond words. CFA clicked her tongue and said, "Too many, I probably can't even count them all." "Forget it, I'll just ask you how much you earn a day." Luo Yang shook his head and said, "There's no fixed figure, but under normal circumstances, it's generally no less than 10 billion yuan. That was an understatement. He was afraid of scaring people if he said more. But even that still shocked those who didn't know him well. Chen Li shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about money today. Talking about money is hurtful. Bride, I want to know, between you and the groom, who pursued whom?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh and pointed at Luo Yang. "He pursued me." Chen Li laughed and said, "How did he pursue me? Did he shower me with money?" Zhang Xiaoyan shook her head, smiling, and said, "He picked me up in a beat-up taxi. I thought he was a taxi driver." The next day, I ran into him again on the high-speed train back to Jiangan. Not only did I not have a ticket, but my phone was also out of service. I didn't even have money to buy a ticket, so I topped up his phone credit. Then I thought he was pursuing me. After arriving in Jiangan, I treated him to a meal and then told him to go back to Chuancheng and not do anything foolish again. Zhang Xiaoyan was both amused and happy as she recounted this past event. Chen Li shook his head with a sigh, saying, "Your PDA makes me sad. Never mind, I'll ask this guy instead." Chen Li turned his gaze to Mu Kejun, who seemed much more confident in front of him. "Groom, how did you manage to win over such a beautiful bride?" Mu Kejun glanced at him and smiled, saying, "Host, I know you're probably wondering how a short, ugly man like me managed to win over such a beautiful wife, right?" Before anyone else could speak, Ren Xinyan interjected, "I'll answer that question. I was the one who pursued her. And don't talk about being a short, ugly man. You're not a short, ugly man, and I'm not Pan Jinlian. In my heart, you're the person I've been longing for since I was a child." The host, CFA, is considered a beautiful woman with a refined air, but compared to the three brides present, the difference is quite significant, especially the bride, Zhang Xiaoyan, whose beauty is almost indescribable. After Ren Xinyan's barrage of declarations of love, CFA couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Chen Li sighed inwardly and decided to shift his focus to the seemingly carefree Wang Yan. "Bride, what do you like about the groom?" Without hesitation, Wang Yan answered, "I like that he's good to me, good to my family, and listens to me." Chen Li asked again, "Listen to me, huh? Haha, in what ways does that mean?" Wang Yan, still without a second thought, replied, "Look, except when he's working with his boss, he spends all his time at home with me. He doesn't go anywhere else, and he gives me all the money he earns. He doesn't let me save it, he lets me spend it. He says what's the point of earning money if he doesn't spend it? What a display of affection." CFA, sitting next to her, felt a pang of envy. She glanced at the big, goofy-looking Zhang Jiaking, then casually asked Wang Yan, "The bride's so rich. How much does the groom earn a month?" Looking at this big, goofy guy, he's destined to be a security guard. Does he even earn 10,000 a month? He doesn't spend it, so what's the point? Envious. Wang Yan, however, wasn't so calculating. She smiled and replied, "Not much, but enough for our family. He earns about 10 million a month." Not much, just over 10 million. Wang Yan's words shocked not only the host, CFA, but countless people in the audience. Only the people at Luo Yang Future Financial Company weren't shocked, because everyone knew. Those who didn't know might have thought Wang Yan was showing off, but she wasn't, she was simply telling the truth. Within Future Financial, besides the top project managers, the highest earners were in the trading department. Even an ordinary employee in the trading department earned over 15 million a month. Those at the leadership level, like Kong Shuwei and Luo Qinya, earned nearly 30 million a month. Chen Li chuckled dryly, then changed the subject. "Alright, that concludes the truth or dare test. Now for the second activity, please invite the best men and bridesmaids to the stage." 12 best men and 12 bridesmaids came up on stage. The bridesmaids were all stunningly beautiful, dressed to the nines. Because of the large projection screen, the photographer projected each bridesmaid's face onto the enormous screen. The audience was stunned. Was this some kind of beauty pageant team? Where did they find so many beauties? Audience members shouted loudly, "Su Ying! Su Ying! Su Ying! Qing Ruaning! Qing Ruaning! Qing Ruaning!" The bridesmaid group even included 2 major celebrities, and both were incredibly beautiful. Others included Wang Xiying, Luo Qinya, Kasha by Kikai, and others, all beauties hand-picked from among thousands in Luo Yang's office, each one stunningly beautiful. Luo Yang's scalp tingled at the sight of these bridesmaids. Who the hell picked out these bridesmaids? This whole bunch of people connected to him could easily fill a mahjong table with 2 extra. Luckily, Zhang Xian hadn't come up yet, mainly because she was arranged to switch places with her sister using the golden cicada shedding its shell trick, otherwise she would definitely be a member of the bridesmaid group. The groomsmen were even more bizarre. Aside from Lu Fibei's group, there was also a driver named Luo, a middle-aged capitalist in his 40s or 50s, standing in the middle with a large belly and a custom-made silk groomsman suit, all smiles. Xia Fei found his appearance amusing. She wondered why Luo Yang would choose a foreigner as a groomsman, especially one who wasn't young. Deliberately teasing, she asked him, "Excuse me, groomsman, what is your relationship to the groom?" Luo, having practiced his Mandarin for months, though his pronunciation was broken, managed to speak reasonably well. "The groom is my boss, I'm his henchman." Xia Fei couldn't help but laugh. This foreigner was quite amusing, he even knew how to use the word henchman. Luo Yang, however, laughed and exposed her. "Miss Xia, don't be fooled by his words. He's not my henchman. He's worth hundreds of billions, he's my partner, a well-known European financial tycoon." Xia Fei paused, then suddenly pointed at him and said, "Isn't he that? Luo Yang laughed, "That's him. I'll call him Driver Luo for short." Driver Luo also laughed and said, "I'm not lying. I'm with boss Luo Yang every day now, hanging out with him. Besides, the requirements for a host and best man are just that they're not married, right? I meet the rules." Driver Luo wasn't actually unmarried, he was just divorced. Xia Fei had seen news about him. He divorced his wife 4 years ago, receiving $1.5 billion in settlement. This man was very famous, a true billionaire. Xia Fei just hadn't expected him to be Luo Yang's best man, and even to say he was hanging out with Luo Yang. Was this young, top-tier billionaire really that powerful? The next game involved making things difficult for the bride and groom, with the best men and groomsmen employing various ingenious tactics. Strangely, most of the best men targeted Luo Yang, while the bridesmaids, except for the 6 who had a connection to him, focused on dealing with Zhang Jiaqing and Mu Kejun. None of them targeted Zhang Xiaoyan. The head of the household had secretly given instructions. The old lady had given the order Zhang Xiaoyan was pregnant, and no one was allowed to touch her. As for the groom, everyone could do whatever they wanted with him. Kasia, Wang Xiying, Su Ying, Qing Ruaning, Bai Kikai, and others finally found their chance to get revenge on Luo Yang, going all out against him. Luo Qinya was a little better, showing some mercy. After finally surviving the difficult games, the international stars made their grand entrance. The appearance of this group of world-class celebrities truly stunned everyone present. A group of Grammy Award winners and Oscar winners, protagonists usually only seen in news reports or blockbuster movies, all appeared to offer their blessings to Luo Yang. The spectacle was truly indescribable. Looking at the weddings of the country's top tycoons, even the most extravagant couldn't compare to a fraction of Luo Yang's wedding. This was truly incredible. The wedding lasted 3 hours. Those returning to their hotels went to their hotels, and those returning to their villas went to their villas. Luo Yang knew the journey home would be arduous, so Zhang Xian had already replaced Zhang Xiaoyan. Under the protection of Song Guangming's men, Zhang Xiaoyan was secretly sent back to the villa in Haitian Hanjing. After exiting the stadium through the special passage and getting into the car, Luo Yang immediately recognized the shy bride in the car. From her expression, it was Zhang Xian. When the convoy returned to the entrance of the Haitian Hanying residential complex, over 100 security guards blocked the entrance, smiling and reaching out for red envelopes. Song Guangming, smiling, got out of the car with his large travel bag. Instead of handing them out one by one, he unzipped the bag and started scattering red envelopes like a shower of blossoms. The 100+ security guards frantically grabbed the red envelopes, their laughter deafening. Some grabbed dozens, some only a few, but thankfully almost everyone got one. Each red envelope contained 1,000 yuan, more than a month's hard work at work. The security guards, satisfied, opened the gate with smiles. But then another person jumped out of the guard booth next to the gate and blocked their way. It was Ma Teng, the big boss of Haitian Hanjing. Luo Yang stuck his head out of the car window and asked, "Mr. Ma, brother Ma, what do you want now?" "A red envelope." Ma Teng crossed his arms and looked up at the sky, saying, "Red envelopes won't do. I built this road, I opened this door. If you want to pass, you have to stay, you have to stay." Luo Yang chuckled, "Old Ma, do you want me to stay and wash your dishes or chopsticks?" Ma Teng laughed heartily and said, "Mr. Luo, today, well, I'm sorry, you get out of the car. No red envelopes, you and your spouse get out." Luo Yang glanced at him and chuckled as well, saying, "Old Ma, it's not that I underestimate you, but you're all alone. We have 3 grooms today. Those 2 are too weak, you couldn't even get up with one finger." Ma Teng chuckled again, waved his hand, and in a flash, a large group of people sprang out from behind the security booth. The leader was none other than Chen Jin. The men beside him, along with Huang Qiang and Chen Rui's gang, and Song Guangming's newly recruited brothers, were all there. No matter how powerful Zhang Jiaqing and Mu Kejun were, they couldn't possibly take on a dozen or 20 of them alone. Luo Yang was dumbfounded. Looking at Huang Qiang and Chen Rui's smug expressions, it was clear they weren't going to let their boss off the hook today. Damn it, it's only 80 out of 81 tribulations, one more is missing. Luo Yang decisively opened the car door and got out, puffing out his chest and saying, "You're all in your late 30s, weighing over 100 pounds, and still so childish. Come on, I'm getting out. Do whatever you want." Chen Jin, unaware of the secret of the Zhang Zhaoyan and Zhang Xian sisters switching places, ran over and banged on the car window, yelling, "Hey, Zhaoyan, hurry up and get out. Be more proactive. You think you can escape? You can't." Zhang Xian, blushing, obediently got out of the car, looking completely submissive. The couples from the other two cars, Zhang Jiaking and Wang Yan, and Mu Kejun and Ren Xinyan, were also forced out. Chen Jin, the leader, said with a mischievous grin, "Brothers, drive the cars over here. Please, brides, get in. And grooms, drive." Chen Jin waved his hand, and the crowd parted, revealing 3 two-wheeled carts used at construction sites, hand-operated vehicles specifically for hauling cement bricks. The semicircular cargo boxes were covered with red blankets, and 5 large characters were written in red ink beside them, "Super luxury cars." Chen Jin said, "Grooms, please carry your brides into the carts." Trying to slip through was futile. Luo Yang, without a word, scooped up Zhang Xian and placed her in the cart. However, Zhang Xian, at 1.75 meters tall, could only sit inside, her long legs dangling outside. The other two, Wang Yan and Ren Xinyan, were in the same situation, reclining in the luxury carts, their hands supporting them as they simply smiled. The 3 grooms each pushed their carts, now loaded with their brides, with a heave-ho, and hunched over, they drove off. A group of people followed behind, laughing and pointing out their movements to make them more precise. Luo Yang arrived home first, but before he even entered the villa's courtyard, Chen Jin stopped him again. "Little brother, I'm sorry about today, haha, pick Zhaoyan up, give her a kiss with every step you take. If Zhaoyan gets down, we'll have to come back here and start all over again." "Alright, it's that same old routine at Zhaoyan's house again." Luo Yang reached out, and Zhang Xian, experienced as ever, wrapped her arms around his neck, then he swept her around the waist in his arms. Luckily, there was no elevator to wait for, so they went straight to the second floor. Chen Jin and his group, supervising, didn't give him any extra trouble, waiting until Luo Yang, panting heavily, carrying Zhang Xian, reached the bridal bedroom before smugly laughing and disappearing. Luo Yang tossed Zhang Xian onto the bed, quickly turning back to close the door tightly, lest anyone see. After resting for a while, Luo Yang regained some strength and softly called out, Zhaoyan, where are you?" Then the wardrobe door opened a crack, and Zhang Zhaoyan peeked out. Seeing that it was only him and her sister, she smiled and emerged. "Xian, I didn't make things difficult for you, did I?" Zhang Zhaoyan asked her sister with a smile. Zhang Xian's face flushed, but she shook her head and said, "Nothing." She came back in a super luxury car, and then hugged him and kissed him on the cheek with every step. Could she say anything? However, after taking her sister's place today, seeing her sister and Luo Yang so happy, Zhang Xian felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Luo Yang recovered and said to Zhang Xian, "Xian, thank you for today." "What are you thanking me for?" Zhang Xian suddenly snapped, her eyes reddening, and she got up, opened the door, and left without looking back. "What happened to her?" Zhang Zhaoyan asked in surprise. Luo Yang forced a smile, trying to cover his tracks. "It's probably because of Chen Jin's gang. They insisted on pushing me back in a wheelbarrow, and then carrying me inside, kissing me on the cheek with every step. I had no choice." This scene was probably impossible to hide later, it was all recorded, and with so many people around, someone was bound to say something. So he confessed early on. It wasn't his own choice, he was forced into it. Zhang Zhaoyan didn't care about that, but was worried about her sister, "Brother Jin, why did he have to put me through this?" "Sister, I'll talk to her later. A kiss on the cheek isn't a big deal. Besides, no one else knows she's standing in for me." "Nobody knows." Luo Yang smiled wryly again. In the past, he might have joked about keeping things within the family, but today he didn't dare say anything. After thinking for a moment, he cupped Zhaoyan's face in his hands and gave her a serious kiss, saying, "Whatever, I brought home my dearest wife, let's give her a kiss first." Since there was no one else in the room, Zhang Zhaoyan wasn't particularly shy, only saying, "How come you've become so shameless?" Luo Yang laughed and said, "So what if I'm shameless? You have no idea, I've used every trick in the book to get this wife of mine. It wasn't easy for me, Miss Zhaoyan, don't you think?" Although it was a joke, Zhang Zhaoyan suddenly fell silent upon hearing his words, her heart filled with emotion. Luo Yang had gone to great lengths for her, but it truly moved her. Zhang Zhaoyan snuggled closer, resting quietly against Luo Yang. Luo Yang said again, "Zhaoyan, we've passed this hurdle today, and I can report back to my mother. Can we travel the world now?" Zhang Zhaoyan smiled slightly and said, "I think so. I'll go wherever you want to go." Luo Yang became excited and started planning the itinerary. In this life, having earned enough money, he wanted to spend happy days with the people he loved. Besides, even for work, he could provide remote guidance. But before he could finish his dream, there was a knock, knock, knock at the door. Luo Yang was startled, and Zhang Ziuyan jumped back as if pricked by a needle. Luo Yang opened the door and saw his younger sister, Luo Yunyun. He couldn't help but tap her on the head, annoyed. "You little rascal, you scared your brother half to death." Luo Yunyun rubbed her sore head and said, "Brother, were you trying to break my head? Mom wants you to come downstairs." After going downstairs, he realized he was there to entertain guests. Then, inevitably, he was pressured to drink. Luo Yang grimaced, thinking he probably couldn't escape it today. "Sigh, this is a once-in-a-lifetime event," he thought. "I might as well get drunk. I'm definitely going to black out today." Luckily, he couldn't avoid the large tables of guests at home, but the hotel had thousands of guests who didn't need his company. Otherwise, even if he had to bring everyone from the company to cover for them, it wouldn't be enough. Song Ziking followed him with an open bottle of wine, first filling his glass. Thankfully, the glass was only about the size of a finger. Luo Yang wanted to offer one glass to each table, but the guests wouldn't allow it, so he could only offer one glass to each person. The first person he toasted was Chen Jiangguo. Old Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, "I'll drink first, you decide what to do next." If such a high-ranking leader like Old Chen drank, how could he not? Luo Yang gritted his teeth, tilted his head back, and downed it in one gulp. But as soon as the liquid entered his mouth, he was surprised it wasn't alcohol, it was water. He glanced back at Song Ziking. Song Ziking's face was expressionless, but a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Luo Yang laughed inwardly. Boss Luo, have a treasure," he thought. "This little assistant is truly reliable. Although she sometimes argues with me, she's dependable when it counts." With his assistant playing dirty, Luo Yang felt reassured. He boldly toasted everyone, downing over a dozen glasses without batting an eye. Those who didn't know Luo Yang's drinking capacity didn't think much of it. A glass the size of a little finger, dozens of glasses would only amount to 2 or 3 ounces. Most people wouldn't care. After toasting all the guests at several tables, Luo Yang groaned, clutching his head, "Oh dear, I'm a little dizzy. Please, everyone, I'll go back to my room and lie down for a bit, I can't take it anymore." He slipped away under the pretext of being drunk. Zhang Ziuyan, worried, followed him back to his room. Only Song Ziking pouted, but she couldn't expose her boss at this moment, so she also followed him upstairs. After entering the room, Zhang Ziuyan worriedly helped Luo Yang up, asking, "Didn't you say you can't drink? How come you haven't gotten drunk after drinking so much?" Luo Yang chuckled, turned, and pointed at Song Ziking, saying, "I have to thank my little assistant. The bottle was full of water, how could I possibly get drunk?" Zhang Ziuyan couldn't help but laugh, picking up a few wine glasses from the table and saying, "It's good you didn't drink. Let's celebrate, just a little bit." Zhang Ziuyan poured 3 glasses of red wine, first toasting Song Ziking, on Luo Yang's behalf. "Thank you for everything you've done for him. I bet he's alright without me, but he can't do without you." Song Ziking blushed, picked up her glass, and drank it in one gulp. Zhang Ziuyan followed suit, both their faces flushed, making them appear even more beautiful and charming. Luo Yang also picked up his glass, saying, "I'm going to drink this today. It's the highest grade wine from our own winery, it would be a shame not to. One glass won't hurt." Then he downed it in one gulp. The wine went down smoothly without burning his throat, but Luo Yang was naturally unable to drink quickly. Slowly sipping a glass of red wine might have been fine, but this gulp was too much for him, his vision went black, and he fainted. Zhang Ziuyan was startled and quickly supported him, with Song Ziking helping as well. Together, they managed to get him onto the bed. Song Ziking laughed, "Ziuyan, the boss is really hopeless. There's nothing we can do, you'll probably have to spend the night alone, boss, this spring night." Even a fortune couldn't wake the boss. He woke up the next day, naturally. Luo Yang sat up and spent a long time filled with regret. After 2 busy days, seeing off all the guests, things finally calmed down. On the 3rd day, all departments in the company officially resumed work. Luo Yang told his mother he wanted to travel the world, and she immediately scolded him, saying that Zhang Ziuyan was pregnant, and why hadn't he considered it more? Helpless, Luo Yang had no choice but to stay obediently in Jiangan. In July of the following year, Zhang Ziuyan gave birth to a son. The whole family was overjoyed. His mother stopped nagging him and took care of the baby herself. Zhang Ziuyan's mother also stayed with them constantly, 2 mothers caring for 1 child. 6 months later, Zhang Ziuyan recovered. Without telling his mother, Luo Yang secretly took Zhang Ziuyan and slipped away. Of course, Song Guangming and his group accompanied them. Zhang Jiaking brought Wang Yan, and Mu Kejun brought Ren Xinyan. The group set off together. This trip took Luo Yang's team almost 2 years, covering some of the world's most beautiful scenic spots. When they returned home, their son was already 2 years old. Upon seeing Luo Yang and Zhang Ziuyan, he hid, refusing to come out of his grandmother's arms. Zhao Jinyu said proudly, "Look, he doesn't even recognize his own mother and father. Half a month later, the Zaoyuan Super Plaza was officially handed over and inaugurated. The Zaoyuan 7-star luxury hotel and the future financial building created several firsts in Asia. Professor Hu's research center has also achieved remarkable results, with the head office distributing over 50 billion yuan in rewards to researchers for their scientific achievements. Wang Ximing's Huaxian Entertainment not only controls the domestic entertainment industry but also holds a significant share of the Western entertainment scene. Its future financial cultural exports have steadily surpassed Hollywood, making it the world's most influential entertainment company. Future Cinemas holds nearly 70% of the global cinema market share, dominating the cinema industry. By 2025, Future Video will hold 90% of the online video market share. At 28, Zhang Xian, accompanied by Luo Yang, finally attended the Grammy Awards and won 3 awards, becoming the biggest winner at the Grammys. Upon winning the awards, Zhang Xian announced her retirement from the music industry. The following year, she gave birth to a daughter and lived a secluded life in Europe. Some say they saw her at the Luzberg winery in Bordeaux, still as beautiful as ever. As for Luo Yang, many friends rarely see him, as he travels the world year-round. Some even say they've encountered him abroad. Mr. Luo is always surrounded by beautiful women. The end.